Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see. What if Harry Potter abandoned magic and raised by SIRIUS as stage performer? Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. It was a perfectly ordinary sorting feast at Hogwarts until the doors to the Great Hall banged open, revealing 3 Aurors fighting to control a struggling captive, who was hooded and bound in chains. The Aurors made slow progress, mostly carrying the captive into the Great Hall, which was packed full of students and teachers just beginning the start of term feast. Amidst his struggles, the captive was yelling, "No, no, I won't go back. You can't make me go back. Every time I go back, someone tries to kill me. I'd rather go to a nice safe jail." The Auror carrying the captive's shoulders took the moment to yank the hood off the captive's head and proclaim, "You are back. And the wards have been set to prevent you from leaving. So get used to it, you miserable little git." The captive, revealed now to be Harry Potter, took a moment to blink in the bright lights. While he did so, the Aurors took him near the Gryffindor table, near where the 4th-year students were sitting, and set him on his feet, facing the head table where the teachers and headmaster looked on in puzzlement. Harry had been mumbling something like, "We'll see about your wards," but on scanning the table exclaimed, "You foul fiends! You know no mercy. You set before me the one person that could keep me here at Hogwarts." The lead Auror confidently asserted, "Dumbledore." Harry almost choked to death laughing, nearly falling down several times, forcing the Aurors to catch him and shove him back upright. When he regained control, Harry said, "Greetings, Hermione, true friend and soulmate. I have so much to tell you about my summer, but first things first." Standing there wrapped in chains from head to foot, Harry turned to the one female Auror in the group of 3, and said, "Miss, you have been surprisingly decent, unlike the 2 ham-fist cretinous louts you're with. So I'd like to express my appreciation with a flower." He reached out his arm, somehow completely free of chains, and plucked a single long-stemmed red rose from the lead Auror's wand holster, where his wand had been a moment before. Then he deftly tucked the rose behind the female Auror's right ear. In an eye blink, Harry's arm was back inside his cocoon of chains, from which he was loudly demanding to be released. The Aurors looked towards Dumbledore for permission, but before the old man could even twinkle his eyes, Harry said, "Wait, I've got it." He shook, as if to make a stray butterfly fly away from a temporary perch on his shoulder. The chains rattled a little. Harry shook a second time like the first, rattling the chains a little. Then, with a third shake of Harry's shoulders, all the chains fell into a pile at his feet, revealing him standing there in a black tuxedo, complete with top hat and red-lined cape. He took his cape in his hands, swirled it dramatically over the pile of chains, and they vanished. "Hey," the lead Auror complained, "those are ministry chains, you can't just vanish them. You can't, and also you can't. It shouldn't be possible, and you aren't allowed even if it is possible. Give them back," he demanded, drawing a stalk of celery from his wand holster and pointing it menacingly at Harry. "But you haven't lost them," Harry responded, swirling his cape again, this time over the pair of male Aurors. After the cape passed over them, both Aurors were revealed to be covered in chains, though not quite as completely as Harry had been, since they had to share them. After a brief search for keys which could not be found, the female Auror exited the Great Hall, levitating the other 2, one of whom was complaining, "Wait, we have to fine him for stealing ministry equipment." "Do you mean the chains you're wearing?" she asked. "Clearly he doesn't have them. Come on, we have more keys at the ministry building. Then if you want another round here, you can come back and get it." "Hurry," the other Auror whined. "I've got to go, and I don't think I can hold it long." The doors to the Great Hall closed again behind them. Harry, now seated next to Hermione, was being questioned by her. "Why are you dressed as a classic stage magician?" she asked. "See," he enthused. "This is why you've got to be my lovely assistant. You're the only one who gets it." Everyone in the Great Hall was staring at Harry, but he ignored it completely, having learned over the summer that the crowd would always have their attention on you, and that fact should not bother you, but rather it should be used to help fool them. He had learned to attract and control folks' attention so they saw only what he wanted them to see, like any good stage magician. Harry now took out a handkerchief, and, with a flourish, waved it over his empty plate. Dumbledore had not yet given his speech, so the house elves had not yet brought out the food. But after Harry's handkerchief passed over his plate, it was filled with food, a classic American cheeseburger and fries. Harry had not even put away his handkerchief yet before Ron had switched plates with him and started eating, with the burger in one hand and a fistful of fries in the other hand. Ron tried to mumble something around his mouthful of food, but nobody understood it. Harry, showing all the aplomb of a professional stage magician, just waved his handkerchief again over his new plate. That filled with food too, and, reading Hermione's face correctly, Harry then filled her plate similarly, though this time with an extra flourish, resulting in a small puff of smoke which added a slice of raspberry cheesecake to her burger and fries. Ron's hand reached for the cheesecake, then suddenly stopped as it appeared to have been replaced by a large spider. Ron pulled his hand back, and the spider became cheesecake again. He reached again, and again there was only a spider instead of cheesecake. Then Ron gave up on the cheesecake and settled for eating his burger and fries twice as fast as before. Not wanting to lose any more relevance than he already had, Dumbledore rose and began his speech. It didn't go as he'd intended, but started with a short coughing fit instead. When that cleared, he began, "Good evening, students." He stopped with a look of surprise on his face at having quacked exactly like a duck instead of having said the word he'd intended. Then he gamely drove onwards, saying, "We'd like to welcome you." He ignored the sound of a honking goose, which he had inexplicably emitted, and continued, "To another exciting year of." The loud sound of a car's air horn cut off his next words and caused him to take out his wand and try a couple spells before continuing. "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft," and McGonagall winced as he produced a sound identical to a cat getting its tail stepped on. Sniggering came from several of the tables, as a flustered Dumbledore finished lamely, "Yes, well, let the feast begin." Then he sat down, followed immediately by a loud fart sound, which went on and on for nearly 2 full minutes. It was loud, it was long, it was rippling, sounded wet, and the hall was full of laughter before it concluded. Hermione turned to Harry. "I see you have been busy." Harry grinned as he answered, "Don't tell anyone. The act is best if they don't know how it's done. But yes, Sirius and I have been working and studying hard, with both Muggle stage magic and real magic. I can't wait to show you." Hermione said, "Should you be telling me even that much here? People will hear and Ron can't help but brag about everything he knows." Harry grinned again. "I put up a wandless privacy charm. You and I can hear each other, but all Ron hears is inane chatter about Quidditch." Hermione grinned and said, "He must really love that burger, since he is focused more on eating it than on correcting every last statement we have made about Quidditch." When they got to their dorm room, Ron said to Harry, "Hey mate, while I'm glad you wanted to talk about Quidditch at dinner, I missed the chance to correct you on a few points. That sandwich thing and fried potatoes you gave me were just too good for me to pause at all. So I didn't. Anyway, first off," Harry cut him off. "Ron, I'm not going to have time for Quidditch, chess, or general goofing off anymore. I found something much more fun and rewarding to do, but it takes a lot of work. Join me and we'll have a blast. What do you say?" "Work? You know how I feel about that." Ron scoffed. "Unfortunately, yes I do," Harry responded. "Tell me, Ron, how in the world do you think you can get through life without working?" "I'm glad you asked that, mate. Pull up a chair and let the master guide you to success as I see it." Ron was as cheerful as could be. "First," he said, "there's ministry jobs, and for purebloods like us that means you don't have to work at all. They make someone else do the work. It's easy street for your whole life." He grinned, then continued, "Second, there's love potions. That's how Mum caught Dad, and she's helping me and Ginny with them. See, all I have to do is dose Hermione with love potions, marry her, and that little workaholic will carry me through the rest of life. It's brilliant. And don't worry about you having to carry Ginny through life. She's a much better worker than me, and she has some ideas about capitalizing on your fame that should get you both set for life." Ron frowned and looked puzzled, then said, "I'm surprised I said that. It's supposed to be secret. Don't worry about it, Harry said, while barely keeping his composure. This is all a dream and didn't really happen. See? Harry pulled a shimmering purple silk cloth out of Ron's ear, opened it to bedsheet size, and tossed it in the air. The cloth floated to the ground over the spot where Harry had been, settling flat and proving Harry was not there now. Moments later, the door to the room of requirements opened, and nobody walked in. After walking in, nobody then closed the door behind himself and removed his invisibility cloak, revealing that nobody was Harry Potter. Harry took, from his pocket, a small clamshell and a green four-leafed clover, both made of metal. The leaves of the clover were horseshoe magnets, all pointing towards the center. Sirius had invented it back in his Hogwarts student days to aid the marauders. He called it a charms magnet, and it pulled to itself over the course of a minute or so any charms upon the bearer or his accoutrements, cast by anyone other than himself. This had enabled the marauders to get rid of the tracking and listening charms that Dumbledore routinely placed, or more often had Hogwarts house elves place on most students. Harry and friends had agreed early on that nothing secret ever be discussed while those charms were still present. So Harry, just like the others would when they arrived, opened the metal clamshell and put the charms magnet inside it, then closed it again. It cancelled out all sound, both magically and by mundane means, but that was only a fallback measure. Then he held up the clamshell in a particular way, and Dobby the house elf popped in and took the clamshell elsewhere. He would return it when Harry called for it. Harry had also been musing on what Ron had said about love potions. That really concerned him, and he resolved to immediately buy, through Sirius or Remus, some of those king's rings that Sirius had mentioned over the summer. Those rings had apparently been invented for medieval kings and other nobles concerned about being poisoned, drugged, or unknowingly dosed with potions or other magical foods or substances. The rings didn't try to oppose such magics directly, power versus power, since that was an iffy proposition. Instead, they just moved the offending magical substance, drug, or poison a short distance into a subcompartment of the magically expanded space within the ring, swapping the offending substance for an equal amount of pure water that had already been in the ring, and letting the wearer know it had done so. They worked whether such substances were ingested, injected, inhaled, or even just in contact with the skin. They had fallen out of use since it was easy to forget to regularly empty out any poison etc. they had collected, clean them, and reload them with pure water. People preferred other methods, even if magically attempting to nullify unexpected potions was sometimes iffy. A particularly strong magical substance, such as Malaclaw venom, or especially potent potion, might not be successfully neutralized by the alternate methods. Nevertheless, King's rings could still handle those challenges, and sounded like pretty good protection to Harry, and he'd make sure to have Sirius or Remus get for one each for them, Harry and Hermione, no later than tomorrow. Immediate business completed, Harry looked around. The room of requirements was currently set up as a bedroom and study, and nobody else was there. So Harry started in surprise as Albus Dumbledore stepped out from behind nothing, and exclaimed, "Harry, my boy! Glad to see you. How did it go?" Harry was warily holding his wand in his hand, until Dumbledore pulled a handkerchief out of his own pocket. That handkerchief came attached to another, and pretty soon the old man was holding a full cape, which he swirled, and suddenly Remus Lupin was standing in the room too. Harry knew that Remus would have just stepped out from behind a mirror, but the effect was still well done. Harry relaxed and said, "It went as you said, Sirius. The Veritaserum in the cheeseburger worked on time delay as you said. And Ron admitted he has no plans to ever work hard at anything, as you said. Ron won't be joining us. It's worse than that, but I'll fill you in later. How did things go for you? I see that you successfully obtained some polyjuice and hair from Dumbledore. What else worked?" "Brilliantly, my young pup. It went brilliantly," Sirius exclaimed cheerily, jumping in the air and clicking his heels together in celebration. "Posing as Dumbledore, I got McGonagall on board with hiring a temporary professor to substitute for Binns while I run some magic experiments. That professor is Remus here, and he has authorization to subcontract out some of his duties as he sees fit. That'll be me first, so I too, in disguise of course, will have permission to be here where all the fun will be." All three laughed, Then Remus said, "And speaking of fun, we have things all set up for tomorrow's entertainment in potions class. Mirrors are in the right places, certain things have been switched or placed, Sirius and I have polyjuice to look like you, and the icing on the cake, the minor confundus, is already in place on Snape, so every time he tries to give detentions or take points, no matter what names he means to say, what he will actually say is Draco Malfoy and Slytherin." They all chortled, then discussed details. Back in his office after the welcome feast, Albus Dumbledore reached across his desk and picked up another lemon drop, saying, "Severus, I am concerned that Harry did not receive any proper treatment from the Dursleys this summer. That boy needs to be kept humble. It would not do for him to get an inflated opinion of self-worth." Severus Snape, standing before the desk, replied, "Don't concern yourself, Albus. I'll abuse that boy so unfairly that I'll have him fleeing potions class in tears. Then I'll use that as an excuse to pile on double and triple punishments. I'll have that boy in detention all year. He'll lose fingers from the caustic slime I'll force him to scrub out of filthy cauldrons, and I'll pile those cauldrons to the rafters. Boy won't be able to fly for having hands so mangled he could no longer hold onto a broom. He'll be forced to learn to cast spells with a wand taped to his forearm, and will tell the school it's all his own fault, that he crippled himself due to his own mistakes. I'll have him properly humbled for you, don't worry." Albus, smiling, got up, came around the desk and patted Snape on the back. "I always knew I could count on you, Severus. You have my full trust and confidence. Do your worst." At breakfast, Harry was sitting at the Gryffindor table in deep conversation with Fred and George when Professor McGonagall arrived, passing out their schedules. As she gave Harry his, she told him, "Mr. Potter, the headmaster would like to see you after breakfast." Harry nodded. Of course. The boys silently watched her back as she, rather stiffly, departed. One could almost see the lines of disapproval she radiated. "So, about to get called on the carpet," began Fred, "for forcing them to drag you here in chains?" George concluded. Harry shrugged, returning to his breakfast with gusto. He was a growing boy, and starving himself out of nervousness over nameless fears was something his uncles Sirius and Remus had long since pranked out of him. It's possible that is the intent. However, we may never know, as I don't intend to go. The two juvenile pranksters stared at the boy, who lived in shock for a moment before breaking out into wide grins. "Oh, rebelliousness? We like it," the duo exclaimed in unison, politely wiping his mouth with a napkin before responding. Harry smirked. "But how can you even say it is rebellious?" All Professor McGonagall intimated was a vague desire that can be interpreted in any number of ways. For example, do you two not see Dumbledore sitting up at the head table? Of course you do. And if we can see him, surely he can see us. Therefore, as soon as I stop eating and stand up to go, my breakfast is over and he has seen me. Really, if anything more was required, the deputy headmistress should have said so. Snape swept dramatically into his domain, cloak billowing around him, the result of a spell he'd stolen from Lily. A sneer on his face and an insult already forming on his lips, when his right foot came down upon a muggle roller skate he had not seen and it shot out. From under him, Snape had been staring straight ahead. Powerful people do not look down. Looking down is a sign of weakness, instantly resulting in the man catapulting over backwards, arms flung out wide in a vain attempt at regaining balance, before he pitched full length onto the floor, striking it first with the back of his head and nearly splitting his skull open, leaving a bloody, greasy spot on the floor as Snape dazedly struggled into a sitting position, limbs flung out wildly and haphazardly, posture all askew like an addled schoolboy, and clasped both hands to the back of his head. One of the boys among the students who'd been waiting for him to arrive in the classroom whispered, "I think he's going to cry," angrily wiping the snot from his nose, and giving his most intimidating leer to prove that he was not to be taken lightly, and hopefully conceal that quite a few tears of pain had already leaked out from the corners of his eyes before he'd gotten them under control. Snape scrambled to his feet, swiftly and awkwardly enough that his auto-billowing cloak got tangled around his ankles, bound tightly and sent him pitching forward onto his face, arms tangled up in his suddenly constricted cloak so they could not catch him, leaving the potions professor smacking hard into the paving stones with his face and nearly breaking his nose. The class laughed, a little nervously. Rising to his feet in a towering rage, after angrily tearing off and casting aside his cloak first. Snape drew back and smacked Ronald Weasley, one of the laughing boys, across the face, sending the redhead sprawling down to the ground himself. "Anyone else think this is funny?" Snape then challenged the room, wiping blood and snot from under his nose with the back of his hand, his glare daring the class to protest. They didn't. This class had been with him for 4 years, and were very familiar with how abusive he could be. They quickly wiped any expressions from their faces and stared at their desks, books, feet, or anything but Snape, as was usual for those who are routinely abused. It was a wonder any had dared to laugh at all. Draco Malfoy, feeling safe since he'd always been protected by Snape, volunteered. "I'd bet it was Potter who put that little wheeled thing there for you to trip on. I thought I heard him snickering too." Snape wasted no time in attempting to re-establish dominance and punish the innocent who might possibly be guilty. He yelled out one of his favorite phrases, not realizing that it came out differently than he'd intended. 50 points from Slytherin and 2 weeks detention for Mr. Malfoy. Nothing like that had ever happened before. The class was stunned into silence. All except for Draco. "No, Professor, you got it wrong. I'm sure you meant to say, 'Shut up, boy.'" Snape cut him off, "Or I'll have to punish you too." Then, trying to get back on track, Snape snatched up a potion bottle from his desk, intending to talk about what they would be working on that day. Holding the bottle, he announced, "This is shrinking potion. You will brew some as today's exercise. Instructions are in your textbook and on the chalkboard. Now stop dawdling and get to work." While he had been speaking, things had been happening that Snape had not noticed. Sirius Black, sitting in the second row, polyjuiced as Harry Potter, then disguised with a wig and other rapidly removable accoutrements, had dismissed a glass bottle which he had conjured hours earlier. It was the same glass bottle Snape was holding. It did not contain shrinking potion as the label had said. Rather, it contained swelling solution. When Sirius dismissed the conjured bottle, the swelling solution formerly within it got all over Snape's left hand, with the excess dripping down and landing on his left foot, swelling both to several times their normal sizes. That was the moment of truth, as they'd called it. The moment when they would find out whether Sirius's new charm worked as intended. He called it the presumption of normalcy charm. It was a variant of Confundus, and it made people ignore, unless something really fixed their attention on it, whatever was abnormal or unusual, and presume it was normal and unremarkable. When Snape's hand grew bigger than a catcher's mitt, right before his eyes, and he ignored it, they knew the new charm worked. The whole class saw this too, but were too afraid of their abusive bully of a teacher to try to bring it to his attention. So nobody commented at all while Snape said his bit, concluded with, "Stop dawdling and get to work," and then walked around very awkwardly, since one foot was now the size of a medium dog, and sat behind his desk. There, Snape opened a drawer intending to get a painkiller potion to help with the headache he'd gotten when he fell. He did not look down, knowing his drawer's contents from memory, so he did not see the forged note, ostensibly from Mr. Filch, apologizing for having to put out rat traps to try to control the rat problem, which was getting bad enough that they were even starting to eat some of the corks from bottles. So Snape was rudely surprised when he reached into his drawer, and a rat trap snapped closed on his right hand. He leaped to his feet and swore as he waved his hand around trying to fling the trap free. Finally he succeeded, and the trap flew across the room and hit a student in the forehead, leaving a small pressure cut there. Snape didn't notice or care about that. He was still trying to massage his right hand using his enormous left hand, while glaring around the room, daring anyone to say anything. The class knew better than to catch Snape's attention in such circumstances, and universally had their eyes glued to their textbooks. Or at least they did while he was looking their way. Otherwise, there was a lot of peeking. Snape didn't catch anybody peeking, and decided this was a good moment to scratch an irritating itch on his bottom. So, still flexing his right hand to restore feeling there, Snape's left hand crept backwards and scratched his butt, with very satisfying results. It was like he'd gotten 5 minutes of scratching done in only a few seconds. Nobody had looked up, he'd been watching, and nobody snickered. So, thinking he'd gotten away with it, Snape went to scratch another itch just really quick. He sat behind his desk first, in case anybody should unexpectedly look up, and then gave his crotch a good scratching. Again, nobody looked up or snickered, though apparently some dust had gotten in the air, since there was some coughing here and there. When Snape pulled his left hand back from scratching himself, it was colored sickly green and angry red, in a blotchy, mottled pattern, and was dry and scaly. He didn't notice that, but there was more coughing in the room. He looked out at the class, saw that nobody had yet collected their potion ingredients from the cabinet, and announced, "What, nobody has started yet? Get your ingredients and get moving." 10 points from Slytherin for dawdling. That got them moving. Then Snape gave his attention back to the drawer that held painkillers. This time he pulled out the drawer rather than reaching in. He saw the note about rats, and that, indeed, all the potion bottles in the drawer had apparently had their corks eaten. They'd also been knocked down by his violent motion when the rat trap had sprung on his hand, since all the potions in the drawer were now laying on their sides, with most of their contents spilled and mixed together. Sorting that out took all of his attention for a few minutes. When he looked up from it, he saw that the students had mostly gotten their ingredients and were working on making today's potion. Then Snape got around to the real purpose of potions class hassling Potter. Looking around, he saw the boy sitting in the back, head down and obviously trying to avoid catching Snape's attention. Snape sneered. Obviously, he was not going to allow any such attempts to succeed. Snape considered for a moment, then decided. Potter was face down in his book, so Snape's best chance at some real fun would be to stalk up silently and catch Potter off guard by suddenly yelling at him about some mistake he was making, or could be implied to be making. Snape was equally happy to find a flaw or to invent one. Unexpectedly yelling in the boy's ear should get a real jump out of him, and could easily cause some problem he could then angrily berate the boy over. Snape loved a good stalk, and knew his dungeon like the back of his hand. But apparently some joker had been moving desks and other furniture around, since Snape's left foot or hand bumped into something at every opportunity. He'd have taken points from whatever attracted his attention, but he was focused on his stalk, which still might work because Potter's head was still down, no doubt struggling with the vague instructions in the substandard book he had deliberately assigned as the text for his potions class. The text for the non-Slytherin students. Anyway, Slytherins had their copy sent back for a full refund and the proper text ordered on their first day. Snape stalked towards his target, intently scrutinizing him for anything he could criticize, rightly or wrongly. Wrongly would be preferred, as the extra unfairness would make it more satisfying. But his attention was so fixed on that task that he did not notice the tripwire that suddenly sprang taut right in front of his leading ankle. On the next step it caught him and Snape went down like an avalanche, crashing into the floor like a sack full of rocks. Meanwhile, also unnoticed by him, the tripwire reeled back into a thin, hidden spool near Remus, who was nearby and disguised like Sirius was. Snape jumped to his feet and screamed, "Potter, you did this somehow. 3 weeks detention for Draco Malfoy, and 100 points from Slytherin." A gasp came from the Slytherin side of the room. "I'm sorry, sir. I don't know what you mean." A calm yet somewhat bewildered response came from all of the way at the front of the class, where Potter was one of the last in line collecting potion ingredients for today's assignment. Snape leaped to his feet and charged awkwardly back to the front of the class, intending to grab Potter by the collar and shake him like a terrier shakes a rat. The potions professor woke up a moment later somewhat fuzzy about what had happened, but face down on the floor, near the front of the class. A cautious exploration of the troubled area revealed he had a freshly broken nose. "Damn you, Potter. This is assault on a teacher. I'll have you expelled." Whereupon, from the middle of the classroom, far away from where Snape was laying, came the voice of Harry Potter. "I don't understand, Professor, how I could have assaulted you, when the whole class are witnesses that I've neither had my wand out at any time, nor ever been within 10 feet of you." "Add another 3 weeks detention to Draco Malfoy," Snape snarled, ignoring the slight "hey" coming from the Slytherin side of the classroom in his anger. "Aha!" A loud cry rang out, breaking the peace of the library later that day. Harry had been carefully waddling out, trying not to give any hints that he had half of the restricted section concealed under his robes, while what would have been empty shelves now carried an extensive collection of Field and Stream magazine, with transfigured covers, so it appeared as if the missing books were still there. "Mr. Potter," rang out the voice of Deputy McGonagall in tones of outrage. "How dare you skip out on your appointment with the headmaster?" Harry turned to look at the onrushing woman. "Was there an appointment? I'm sorry, I was never informed." I most certainly did. The outraged Scott insisted. Oh really? When was this? Harry calmly asked, carefully stepping around a table, so the loud woman could not just barrel straight into him and bodily force compliance to her wishes. At breakfast I plainly informed you that the headmaster wished to see you, she insisted. Oh? Harry appeared politely puzzled. Was that a request? People have so many unfilled desires they have no intention of acting on. I'm sure you'd rather be on vacation now, but you aren't going to leave, are you? No, I took it in the spirit of you telling me that the headmaster wishes you to have a good day, or perhaps the headmaster desires to continue to see you around the school, rather than breaking the wards, which he has illegally had erected to imprison you here and slip away. The latter desire I am currently filling. I am still attending this prison, rather than devoting my full effort to getting away. That last gave McGonagall a bit of a pause, as it got pointed out that they no longer held the usual teacher-slash-student relationship with the boy who lived, and the matter of wards being put up to contain the boy, quite illegally as she was aware, was being aired in public. The headmaster almost certainly had the political clout to get away with doing it. However, it being generally known they were breaking the laws, put herself, as his chief aide, exposed to rather a lot of legal trouble should Dumbledore's opponents choose to make something of this, and that put her on a bit of rather uncomfortable footing. But of course, she plowed ahead, casting those doubts aside. Nevertheless, she began. Harry had already drilled her with a steady gaze. Placing your culpability as at least an accomplice in Dumbledore's kidnapping of me aside, for the moment, I would think that as a professional educator, you'd have learned to be more precise in expressing yourself. I think it is unreasonable to expect me to just know what you meant to say without you actually saying it. Being so deliberately called out as a criminal in front of the scores of students now occupying the Hogwarts library, and whose attention she had drawn with her loud challenge and arguing tones, infuriated the old woman. However, as she drew herself up straighter and raised her wand, Harry Potter, quick as a wink, dropped to the floor and rolled under the table that had been between them, cutting off line of sight. McGonagall was no slouch herself, and almost as quickly as Harry, she had transfigured the old wooden table to glass, so she could see through it to find him. However, Harry was already gone. As Harry slipped out of the library, clutching his invisibility cloak around him and getting further and further away from the furious deputy headmistress with every step, he privately thought to himself, why had I ever been so stupid as to leave something as insanely valuable as my family invisibility cloak in my school trunk all of the time? He was also rather glad for those lessons last summer from quick change artists on how to appear to completely change clothes in under a second, as it made it so much easier to wrap himself in that cloak and make an escape. Harry Potter, Stage Magician Chapter 2. Later that day, Harry entered the room of requirements and found Sirius and Remus there, working on something. As soon as Harry was finished giving his charms magnet to Dobby, who took it, and the listening and other charms on it elsewhere, people started speaking. Hi pup, how was your day? Sirius asked. Fine, thanks. How was yours? Harry responded. Great. Sirius chortled. The cameras we hid behind one-way mirrors caught Snape's whole performance in potions class this morning. We were just working on how best to publish it. Yep, Remus added, we'll be re-watching that one a few times, for laughs. After that, our class went well. The sign on the door of Bin's usual classroom worked to redirect his students to our classroom. And Bin's himself has never paid much attention to his students, so he never noticed that we'd filled his room with cloth dummies, posed as if they fell asleep at their desks. He smiled and continued, Sirius and I, or rather, Sid Nelson and I, since Sirius is still a wanted man and so he is currently using the fake identity of Sid Nelson, taught about the International Statute of Secrecy, the circumstances at the time, the reasons why it came about, and the first couple of wars fought to enforce it. And we livened it up, Sirius added, by reenacting some of the battles using altered wizard chess pieces playing by the rules of a popular miniatures battles game. It was fun. Though I did have to correct things and inform the class that the forces under Viscount Bingham did not win the Second Battle of Anchovy. They actually lost. Remus said, You're just mad that your chess pieces lost to mine, Sirius grinned. Victory is mine, and that means you're doing all our chores. Tomorrow. Remus did a mock bow to Sirius, and both laughed. Sirius looked again at Harry, who had not laughed, and said, What's troubling you, cub? I heard a rumor, Harry said, that I wanted to check with you. They said that Snape is the way he is, all mean and abusive, constantly looking for revenge against everyone and everything, because way back when he was going to Hogwarts he got teased and bullied by the Marauders, your group. My honor has been besmirched. Sirius leapt to his feet. I demand satisfaction. I challenge you, Harry James Potter, to a lizarding duel. To the death? Harry asked. No, to the pain. Sirius responded. My toenails need clipping. Harry groaned. Sirius almost always won these duels. To the death just meant Harry had to come up with a new way to fake his own, or someone else's, death on stage using mostly Muggle stage magic. He also had to do all that day's dishes using only magic, for practice. But, to the pain meant any obnoxious or objectionable task as assigned, in this case trimming Sirius' toenails. Both quickly assumed their positions in the very familiar game. They stood about 20 feet apart in wide stances, each with their hand hovering near the wand holstered at their hips. The backup wands hidden in sleeve holsters were not used in these duels. And their eyes locked on each other, watching closely for the first hint of movement. Remus transfigured a spoon into a tumbleweed, and had it roll by in between the pair of duelists. Suddenly both grabbed at their wands, drew, and fired wordless spells at each other. Yellow bolts of energy flew out from both wands, roughly simultaneously, and hit each wizard in the chest, transfiguring their robes into large iguanas. Very good, Sirius said. I think the quick draw portion of the contest was dead even. So it will depend on the sizes of the lizards, to see who won the lizarding duel. He transfigured a chair into an old-style balancing scale, with a pan at each end big enough to hold a large iguana. Since he'd made the scale, Harry got to choose sides for fairness, and he chose the left pan. Both wizards, each standing in their pants and shirts since their robes were currently transfigured, levitated their lizards into the chosen pans. Then they waited for the scale's motion to settle down and stop, so they could see which lizard was heavier. While they waited, Remus commented, "Nice hits, by the way. I'm glad we got past that stage where you each shot at the hem of the robe to gain just a little extra speed. While that counts for this duel, it forms very bad habits for actual duels, where a hit on the hem does nothing. And your wordless casting is now faster than when you had to actually say the syllables. Yes, now that I've gotten past subvocalizing the words, it is faster, but it takes a lot of concentration," Harry said. That will get easier with practice, Remus answered. And no slacking off on your practice with wordless confundus charms just to get better at this, Sirius added. Harry nodded while reflecting that, though it was a lot of work, it was worth it. He didn't know many wordless spells yet, but they really helped in pulling off some impressive stage magic, not to mention being faster to cast. And in a duel, or especially in an actual fight, speed was crucial. He'd first thought of that in, of all things, an American football game played in the street back when they were in Las Vegas last summer. It was a casual game played by available kids and teenagers, and their numbers were too few to fill all the positions. Because of that, it was against the rules to rush the quarterback until he had had 5 seconds to try to throw the ball. That 5-second delay was determined by the simple method of having the rushers count out loud to 5, yet insert, for purposes of slowing the count, the words 1000 in between each number. Harry had thought he could get advantage by counting 1, 1000, 2, 1000, etc. as fast as he could. But so did everybody else. And all of them topped out at about the same speed. He'd come to discover that, no matter how hard you tried, you could only say those syllables so fast. Slurring the syllables was a foul, and since counting was done out loud, the other team kept you honest. He'd had a realization then, and discussed it with Sirius later. Then they'd tested it. Sirius had said the words without even holding a wand, much less filling his mind with the hate necessary to actually cast the spell, Avada Kedavra, while Harry, starting at the same time, had had enough time to cast 2 full Reducto spells. Reducto was only 3 syllables, while the killing curse, Avada Kedavra, was 6. And, like in the touch football game, you had to actually say the syllables and say them right, or the spell would fail, or even worse, go weird somehow. Try as they might, it kept coming down that way. The more syllables the spell had, the slower it was to cast, though wand movements mattered too. With that knowledge, they'd gone looking and found a book of dueling spells that had quick, simple wand movements, were all just 1 or 2 syllables, and simple to pronounce too, not requiring complicated tongue movements. Hard consonants like the letters T and N took a little more work to say, and so were a tiny bit slower than the letter L. For instance, Zlotniakt was harder and slower to say than Bubba despite both being two syllables. The simple spells didn't usually have very powerful effects, though they got better with practice, but used wisely, could disrupt an opponent's spellcasting at least, or more once you got better with them. They were also easily countered, but, since they came from America, the folks in magical Britain were unlikely to be familiar with how to counter them. Harry's musings ended as the scale finally settled to a stop and Sirius wailed. "Denied. O cruel fate, why do you mock me?" He turned to Harry and bowed. "You won. Your reptile is bigger than mine. So what is thy bidding, my master?" "I get one objectionable task," Harry reminded, "and I want you to answer me about the rumor I already asked about." "Ha!" Sirius gloated. "I was going to tell you about that anyway. So there." He stuck out his tongue playfully. Both released their transfigurations, put their robes back on, and took comfortable seats, with Sirius sitting in the chair that had recently been a scale. Sirius began, "The first thing you have to understand, pup, is that evil folks always claim an excuse for what they do. Nothing is ever their fault since somebody else made them do it somehow. Or that is a favorite excuse of theirs anyway. Remember," Remus interjected, "whatever you do, it's always your choice to do it. Nobody can make you do things, except for the Imperious Curse," Sirius added. "Right," Remus allowed. "And in certain cases of possession." "Okay, fine, but the point still stands generally." Remus replied. "Granted," Sirius resumed, "so back to the point. When Snape first showed up at Hogwarts, he had already learned, before he even got here, more dark curses than most folks would learn of all spells total by the time they graduated. That takes a lot of effort and shows where his heart was. And if that isn't clear enough, he had also already chosen the name he would go by once he became a Dark Lord. Wasn't it something like the Hackbutt Ponce or something like that?" Remus joked. "I thought it was a Calfpud Mince?" Sirius quipped. They both laughed. "Mind you," Sirius resumed, "this was before he'd ever met any of the Marauders. Therefore we could not have influenced him in any way at that point. Yet he was already well on his way to being the worst sort of person focused on dark magic and planning to be a Dark Lord. You don't become a Dark Lord without murdering folks, you know. So he already had that in his heart. Case closed. But for extra measure I will add more." "The first murder attempt?" Remus asked. "Yup, that one. It's his favorite self-justification, so I figured a specific answer to it is warranted." Sirius replied. "Agreed. But first, a little background," Sirius said. "Ask yourself, Harry, a wannabe Dark Lord shows up at a new school. With a mind crammed full of dark curses he spent a lot of effort learning. What does he do?" Harry frowned a moment as he thought, but puzzling out how stage magic tricks were done had really helped him think more clearly. He said, "Whatever he imagines a Dark Lord to be, he at least knows that Dark Lords are in charge. They rule, or try to at least, usually by fear. And, at that point, with that kind of arsenal of dark magic spells against average Hogwarts students, he is effectively the only student in the entire school who is armed. So he has an opportunity to establish himself as the toughest, most ruthless student there and put himself at the top of the heap, socially at least. He would set out to use his advantage to start crushing any opposition to his being in charge, and to intimidate others so they wouldn't go to the teachers, the force that he cannot yet overcome." Sirius slapped the table and exclaimed, "Oh, well done, cub. Yes, that's it exactly. With his advantage in spells, he can bully the other students and start in on his dream being a Dark Lord." And he did. Snape went around hexing and otherwise bullying other students, anyone weaker than himself, which included dang near everybody, as you so correctly pointed out. That's what actually formed the Marauders in the first place, Remus added, though I think Pettigrew mainly joined for the mutual protection. I'd heard later that he tried to join Snape first, but got rejected. Sirius growled a bit at the name Pettigrew, but let it pass to continue the lesson. Yes, mutual protection from Snape, plus the willingness to stand up to him, is what inspired us to form the group known as the Marauders. Remus, your dad, and I all had, most importantly, the willingness to defy tyranny. We also had some spellcasting ability and 3 RRRR for on one we could beat Snape. So we opposed him. We were warriors for justice, fighting to help the oppressed, especially if it was funny, Remus interjected. Yes, of course. It's got to be funny, or what point is there in life? Really? But as I was saying, we stood up to Snape, especially in funny ways. It gave others the courage to do so as well. And it deflated the image he was trying to build. Dark Lords rule by fear, and it's hard to fear someone who is often a laughingstock. We had fun opposing others too. Remus added, anyone mean or being a bully was a valid target for our pranks. Right? Sirius added. The world is full of jerks who try to build themselves up by pulling others down. And those jerks got pulled down by us, which could make us look like the jerks unless you know the context. Yup, agreed Remus. If you just see two men fighting, you don't know who started it or why. They look equally guilty if you just glance at them, even if one is, say, fighting to defend himself from a mugger, for instance. Just so, agreed Sirius. And that brings us to our story. Once upon a time there was an evil Snape. Be serious, Remus cut him off. Who else? Sirius grinned, then continued more normally. So Snape was constantly skirmishing with us. One day James, your father, learned a new spell and tried it on Snape. It flipped him upside down briefly, sorta like doing a cartwheel. No thumps, bumps or bruises. Harmless embarrassment, but more so because it turned out that Snape had chosen not to wear pants that day under his robes. When he flipped upside down, everybody saw his underwear. Maybe he had a skid mark on it and so was even more embarrassed. I don't know. I do know he had a towering ego and absolutely hated any affront to his dignity. That's an understatement, Remus agreed. So, pop quiz, what would be an appropriate response? A normal person might take to being flipped upside down like that? Sirius asked. Maybe a Jellylegs curse? Harry offered. Good, Sirius replied. It is more or less proportionate. It offers no permanent harm, and no pain. It may be embarrassing. It shows you can get a spell hit on your antagonist and does it without escalating. Good. So, what do you suppose Snape's response was? The Cruciatus curse? Harry guessed. You know the man. But you don't know the situation. He could not yet get away with things that were illegal to that level. Yet he did have a pretty inflated opinion on what he could justify. So he tried to cut off your dad's head. Cutting curse to the neck? Remus stated flatly. He missed or your dad would have died. I was so amazed he would try such a thing that I snarked off along the lines of, there is an axe over there, why don't you use it to kill yourself? It wasn't those words, but they give you the idea of what I was driving for, offering him a way to kill himself, as an insult, one that is so over the top that you would have to be world-class levels of stupid to take it as an actual suggestion. Which, of course, he did, Remus finished. Yep, he surely did, Sirius agreed. I told him there was a werewolf in the Shrieking Shack right then, and if he'd go to check it out, he could probably use that knowledge against us somehow. Which he immediately tromped off to do, Remus concluded, shaking his head. Yes, he did, Sirius nodded. You have to understand, pup, that he knew the Shrieking Shack and knew about werewolves. And you could hear the werewolf from outside the shack, so once you got near, you knew it was there. So he knew that there was absolutely no way that, if he opened that door, he could survive it. So when I said to go do that, it had the same value as saying, there's a bucket of water, why don't you drown yourself in it? It's an insult, but nobody would ever actually do it. Maybe he was so full of himself he thought he could take on a werewolf, Remus speculated. Maybe. He can be that way sometimes, Sirius agreed. In any case, he tried to get into the shack, and somebody else had to prevent him or else he would have died. Then he went around spreading the story that we tried to murder him. He spat angrily. The only murder attempt that day was when he tried to cut off James' head. Oh, the hypocrisy! Remus exclaimed. Even worse, the person who physically prevented Snape from going into the shack was James Potter. But did he get any credit for that? Oh no. Even though just making the attempt to save Snape put James' life at risk. If Snape had gotten the door open, both would have died. Technically, that means he owed James a life debt, but of course he never acknowledged that. True, Sirius agreed. Now, pup, you have the measure of such rumors. Snape twisted events as he told them, so it sounds like he was a victim. And he does so in order to justify the evil he was already planning to do anyway. If he thought he could get away with it, he would call someone a mass murderer for the act of disinfecting a toilet and slaughtering all the microbes there. Yes, Harry agreed. They also say that Snape was more powerful than all four marauders together, but I already saw through that one. How could that rumor be true at the same time as the more prevalent rumor that the Marauders bullied Snape? It just doesn't make sense. At most, only one of those can be true. Good catch, pup, though that one is pretty obvious. Don't get complacent though. He can be really sneaky too, up to and including altering pensive memories and showing them to folks to prove his point, which we caught only by pointing out that two of his own pensive memories about the same incident disagree with each other on a few particulars, which should be impossible. What else have you heard? I also heard that Snape and my mother were in love, and my father basically kidnapped her against her will, Harry asked. See, that's a great example, Sirius exclaimed. It takes a few elements of truth, twists them, and makes the result be the opposite. Yup, Remus agreed. It is true that Snape and Lily grew up knowing each other and were friends, at least until they got to school. Then she could compare Snape alongside other boys his age and quickly lost all interest, except for a little Florence Nightingale thing where she maintained minimal relations hoping to redeem him. Ha, Sirius snorted. Snape never wanted to be redeemed. Any contact she gave him, he took as proof that she loved him. Any time she pulled back, he took that as proof that someone else was influencing her and he sought that influencer to get revenge. He grew more and more domineering and she pulled back more and more. No wonder she eventually had to seek protection by going to us Marauders, even though at first she thought little of James. She told me once, Remus offered, that if this had been the Muggle world, she'd simply have gotten a restraining order to keep Snape away. But, in the magical world, not being from a pureblood family, she couldn't get anything like that, nor did she have a family to duel him for her. So she ended up with her own personal stalker, who just would not go away. Agreed. And if what he felt for her was love, then I am a hippopotamus, Sirius exclaimed. All eyes went to him and hovered there for a moment, as if checking to see if he were a hippo. No, seriously, Sirius grinned, appreciating the joke of their looking at him like that. Stalkers do not love their targets. They want to own, control, or possess them. Snape never cared for what Lily wanted. That's why he contributed to a raid aimed at killing her husband and her child and enslaving her. It would have let him, if it had worked rather than killing her and sparing Harry as it did, own her regardless of what she wanted. That's not love. It is the opposite. Love is where you put their needs above your own, where you care more for their well-being than for your own. Snape never felt that about anybody. I feel that way about Hermione, Harry said softly. Yes, pup, that is evident. And I'm glad you've discovered the courage to say so. That's yet another thing that being a stage magician helped with, social courage. Anyway, it is evident that she feels the same way about you. You are lucky to have such a good match, where you are each other's best friends and each want to spend almost all their time with the other. But in our society, the onus is on you to do something about it. He trailed off and there was silence for a moment. Then Sirius perked up and added, unless you'd like an arranged marriage? That could be fun. I could meet with her father to negotiate terms, but I'd be in dog form with a Scrabble board and I could nudge the tiles around on it to spell out the words. I wonder if I could get a doggy-shaped tuxedo so I'd be properly dignified? At that point, everybody was laughing. Harry was shocked the next day to find himself presented with just such a marriage contract, arranged between him and Hermione Granger, along with a magical photograph of Hermione's father shaking hands with Sirius above a Scrabble board on the coffee table in a living room of a perfectly ordinary if upscale Muggle house, with Sirius in dog form and wearing a tuxedo. On seeing Harry's expression, both Marauders laughed until they collapsed, rolling around on the floor together in a tangle. Once they'd calmed down, and Harry had his own shock under control, he asked, in a tremulous voice, while holding out the marriage contract, "This isn't genuine, right? You've pulled a fast one, right? I have nothing against Hermione, but society says scary things about marriage. So I'm conflicted." Sirius and Remus just gave him the widest possible grins as their only response. Harry rushed off to send an owl. He figured Hermione's father could clarify, but the answer he got from Mr. Granger simply read, "Interesting. Do you want to meet to discuss it?" Hermione straightened up from the pensive in which she'd been watching a couple of memories. Harry had been standing next to her, anxiously awaiting her reaction. She wasted no time before moving close and giving him a big hug. She said, "I see what you mean. Any summary you gave or question you asked would have just led to many more questions, confusion, and misunderstandings, which could then take on a life of their own. Harry responded, I knew you'd understand. I can always count on you to be reasonable and supportive, even loyal. So what do we do now? She squeezed harder and continued. First, I want to say thanks for showing me your memories. It's nice to be certain of where you stand. That said, I will point out that I already knew about the contract my dad asked me before signing it. What? Harry pulled back a little to look deep into her eyes. Yes. She smiled and didn't look away or let go. I saw it, thought about it, and said, okay, think about it, we're a good match. We like spending time together. And, conversely, what other close friends do either of us have? Besides, it only takes effect once we reach adulthood, and even then only if we both decide to confirm it again. In the meantime, it does nothing but protect us from other betrothals, which could be quite objectionable, yet still arranged by magical guardians like Dumbledore against our will. Oh, it also makes it illegal for people like Ron and Ginny to give either of us love potions. Not that being illegal really seems to matter at all in the magical world. All that seems to matter is bribery and influence. But still, this should be some protection. That's my Hermione. Always thinking things through, Harry said, then whispered, I love you. I love you too, she responded. They kissed. Sirius Black was walking casually down Diagon Alley, in his disguise as Sid Nelson, the false identity he used when acting as a part-time assistant teacher working with Remus Lupin at Hogwarts. It was a good disguise and had been working well, despite not being completely average and unremarkable to avoid notice.
No, Sirius.
Had to include humorous elements like a comically big nose and a Fu Manchu mustache. Yet despite that, it still worked well. Sirius didn't just suppose that, he knew. He could tell. Nobody around him was suspicious of him, wanted to arrest him, or attack him or flee from him. His tinted sunglasses told him so. They were a result of the project to make a Marauders map 2, aka the Raiders map. As they had worked on that, Harry and Hermione had asked some questions which led in new directions and had resulted in a couple new functions in the map, like showing where people were looking. That had led to the invention of a magic device disguised as an ordinary shirt button, which gave a mental warning when folks were looking at you, which helped a lot in successfully pulling off stage magic, which was often only believable when viewed from a certain direction. And that button had led to the glasses Sirius was wearing now. The right eyepiece was normal, so he could see, but the left eyepiece showed something Hermione had called a heads-up display, or HUD, which only the wearer could see. The HUD showed a Raiders map, which showed the positions, names, facing, and movements of everyone within a certain radius of the wearer, wherever he went. That radius could be zoomed out to 300 feet, at which range it usually only had enough room to display their initials at the spot where they were. Could also be zoomed into as little as 10 feet. That range, it usually had enough display room to show people's full names, where they were looking, and some of their emotional state, primarily whether they were feeling the fight or flight reaction and how powerfully. That was a result of looking into how to include the functions of a faux glass and a sneakoscope. They'd succeeded in those efforts, and his map glasses had those functions, but that had led to the discovery that emotional resonances showed up strongly if you knew how to look for them. They were still developing that further, but it had already led to the ability to detect the fight or flight response. So it was with no concern for his personal safety that Sirius Black, still a wanted man, walked along Diagon Alley in disguise. Not that the map glasses were perfect. No, if he wasn't paying attention, then it would be quite easy for someone suspicious of him, or with intent to harm him, to approach and do so. Sirius made a mental note to look into adding some sort of alarm to warn about that, maybe within a certain perimeter. But for now there was no danger because Sirius was paying close attention to the HUD. After all, it was the real reason for today's walk down Diagon Alley. Well, okay, it was most of the reason. Harry had also asked him to stop in at the used bookstore because Hermione's birthday was approaching. He'd found some great books for her too, which Harry had approved of when Sirius called him via their little handheld mirrors which allowed two-way conversations with audio and video functions. Sirius had also found 5 books for himself and Remus, which were looking exciting. One was about making magical paintings. 2 of the books were on the making of Quidditch balls and animated chess pieces for wizard chess. Those were subjects they had been exploring ever since Remus joined Sirius and Harry in Las Vegas to learn stage magic, at first helping Siegfried and Roy with their act, and then later being their opening act and learning from them all the while. That job had been lots of fun, but before it, Remus had been working for someone who made Quidditch balls and wizard chess pieces. So he'd learned some things there and talked about his recent experience, and that had given him and Sirius some ideas which they were still exploring. The last 2 books Sirius was excited about were titled The Independent Wizard Volumes 1 and 2. Volume 1 was all about how to go into some area of wilderness, such as government-owned land they were not doing anything with, and build a self-sustaining home, farm, and ranch there. It was complete with the specific spells you would need to hide it from muggles, ward it, build it, and animate tools and helpers so that things just worked. For instance, with half a dozen very simple statues based off of wizard chess pieces, you could have fresh eggs just show up daily in your kitchen with no effort from you. The statues were very limited but could do a little. Normally, in wizard chess, they took an action, moving and attacking. When commanded, based on a set of rules, no going beyond the board limits, and each piece could only move certain ways. The animated statues taking care of the chicken coop were similar. They knew only a little but could take certain simple actions based on certain rules. One animated statue fed the chickens, one watered them, one collected the eggs, one collected their waste, and a couple attacked anything in the coop that was not supposed to be there. Similar animated statues could take care of pigs or other animals. And other animated statues could handle planting, weeding, watering, and other garden tasks, though it took several for weeding, since each could only recognize one kind of plant. So you planted your garden in squares with only one kind of plant in each square. Then you showed that plant in all its stages of growth to the statue responsible for weeding that square, and it would uproot all plants in that square but the one kind of plant you wanted there. Sirius was intrigued, but didn't like farms, since animals smelled. So he was more intrigued by Volume 2, which gave all the same kinds of information, but focused on a city dweller. With Volume 2, you could have a bachelor pad or small apartment anywhere you liked, even on the front lawn of your favorite pub or club, and the owners would never notice. Volume 2, subtitled The Independent Wizard Condo, basically said find an oak tree in the spot you like. If there isn't one in that spot, it told you how to plant one and magically aid and speed its growth. It included all the spells you needed to get the tree to a strong, healthy, mature state and as large as you wanted it. Then it included the spells you'd need for hiding it from muggles, warding it, etc., and putting a hidden house up in its branches. For the house, it recommended starting with a magical tent, since many of those were already set up with all you'd need to live, and had quite a bit of magically expanded space in them. The book gave the spells you'd need to make a house from such a tent, or from a magic trunk, or even from nothing. In the end, you arrived at about the same place, a large healthy oak tree with something hidden in its branches which, outwardly, was about the size of a phone booth or small closet, but which, inside, was a full apartment with as much space and as many amenities as you chose. It included a red carpet walkway which was normally rolled up, but which could drop at your command, let you step on it and be lifted up to your apartment. It also included spells for disillusioning yourself so you would not be seen coming or going, and spells for shrinking a broomstick to keep in your pocket as an alternate way of getting up to your condo in the tree. What's more, both books addressed other aspects of independence than just shelter. The farm or ranch obviously included ways to grow food and feed yourself. But, surprisingly, the condo did too. It said that a mature oak tree could easily make 1,000 pounds of acorns per harvest, that most people only eat about 400 to 500 pounds of food every year, and that humans have probably eaten more pounds of acorns through all of history than wheat. So the book included spells for getting additional harvests of acorns, and for automatically gathering and processing acorns. Some removed the hulls, others removed the tannic acid so they lost their bitter taste. That tannic acid could then be used for things like tanning leather, and sold to those who so used it. Or it could be magically composted with the acorn hulls to make fertilizer for your tree. The book gave a couple approaches you could choose, but either way you cast a few spells which it gave when setting up the condo, and from then on, processed acorns just showed up in your pantry, and stayed good forever because that had a preservation spell on it. There were spells for turning acorns into bread and other things. Or they could be traded. Or they could be brewed into beer, several different forms of it, in fact, which it said tasted something like bourbon or plums. Sirius had plenty of money, but it was risky to try to get at it while he was a wanted man. So the idea of a hideout or several that could not only house him, but also feed him and provide him with barter goods was very appealing. And that reminded Sirius of the main reason for today's walk down Diagon Alley. He was using the map glasses to search for Peter Pettigrew, who, if he could be brought in alive, would prove Sirius's innocence. He'd started that search by walking all the halls of Hogwarts, at first holding the Raiders map, then wearing the map glasses. He'd gone over every inch of the castle and then the grounds twice. Pettigrew was not there, so Sirius had systematically expanded his search. Pettigrew had spent a dozen years with the Weasleys as their pet. That indicated that he would probably be inclined to continue just lazing around, achieving nothing, while hiding with magicals and having them support him either as a pet or, at need, sneaking out and stealing scraps like a real rat. So Sirius had searched all of Hogsmeade Village and its nearby surroundings twice. Now he was just finishing up doing the same kind of search of Diagon Alley and the nearby Nocturne Alley, and he would keep searching all the magical places, like the Ministry of Magic and Godric's Hollow, and then even walking by every private magical residence, until he found his target. Harry Potter Stage Magician Chapter 3. Harry Potter trudged along a hallway, on the way to Dumbledore's office, making his plans. He had clearly said he didn't want to go, which was why Minerva McGonagall was marching along behind him, to make sure he went. Once before, Harry had tried going along meekly, to let the old windbag have his say and get his satisfaction. It hadn't gone well. Sirius had warned him that it wouldn't, but the summons had come after the end of that first potions class where so many things had gone wrong for Snape, and though Harry had been provably innocent because Sirius and Remus, under disguises, had been the active agents that time, he figured that he might avoid further escalation if he let Dumbledore yell at him. Turned out that Dumbledore didn't yell. Instead, he had a very potent, "I am so disappointed in you" vibe, which he could turn up to levels that seemed like they could almost melt the stone walls. That, plus ignoring anything anybody but himself said, and spouting plenty of vague generalities about the way things ought to be done, strongly implying that he, Dumbledore, was right and everybody else was sadly flawed, had made that interview miserable. Harry cast his mind back and recalled the scene. Dumbledore had started in like a kindly grandfather disappointed in the young miscreant standing on the opposite side of the desk. Harry had tried to reason with him, but Dumbledore had not listened beyond the minimum necessary to try to use Harry's own arguments against him, usually using them to imply that Harry's was a rebellious attitude. Harry hadn't started that way, but Dumbledore had certainly created that situation. So as Dumbledore droned on and on, Harry grew more and more sure that trying to please this old man was pointless. Thankfully, that interview with Dumbledore had not been entirely wasted. Harry was no longer just an abused child, easily cowed by authority figures anymore. This summer had provided a wealth of healing for his young psyche, as he had literally been subject to roars of adulation from huge crowds for things he'd actually done. Praise for his own accomplishments for the first time in his life had done wonders, as had the encouragement from his uncles Sirius and Remus, as, admittedly, had the approval of the consummate professionals they'd worked for on those stage routines. Dumbledore was no longer the only adult to have offered Harry a shred of approval anymore. Raise up a child in an environment without love, and he'll be loyal to the death to the first person to offer him a shred of affection, was the chilling quote Harry's therapist had pointed out to him. Well, no more. Harry now had a sense of self-worth that was not dependent upon Dumbledore, and his physical health was also much improved, which, in turn, increased his confidence. Sirius had taken them both to a magical healer early in the summer, and both had been prescribed an extensive regimen of potions to repair past damage to Harry from extended and extensive abuse by the Dursleys, and to Sirius from his stay in Azkaban. Both had benefited greatly, but Harry more so, since he was still a growing boy and the healing had reversed plenty of stunting and impairments from malnutrition and poorly healed broken bones, among other things. Then he also had training in stage magic, which gave him even more confidence, among other things. So he knew better than to stand there and take the old man's verbal and emotional abuse like a disobedient servant tied to a whipping post. Now he knew how to act, even overact when needed. So he had squirmed around over the first 10 minutes, long enough for Dumbledore to prove that he was not going to listen to anything Harry said, nor let up for a moment on his attempt to crush Harry's spirit. Then Harry had begun using that acting training to give the old man what he'd apparently wanted. Harry had begun to react to each new accusation or put down as if being struck a physical blow by the headmaster. At first merely flinching, then soon he'd reeled back and forth, until finally he was stumbling about the room as if attempting to escape the beating of an unseen opponent, in reacting to the headmaster's words. The headmaster had not wanted to legitimize that behavior by giving it official recognition, so had ignored it and kept up his diatribe as if Harry had been sitting still. That had given Harry the opportunity to overact even more. Harry had soon portrayed himself being tossed about by the headmaster's insults, put-downs, and "I'm so disappointed in you" phrases as though he were a 4-year-old being flung about the room by an angry Uncle Vernon. Of course, that was all a ruse. But while acting out the servant beaten by the master, routine Harry had crashed into furniture, bounced off of bookcases, and generally been thrown about the room interacting with everything, and thanks to his training in stage magic, he was an accomplished pickpocket who never wore anything without having added magically expanded pockets to it first. During that first 10 minutes of Dumbledore's diatribe, Harry had begun squirming about uncomfortably in part as his excuse to get a good look at everything in the room. Every book, every magic trinket, doodad, or decorative collectible, down to the dish of lemon drops on the headmaster's desk. Looking at anything but the headmaster, as if overcome with shame, offered a wealth of opportunities to look at everything else. Standing there like a beaten child, with his hands in his pockets and his eyes downcast when they weren't flitting about during his squirming, had given the boy ample time to transfigure, stealthily like a stage magician does things, so the audience does not notice it. Temporary replacements for those things he'd observed, too, using the supply of a few hundred marbles and scarves he kept around as tools for tricks. So every time Harry reacted as though Dumbledore's insults had smashed into him with enough force to rock him off his feet and send him careening about to crash into a bookshelf, he had used that motion, under concealment from his outflung robes, to sweep a shelf clear of books, or whirring silver trinkets or whatever, then swiftly replace them with transfigured fakes under the act of staggering back to his feet. Harry had no doubts that an accomplished master of transfiguration like the headmaster could have spotted those fakes if he'd looked at them, but he hadn't. His attention was wholly focused on Harry. The whole art of stage magic lay in keeping the attention of your audience exactly where you wanted it to be at all times. And during that summer Harry had discovered he had a natural talent for it. In the 40 minutes Harry had used for his "your harsh words are as blows to me" routine, he'd robbed that old man blind. Dumbledore's response had been to studiously ignore Harry's antics, trying to not grant them the attention they so evidently sought, while continuing to skin Harry alive verbally in a way that pretended genuine concern for the boy and honest attempts to help him by correcting him. Harry had ended his performance by going into a driven mad by pain act, smashing apart art, sending bookcases crashing down with great shoves, flinging about chairs until there was enough. Destroyed furniture. Even Dumbledore took notice, and when the old man paused and let up on his diatribe of emotional abuse, Harry had used that pause as the excuse to come to himself, and drop that act, changing to one more contrite. Harry had blinked as if in realization, shaken himself, gazed about the office as if both surprised and ashamed over his own doings, then bowed his head, heaved a great sigh, and while tears of remorse, fake ones, applied during that moment of having his head bowed, and from a bottle he kept in one of his pockets, poured down both cheeks, appeared to pull himself together. Straightening his tie, he'd said, "Here, by way of apology, let me clean up that mess," drawn his wand and used the spell to vanish everything he'd broken, which was all of the transfigured contents, plus quite a bit of broken furniture, before hugging the headmaster, and limping out of the office, the picture of a broken spirit, leaving the old man to gape over his now empty room. The only things left unbroken in the whole office had been his desk, and strangely the dish of lemon drops he kept on it. On his way down the stairs, Harry had begun to consider what he was going to do with the headmaster's wand, which he had pickpocketed from the old man, along with the rest of the contents from his pockets, during that hug while acting contrite. Harry had also slipped a hand in one pocket to swish about the headmaster's original lemon drops. He idly wondered if the old man would catch the switch, or even notice the change to the new, potion-improved ones he'd left in their place. Harry had looked forward to proving to Sirius and Remus that he'd won their bet and successfully switched the lemon drops. After that meeting with Dumbledore, Sirius had faithfully settled the lemon drop bet, and then had spoken at length. He explained that Dumbledore saw himself as infallible and that, in essence, Dumbledore was the most successful con man the world had ever seen, since he successfully passed himself off as a good guy, even their leader, while in fact he was lying, cheating, sacrificing his own minions, and generally playing chess with everybody else's lives. Sirius had cited his own experience as an example. He'd gone to prison despite being innocent, and Dumbledore was really responsible for that. Dumbledore was responsible because he had the truth which would have exonerated Sirius, and yet had withheld it. Specifically, Dumbledore had cast the Fidelius over the Potter's home, and so he automatically knew the real secret keeper was Pettigrew, not Sirius. Worse, Dumbledore had testified to the opposite, that Sirius was the secret keeper. He had lied to send an innocent man to jail without a trial, so that he could get Harry's godfather out of the way and thus get control of Harry for himself. Or rather, to retain control of Harry. Dumbledore had already, quite illegally, taken control of Harry the night his parents had died, days before Sirius was accused of anything. And he'd done that despite Sirius working for him, as a member of the Order of the Phoenix, all of whom served together under Dumbledore in opposing Voldemort. There had been loyalty there, which Dumbledore had betrayed. Further, Dumbledore had also betrayed the political offices he'd held, the duties of which should have required him to make sure a fair trial was held for anyone accused of a crime. In fact, Dumbledore was a kidnapper, plain and simple, by the laws of the land they lived in. Remus had had to stop Sirius around that point, saying, "Sirius can go on for hours about this and other things. Let's not get him really wound up." The summary is that Dumbledore is an evil conman and not to be trusted with anything. And don't look into his eyes, or he'll illegally read your mind, Sirius had reminded. End flashback. Harry had taken the lesson to heart, and so had no interest in whatever Dumbledore wanted with him this time. McGonagall seemed to have picked up on that attitude, something Harry would have to work on hiding better. And that was why she was marching along just behind him, keeping an eye on him to make sure he went. Harry grinned to himself. She was keeping an eye on him, but stage magicians were used to fooling people despite them having both eyes fixed firmly on them. And he judged his opportunity was almost here. He touched the unremarkable-looking button in his pocket for reassurance. It was a recent invention by the Marauders. To disguise its importance, it looked like a button which had fallen off your shirt. It had come about because Sirius and Remus had been telling Harry about the old Marauders map, and had been mourning the fact that neither of them knew what had become of it. Harry had said, "Well, make a new one then. The hardest part is knowing how, and you were both involved with making the first one, so I'm sure you have some information about how to make even the parts you were not directly involved with. Plus, you know a lot more about magic now than you did then." Remus had face-bombed, but Sirius had taken it to the next level and executed a pratfall. To show, that should have been obvious. Why didn't I think of it? So they'd made Marauders Map 2, aka the Raiders Map, suggesting that the Marauders had now clearly reformed into a new group and should call themselves the Raiders. Map 2 had a couple added features, chief among which was that it not only showed where everybody in the castle was, it also indicated with a small tinted cone where they were looking. As stage magicians, it always helped to know where folks were looking. The buttons had then been suggested as simple receivers for that same information. They were simple buttons, as if a button had fallen off your shirt and you had it in your pocket until it could be sewn on again. But once activated with the right command words, the buttons told you audibly, using a special privacy charm so only you could hear it, who was looking in your direction. With different command words, you could filter that information so only those behind you or to one side and looking at you were pointed out. Could even tell you who would be looking at you if you were at a certain spot, a place you looked at and coughed a certain way. And it could combine filters. So Harry already knew that the only person currently looking at him was McGonagall, who was just behind him, and that once he reached a certain point next to a pillar just ahead, it would still only be McGonagall looking at him. Harry groaned, clutching his stomach and staggering a little, saying, "Professor, suddenly I don't feel so good." Before she could respond, he staggered far more dramatically, slamming into the stone wall lining the right side of the hallway. From there, he stumbled back into the middle of the hallway, then sank to all fours under his billowing robes. McGonagall rushed to his side as his robes kept billowing and shrinking in on themselves. She reached him, grabbed the hem of his robes, and used that grip to toss the robes aside, thinking to reveal Harry so she could look into what was wrong. But what she revealed was a white dove, there alone in the center of where Harry's robes had lain. While the professor was focused on that, Harry made his escape. He had gone invisible inside his robes while facing the stone wall, then sent the robes, partially animated and with a few other tricks, stumbling back into the hallway while he remained in place, silent and invisible. 2 hours later, when Harry knew Dumbledore was in a Wisengamot meeting, Harry showed up at McGonagall's office and she asked, "What happened?" When asked, he said he must have passed out and remembered nothing of the intervening time until now. McGonagall had said Dumbledore was unavailable right now, but had wanted to caution him about his behavior. She added that now Harry would be in trouble for being an unregistered Dove-animagus. Harry responded, "But Professor, I'm not a dove and am not unregistered. That's illegal. I'm registered as this." And then he changed into his animagus form, a 9-foot-long white tiger, which filled most of McGonagall's office until he turned back a moment later. He listened with only half an ear to her prattling on after that, while he reviewed fond memories. Sirius knew how to be an animagus and had been tutoring Harry in it as they, and Remus, learned all that the stage magicians Siegfried and Roy could teach them. White tigers were a big part of Siegfried and Roy's act, so it should have been no surprise when Harry succeeded at becoming an animagus and his form turned out to be a white tiger. It had helped the act by adding some elements and switches that normally would have been impossible. Near the end of McGonagall's short lecture, she also urged him not to saw Hermione in half again in the common room, or anywhere else. It had disturbed the other students and some whispered that it was dark magic. When McGonagall got done, she finished by sending Harry to the hospital wing for a checkup. He went without objection. He'd had lots of medical checkups and they'd never hurt him, and it was a lot better than visiting Dumbledore again. Plus, he never got tired of vision tests, now that his vision was perfect after that summer's course of potions. Though he still wore his glasses, for a couple reasons. First, it was always good to let your opponents underestimate you. And second, Remus had, while keeping their appearance the same as that of ordinary glasses, built a set of omnioculars into them, so everything he saw could be recorded at need without anybody knowing it was happening. Hogwarts was, at times, more like a gladiatorial event in a Roman Colosseum than a school, and it could potentially be a big help to be able to prove what had really happened. "Hello everyone and welcome to the first meeting of the Independent Living Club." Remus, standing next to Sirius, who was in disguise as assistant teacher Sid Nelson, announced to the group of about 20 students standing before him on the lawn outside Hogwarts, near the lake. "Please help yourself," he continued, "to the treats on the table there. We have donuts, beer, from which the alcohol has been removed, crackers and slices of bread with various optional toppings such as butter, jam, cheese, and those 3 jars," he gestured, "which contain 3 different spreads you can put on bread. There's something the Americans call peanut butter, which they make by smashing peanuts and I find disgusting. Then there's Nutella, which we make by smashing hazelnuts, I think, and then wisely add chocolate powder too. It's very nice. And the 3rd spread I'm not going to identify quite yet, but it's similar to the other 2 smashed nuts. And you can see I'm having it on my slice of bread. Please sample a couple of these things. Even if you are not hungry, it's relevant to today's club lesson." The students, mostly Harry's friends and those who they'd encouraged to come, moved up to the table and everybody spent a few minutes munching and commenting on the unusual, but appetizing, food. After that, Remus cleared his throat to regain their attention, then held up an acorn and announced, "I'm sure you all recognize this as an acorn, the seed from which oak trees grow. We're now going to learn a spell to do that in a hurry." Hagrid the groundskeeper said a line of oak trees would go very well here in this spot, and gave us permission to plant them. Planting them and growing our trees will be the first lesson in independent living. This club will be very focused on specifics. We're not going to spend time on theory or on broad categories of things. We have one spell for growing oak trees, which you will all learn today. Then we move on to other specific things without spending time on growing other trees or plants. This is all explained, Sirius added, holding up a book. In this book, titled The Independent Wizard, Volume 2, which we will be referring to frequently. In short, it tells you how to live independently by growing an oak tree, setting up a hidden treehouse in it, and living off of what it produces. You may think that sounds like a bad idea, but remember that, at worst, it gives you options. It's always good to have options. Remus held up a donut and said, "You may also think that eating acorns can't possibly work. They're too bitter. Well, we learn a spell for removing and composting the tannic acid that makes them bitter, and the result is a fairly tasty acorn, one that can be ground into flour that is comparable to wheat flour and can be used to make bread. In fact, the donuts like this one, the bread, the crackers, and the third jar of spread on the table here, as well as the beer, are all made from acorns. Appreciative murmurs came from several students. SIRIUS commented, "Yes, that's why we didn't tell you it was all made from acorns at first, so you'd give it fair consideration and note that it's actually pretty good. And as for fair consideration, I note that many of you did not seem very excited about having options, so I ask this. Do any of you know how many job opportunities are available in the wizarding world?" Hermione's hand went up. SIRIUS nodded to her, and she said, "Not many. Most shops in Diagon Alley are run by their owners, with fairly few hired clerks, waiters, and similar support staff. Then there are a few more jobs available to curse breakers, healers, dragon handlers, and other highly trained or dangerous roles like that. And a few work at enchanting brooms, Quidditch balls, and so forth. But mostly people just try to work for the Ministry of Magic." "Too true," SIRIUS replied. "Now tell me, who here is excited to work long hours for low pay under an unappreciative boss, and with co-workers who dump all of their work onto you if they're purebloods? Or who are just as oppressed as you are if they're not pure-blooded?" No hands went up. "Not many like to talk about it," SIRIUS went on. "But that is the reality at the ministry. Incompetent purebloods get jobs and promotions there easily and do little if any work, while only a few of the best non-purebloods get jobs there, and they are basically treated as slaves, inferiors who are there to do all the work. It isn't rewarding or glamorous. But for most, it's their best hope of getting a job other than waiter or shop clerk, and there aren't enough of those to go around either. So there are just not many options. So this club," Remus took up the spiel, "will give you another option. Independent living. We'll go through volume 2 of the text, showing you how to make and outfit a treehouse, hide it from muggles, ward it, and set it up to take care of itself. That may sound like a lot, and if it were broadly focused, it would be. But we won't be looking at warding, for instance, generally. Rather, we will learn 3 specific spells, which, when cast, will make things good enough for your day-to-day use of your treehouse. We won't look at general enchanting, but we will learn a few specific spells to automate collection and processing of your acorns. With an operational treehouse, you can then live there, supported by it, and by trading away excess acorn products, and therefore not need a job at all. You can then work for yourself, pursuing whatever your interests may be, whether they bring in any income or not." Neville asked, "But eating just acorns sounds pretty bad, and what would you do for clothes when those wear out?" "I mentioned trade," Remus answered. "I see the plates of donuts are empty. We expected that, which is why we put under them the receipts we got for selling 3 kinds of acorn beer, some acorn pretzels, and some acorn flour to 3 pubs and a bakery. Look them over and see how much you can get for this stuff. And keep in mind that, at this stage, those businesses are taking a risk, since they don't know if there will be any demand for acorn products or not. So the prices are lower to reflect that. Yet, even at these prices, you'll have the money to cover your needs for things like bacon and clothes." In effect, SIRIUS added, "This gives you the option to live as a rich pureblood does, spending your time doing what you love within limits. You won't be able to afford going to expensive parties or wearing all the latest fashions and that kind of rot. But you could," he nodded towards Ron Weasley, "sleep late, play Quidditch all day and chess all evening. Or," he nodded towards Hermione, "spend your time researching new things, writing books about them, and maybe crafting new types of enchanted things. The sky is the limit." Now they had the kids' attention, and Remus added, after mastering volume 2 of the text, "We'll start with volume 1, which is a bit more complex. Consider a treehouse as your flat, or condo as the Americans call it, in the city or anywhere else you like. Volume 1 covers country living, and includes how to raise chickens, pigs, and such without any effort after the initial enchantments, plus how to garden or farm with very low effort, and also how to find an unused bit of government land, ward it so they don't notice it's gone, and set up a farm or ranch there. It takes more setup time, but would be a much more comfortable income once done." Some of the class cheered. "Right." SIRIUS acknowledged. "Now that you know where we are going, let's begin. I'll show you the spell for planting an acorn and growing it about 1 season's worth of growth. Then we'll each cast it on our own acorns and grow them, via casting it several times to whatever size you like." Half an hour later, 23 large stately oak trees stood in a line, as well as one that was only 3/4 the size of the rest, and one that was best described as odd, which had been grown by Luna Lovegood. It looked like a lollipop with a straight tall trunk completely free of branches for the first 40 feet. Then a perfectly spherical bushy top. Oak trees don't normally look like that, and nobody was quite sure how she'd done it. But they did know how Neville had grown the 3/4 scale one. At first he'd been unable to make the spell work at all, despite doing everything right. Then Remus, who had a widely varied professional background, had recognized that Neville's wand used unicorn hair as its core, which makes for a wand very loyal to its owner and rarely any use to others. He'd then inquired, found out it had been Neville's father's wand, and had Neville try Remus' own spare wand. Remus had explained, "The core of my backup wand is a wing feather from an American Southwest Thunderbird. Those are a little weaker for charms and transfigurations, but stronger for any spells involving fire, lightning, wind, or explosions. But the main difference is that, while unicorn hair wands are loyal to their owners, Thunderbird feather wands are the opposite. They work equally well for anybody. That's a good property to have in a backup wand, since you're as likely to loan it to a teammate as to use it yourself." Neville had tried Remus's backup wand and it had worked. His acorn had sprouted and grown into a 6-inch high seedling with his first try. His follow-on attempts had gotten even better and he'd grown a respectable tree in the time he'd had remaining. The only reason it was still shorter than the rest was because he'd run out of time. Remus had sent off 2 Patronus messages, one to Ollivander and one to Neville's grandmother, to get him an appointment to get a new wand as soon as possible. Then he'd taken over from Sirius, who'd been trying to help Ron Weasley. Remus looked over the boy's work, which made it plain the youngest Weasley boy was not accustomed to putting much effort into anything. After half an hour of casting, he still did not know the spell, having obviously never learned how to get incantations or wand motions right. If they did not work for him on the first attempt, the boy had evidently given up, decided that the spell was stupid, or otherwise excused his lack of more effort. Given those bad habits, it was not surprising that even when he'd wanted to learn a spell, he was out of practice on how to improve his casting of it. Deciding that this would require more effort on his part fixing than they had time for, Remus patted Ron on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, lad. I'm sure you'll master the spell by next time." Sirius was already addressing the rest of the class. "Now you may be surprised to learn that this one spell has already granted you a surprising amount of freedom. Because, as you all know, a great many things are built of wood, so people pay money for lumber which comes from trees. So you could, with nothing more than the spell you have just learned, grow trees, learn to harvest them and sell to magicals or muggles the lumber they produce to earn a very comfortable living. What's more, the wood from these trees you've grown is particularly high quality, as it has not had time for insects or rot or the usual blights to set in, creating flaws in the wood. What you've got here is stout, English oak of a very high quality, long, straight-grained, and blemish-free, ideal for furnishings and any number of uses, like enchanted school trunks. Further, this wood is as tall, straight, and wide as you choose to grow it. Just look at Luna's tree. These features make it unusually valuable for large beams used in expensive manor houses and such something rare and hard to find in the wild. Also useful for the major components of magical ships still used by some for long-distance transportation." He chose to end his spiel there when he saw McGonagall had exited the castle and was rapidly approaching the group. Sirius took Harry aside and whispered, "It looks like it's time for today's summons to Dumbledore's office. Do you want me to switch places with you so you can turn into a dog on the way there? Or are you ready for one of the more amusing escapes?" The latter, a smiling Harry, said, "Watch this." McGonagall arrived, and declared in a no-nonsense fashion, "Harry Potter, come with me to the headmaster's office." Then she took hold of Harry's collar and started back towards the castle. A couple dozen steps later, Harry tripped and fell down a rabbit hole, shrinking to rabbit-sized as he fell, and calling out for help as he shrank, before disappearing into the hole. The stunned McGonagall was left holding his robes by the collar, but with no Harry present. "Oh, well done," whispered Sirius under his breath. "I didn't even see the switch and I knew what to look for." Remus had been answering questions, and was now comforting Ron again. "Picture it, lad, you and a few friends with time on your hands because you live in tree houses could even do things like get involved with the Chudley cannons." "How?" Ron's face went from petulant and stubborn to hopeful in a moment. "Every team needs to practice," Remus replied, and full practice games are a valuable part of that. But the Cannons haven't got enough players to split into 2 practice teams and practice against each other. Nor have they got much money to hire folks to practice against. So if you and your friends show up and offer to help them practice, for free, they'd likely accept. They get extra practice, you and your friends get to play more and probably learn some professional moves while doing so. Think how easy it would be for them, as they get to know you and see what you can do, to even bring you on as a regular teammate. It's doable if you have the time, and you'll have that if you have a treehouse. You don't even have to remember the treehouse spells long term, just long enough to get the thing set up in the first place. You can do it. Ron's eyes gleamed with excitement. He shook Remus's hand and rushed off towards the castle and his last class of the day. Hermione, passing near Remus, whispered, "I can't believe it, you actually found a way to make Ron want to study." At least a little. Remus turned to look at her and said, "Miss Granger, would you stay back for a moment, please?" She nodded and stopped while the last few other students headed towards the castle. Remus put up a quick privacy ward so they wouldn't be overheard, then continued, "Thanks, Hermione. We are working on some extra protections to carry around. One of them works best as a locket. The problem is, guys don't wear lockets, except when their girlfriends give them to them." Sirius broke in. "In that case we're obligated to, and other guys will understand, though we still can't wear heart-shaped ones or other cutesy stuff. They have to look at least a little manly." "Yes," Remus confirmed, then took out a plain jewelry case and popped it open. So, you see, fairly simple design. A mirror-finished silver lightning bolt for Harry, very manly, and it matches his scar, but a little wide and thick so it can open like a locket. Open, and it has your portrait on one side, Harry's parents on the other. No pranks, because that would take away the point of wearing it. If it made you uncomfortable or made you look buffoonish, no one would wear it, and if you are not wearing one of these it won't protect you." Sirius added. "Yes," Remus agreed. "Prank truce on all protective gear." "Marauder's honor." "Marauder's honor," Sirius echoed. "We've got a heart-shaped one of these with Harry's portrait for him to give to you, and Remus and I are going to pop out for an hour or so, after our last class today, to hire actresses to act in scenes where they give their boyfriends, us, the lockets we are going to wear. Mine is shaped like Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, and Remus gets one that looks like a Roman eagle battle standard. Very manly, and even if questioned under Veritaserum, we can say, yes, we got these from our girlfriends. Not that we ever expect that to happen." Remus rolled his eyes. "But it's good to be prepared," Sirius interjected. "After all, sometimes you don't expect to get thrown into Azkaban either. And for that purpose, these lockets do several protective things, which we will explain later, because otherwise you'll be late to your next class." Remus eyed several students of his next period who had begun to gather outside of the castle, and were now approaching, though still at a comfortable distance away from the line of new oak trees where the 3 were still standing. Hermione gave both older men a firm nod and began to walk briskly back to the castle, tucking the small jewelry box she was to give to Harry into the inner pocket of her book bag. Sirius, in his role as assistant, had already begun preparing things for today's lesson. He transfigured some rocks to get the right terrain for the 480 BC Battle of Thermopylae, then had opened a trunk containing several hundred modified chessmen, 300 to represent the Spartans, and a few hundred more to be the front ranks of the Persian army. The 2-inch-tall chessmen responded to verbal orders and so set themselves up while Sirius started arraying 300,000 acorns behind the Persian front ranks, to represent the rest of their army, which original sources said was well over 1 million men, but which modern historians quibbled about and said was, at most, about 300,000. Class would start with asking the students what they would do if they'd been in charge. Then they'd have the chessmen depict any interesting ideas the students came up with, after which they'd depict the real battle. Then Sirius, dressed as Zeus, and Remus, dressed as Xerxes, would fight a duel representing the magical battle that happened after the famous non-magical battle. Then they'd discuss how the results of the battle still affected the world they lived in now, among which was the potential to have had totally different cultural influences, down to and including having their oldest spells based on bad approximations of the Persian language, rather than the really bad Latin pidgin it currently was. While Sirius was setting up, Remus held himself in a professional manner as he started answering questions about the new oak trees from his history class students, who were showing up in increasing numbers. There was a reason that they had used his free period today to hold the first independent living club meeting. They wanted the news about it to get out so more students would join. having the class here, under the new trees, with deep piles of acorns all around, was sparking plenty of questions and would certainly get the news spread wide among the students of Hogwarts. There were even some crackers, slices of bread, and spread to put on them left over from the acorn buffet, and which he allowed the history students to snack on to create more interest in the independent living club. After this last class of the day, he and Sirius would be heading out to the studio to practice the girlfriend scene with a couple of actresses, and get their lockets presented to them. Harry Potter Stage Magician Chapter 4. Harry walked into the room of requirement at the end of the day, and saw that he was the last of their group to arrive. Hermione was reading a book at one table. Remus and Sirius were tinkering with something at another table. As Dobby departed with Harry's charms magnet, Sirius leapt to his feet, cheerfully exclaiming, "Greetings, pup. Now that you're here, it's time to explain the lockets." He stepped over to a lectern set up in front of two mobile chalkboards on little stands with rollers. Each of the tall and wide chalkboards was currently covered by draperies. Harry preempted Sirius' planned presentation by asking, "Nice locket, but aren't there supposed to be pictures inside on both sides? I only see one. A nice one of Hermione's face." Sirius replied, "Let me explain, though it'll take a minute. There actually are two portraits in there. You're being pranked a little, but in a good way." The sound of chuckling came from Harry's open locket. Then a new voice from the same source said, "No, Sirius, you're being pranked." We couldn't wait and already introduced ourselves to Harry. We have been talking with him for hours. The right side of Harry's open locket, which had appeared blank, now showed a magical painting of James and Lily Potter, as the moving portraits stepped back into the formerly empty picture frame. "Welcome back, James," said a teary-eyed Sirius. "Good entrance, by the way." Remus agreed, and intros and greetings went all around. After a few minutes, the portrait of Lily asked Sirius, "How did you do it? We never got around to getting a magical painting made?" All eyes turned towards Sirius and indicated they had the same question. Sirius leapt to his feet, taking his place at the podium, and proudly announced, "Listen well, my friends, to the amazing adventures of Sirius Black, and how he defies the odds to produce wonderful results." All were laughing at Sirius' antics until Hermione asked, "But seriously, how?" "Yes," Sirius exulted. "Seriously is exactly how I did it. By the wise and timely actions of myself, Sirius. Therefore, seriously." More laughing went around, until Hermione's unwavering stare got Sirius to stop playing around and give her the information she'd asked for. In a suddenly somber tone, Sirius said, "The night that James and Lily died, I got there too late to help, arriving just as Hagrid was taking Harry away. Hagrid told me what had happened, and I set off to find the traitor Pettigrew. But I didn't make it far before my brain kicked back in. I recalled that the Potters had only been dead for a few minutes, and that, though the whole body is dead, parts of it keep going until they run out of resources. For example, the fingernails keep growing for 3 days after death. So I figured that it was still worth a try to collect the blood sample that is necessary to make the personality imprint that makes a magical painting like the person it's a painting of. I hurried back and got the biggest samples I could, in hopes that some of it would still be viable. Cast preservation charms on the containers, one from James and one from Lily. Then I sent them off with Mungy, a Potter family house elf I knew, with instructions to keep them safe and preserved. I also told him to keep the various Potter properties maintained for Harry. Then he and I each left. I intended to reclaim and raise Harry as soon as I dealt with Pettigrew. I never got that chance. Recently, not long after Harry and I got back from America, Mungy contacted me asking for an update. One of the results of that was that we used the samples to make magical paintings of James and Lily, including this one. He yanked a cord, and the drapes covering one chalkboard retracted, revealing a large painting of Harry's parents, shown head to toe in life-size, temporarily hanging from the chalkboard's frame. The two-dimensional James and Lily each took a bow. The point of this exercise, Remus, who was in on it all, interjected, is not just to let Harry get to know his parents, nor to let Sirius and I reconnect with our old friends. We're doing all that, plus using some of the features of magical paintings to improve our personal security. Like this, exclaimed the painting of James Potter, as he stepped out of the big portrait frame and into the small frame on the right side of Hermione's open locket. There, He held his upper arms stiffly at his sides, while frantically waving the lower arms, from the elbows down, and saying, in a robotic voice, "Warning, Will Robinson. Warning." Sirius and Remus chuckled, but the joke was too old for Harry or Hermione to get it. Lily's portrait explained, "It's from a TV show from our time, not one worth watching, really." Harry and Hermione nodded thanks. "The point is," Sirius said, "all the portraits of James and Lily are linked so they can move from their own frames to the frames of any of their other portraits. And we now have several, this big one on the wall, plus a small one in the right side of each locket, and a few more we'll place in strategic spots. This allows," Remus took over, "more or less instant communication between us all. All the paintings of the Potters can pass any messages or warnings between each locket wearer, and the other portraits too, which is nice by itself," Sirius continued, "but is awesome when combined with this." He dramatically yanked another cord, and the draperies covering the other chalkboard also withdrew, revealing a grid of mirrors hung on it, each one facing the large Potter portrait on the other chalkboard. "Harry already knows," Sirius continued, "about the enchanted mirrors which the Marauders used for two-way audiovisual communications. These are made using the same techniques. Each of your lockets has a mirror finish front, and that mirror is linked to the top row of mirrors you see here." He gestured at the chalkboard while activating those mirrors. "They're alphabetical, starting with Harry leftmost, then Hermione, then Remus, then me." Sirius continued, "We'll label each one too, or it would get too confusing. The grid of mirrors show that Harry's locket is currently facing Hermione's, and hers is facing him, while Remus is looking at James and I'm looking at the three of you. All of these mirrors are facing the big Potter portrait for a reason. Paintings don't get bored. They're always there, looking out from their frames, and they may as well be doing something. We will have them watching these mirrors, which will act like security cameras. They can pass the word to all of us the moment they see anything threatening or otherwise notable. Sound is also transmitted two-way, though you can turn off the audio pickup at the locket end for when you're visiting the loo or otherwise want privacy. And the audio coming out of the locket end can only be heard by the locket itself and the locket wearer, due to a specialized privacy charm. That way, if you are being surrounded by bullies and the locket warns you, it doesn't also warn the bullies." Remus joined in, "We'll have mirrors like these in our rooms, and any other place we want watched. We even have the clasp at the back of your lockets mirrored, so if you wear the chain up high, above your collar, what's behind you will show on a mirror here and the Potter portrait can watch out for you in that direction too. And look at this," Sirius exclaimed as he hit Remus with a spell that lifted him up by one ankle and dangled him upside down. The sticking charm on the locket keeps it in place so it won't fall off, even in cases like this. It was true, Remus's locket stayed firmly in place, where it would have dangled outside his robes if he'd been right side up. As Sirius let Remus down, the portrait of James joked, "Remus, I hear that, for being dangled upside down like that, you now have the right to cut off his head." They all laughed, having heard the story and recognizing the absurdity. Hermione, who, as usual, missed nothing, asked Sirius, "You said that only I and my locket could hear sounds coming out of it. What did you mean by that?" "I'm glad you asked that, little pup air. Wait, does that, and your being female, make you a puppet?" He laughed and made the illusion of a puppet master's rig above Hermione, with its strings dangling down to her arms, legs and so on. She just stared and crossed her arms, and he maneuvered the illusory puppet master rig, to make it appear that her movements were as a puppet caused by him. Seeing this, she just stood still. Sirius dismissed the illusion, saying "spoil sport," while manufacturing a look on his face that looked so ridiculously glum and gloomy that even Hermione broke out laughing. Then Sirius began again, "I'm glad you asked that, Hermione. It's important. You see, the lockets have several voice-activated functions usable by you, or by the portrait. That's why the locket itself needs to be able to hear what the portraits say. Observe." He nodded to James to ask him to demonstrate. First, Lily said, "Let me mention that we needed a way to let the locket know it was being addressed so it wouldn't react every time certain words came up in conversation. And we wanted something that sounded natural, so, if overheard, it could be dismissed as normal and unimportant. We wanted to use Sirius's name as part of it, since he came up with the things. But that had to be altered since he is still a wanted man. That's how we ended up with this." She nudged James to go ahead and demonstrate. James cleared his throat, then said, Hey Siri, locket 3 open. Remus's locket, which had been closed, opened, displaying 2 portraits. His fake girlfriend and on the left, and James and Lily on the right, who waved hello. Sirius held up a hand, saying, "Now I bet you are thinking what use is that? But wait, there's more. Behold." And again he nodded to James. James said, "Hey Siri, locket 3 retrieve broom 2. On Remus's locket, the portrait of Anne, his supposed girlfriend, moved aside, revealing a space behind like an expanded trunk, out of which something tossed a tiny shrunken broomstick, which expanded to full size as it left the locket. A grinning Remus, who had been expecting that, caught it. Again Lily explained, "This may seem awkward, but he only has to specify locket 3 when more than one locket can hear him. And you can simply say L3 instead, but shortcuts like that would just be confusing if we started with them. It's also not necessary to memorize the shortcuts or commands, because you can personalize them to suit you. Anyway," she continued, "there's an expanded space, like in a bottomless book bag or expanded trunk, inside the left half of the locket. It is only accessible when an authorized person, including our portraits, asks for access. Then the portrait moves aside, revealing the vault, as we've been calling it. We got the idea from the painting guarding the entrance to the Gryffindor dorms. Remus took over. The vault inside the locket has a couple specialized animated chessmen who can pick up desired items and toss them out to you, as well as another portrait of James and Lily to direct those chessmen if more complicated decisions are needed." Sirius exclaimed, "We currently have in them what I've been calling the Azkaban escape kit." He executed a backflip to demonstrate how happy that capability made him. "It has," he continued, while others chuckled, "a file, a hacksaw, a hammer and chisel, something the Muggles call thermite, which burns hot enough to melt steel, several fire starters of various types, a selection of strong acids in glass jars, a few knotted ropes and grapnels, a couple cloth dummies made to look like each of you, and 2 broomsticks, one fast and agile in case you expect to be chased, and the second one a beginner's broom, designed to be easy to hold on to in case you are wounded, exhausted, or otherwise impaired." He posed as if in triumph. Remus took over. "It also has a fake ID, some cash and food, disguise kit, swim fins, spare clothes and shoes, smoke bombs, a flare gun, a canoe, a magical tent with greatly expanded interior space and other amenities, camping gear including hatchet, machete, and filleting knife which can also stand in as weapons at need, 2 spare wands, a faux glass, 3 reusable portkeys, and a couple dozen potions you might need. And the selection on those will improve as we get more brood. But wait, there's more!" Sirius exclaimed again, having fun overacting. Remus took his cue and gave the command this time, "Hey Siri, locket 2 open. Retrieve 2 pawns." Tech. Hermione's locket opened, and 2 tiny chess pawns flew out, expanding to full-sized as they left the locket. Each immediately stepped forwards and attacked the target Remus was pointing at. Harry. The 6-foot-tall solid granite chess pawns were fairly intimidating, except for the large zucchini they stabbed Harry with, smashing those vegetables in the process. Harry stood bemused, brushing off bits of crushed vegetable, while others laughed and Lily explained, "The zucchini are their practice swords for demonstrations such as this. Normally they'd have actual steel swords to go with their large Roman-style shields. They default to protecting you, including blocking incoming spells with the shields or their bodies. But they will attack if ordered, any target you describe verbally or point at or gaze at in that order." Remus said, "The vault in each locket currently has 8 chess pawns like these, 2 each of knights, bishops, and rooks, plus king and queen. We don't have to stick with those numbers, but it was funny and gave a good starting selection." James picked up the explanation. "Each type of piece gives you different options for engaging targets. The rooks ride broomsticks and are armed with swords. They can each take a passenger and go where you direct, as can the other riders. The knights ride animated stone horses and are armed with lances, and the bishops ride broomsticks and are armed with slings. We thought to use bows, but it turned out that slings can shoot farther and hit harder. Not that most folks know that. Lily found it in old history books." Yes, Lily picked up the explanation. "These are slings and not to be confused with slingshots. A slingshot is powered by rubber like thick rubber bands or rubber surgical tubing, which accelerate a projectile when stretched back and released. They are easy to aim and fire, but limited in power and velocity by what the rubber can do. A sling, on the other hand, is a leather pouch with a projectile in it, and two long cords, one extending from each side of the pouch, which you hold in a special way. It is whirled around the head. Once will do, though movies like to show it going around multiple times. You actually gain nothing from that. To give it velocity, then one cord is released to let the projectile fly. The Romans used almond-shaped lead projectiles they called sling bullets. That's where we got the name bullet, by the way. But many sorts of projectiles could be used, from small rounded rocks from a river about the size of your thumb from the last knuckle, on up to rocks the size and shape of eggs, which were favored for their hitting power, if you had the arm strength to use them. They could also throw darts from slings, or small glass or pottery jars of things like flammable oil or acid. Remus added, slings are counterintuitive to aim and so very hard to learn, since tangents to the vector are involved and that kind of thing is outside ordinary experience. But the chess pieces have no intuition and no experience telling them it should work differently, so it is actually easy for them to use these. And they hit hard due to the leverage the cords give you. Most folks could not walk up to a car and lift its front end off the ground, but provided with the right lever, they could do it. The cords act like a lever and multiply the force you can put into these projectiles. The bishops each have a bag of projectiles, mostly egg-sized rocks, but some darts and jars of nasty liquids. And we hope to add to that selection later. Hermione was nodding, and asked, but what about the king and queen? A gleeful Sirius chortled. Gotcha, covered there too. Oh, embodiment of curiosity. He made an illusion of a Cheshire cat peeking over Hermione's shoulder and nodding its head in agreement. James chimed in, the chess king is all about not dying, so we built this one with that in mind. Observe. Hey Siri, locket 4 retrieve chess king. Out of Sirius's locket flew a small figure, which expanded to 6 feet tall and stood at Sirius's side, looking ready for action. Hermione looked at the apparently unarmed king, who was clearly made of wicker rather than stone, and said, forgive me, but I'm not seeing anything that looks very protective except for his watchful and ready attitude. James said, try firing a stinging hex or stunner at Sirius and see. Hermione went ahead and sent both spells at Sirius. As soon as the first spell left her wand, the king reacted. As quickly as a striking snake, his hand dipped into a small pouch, pulling out a small colorful bit of rubber which rapidly expanded into a fist-sized water balloon by the time he threw it at the incoming spell. The king's aim was good. The red water balloon was hit by the incoming stinging hex, and popped in a spray of cold water as the spell destroyed the balloon and was stopped by it. A yellow water balloon followed just as quickly, and intercepted the stunner, blocking it so that Sirius didn't even have to dodge. James said, most spells go off on impact and will stop if they hit a solid object. The water in the rubber balloons is dense enough to count as a solid object, so will stop most spells, though some, like Defendo the Cutting Curse, have good penetrating power and will cut right through it. The bag holds several hundred balloons, which inflate with conjured water the moment they are pulled out. Sirius shivered theatrically, and the water is very cold, for dual use. It's barely above freezing temperature. You can have this guy shut down a bully, for instance. And if getting soaked in cold water isn't enough, the king carries a couple of potions he can throw to instantly freeze any water in about a 5-foot radius. Imagine Draco or Snape frozen solid in a chunk of ice this way. The thought makes me feel all warm and happy inside. Lily said, the king needed fast reactions, so he is made of braided vines instead of stone. Sirius jumped in, and those vines are hops vines, for flavor. We want it to be tasteful, don't you know? And speaking of tasteful, he continued, here's a shortcut I set up. Behold, he pointed at Remus and yelled, off with his head. Sirius's locket opened and out of it flew a small figure that quickly enlarged into a wicker chess queen. It looked like the Queen of Hearts from Alice in Wonderland, but riding a broomstick, carrying bagpipes, and wearing a kilt. It immediately pointed all the pipes on the bagpipes at Remus and squeezed the bag hard. From each of the 5 pipes came a stream of paintballs sized to fit that pipe. These hit Remus and quickly covered him in little splotches of paint in 5 different colors. The paintball streams continued, as the queen continued to pump the bagpipes like she was pumping a bellows, until Sirius gave the command to stop. Remus started cleaning himself as Sirius pointed at a wooden targeting dummy set up in a corner and said, chess queen, kill. The animated wicker woman adjusted a small lever on her bagpipes, pointed all the pipes at the target, and started pumping the bag like it was a bellows. But this time what flew out was sharp steel darts, which embedded themselves deeply into the wooden target until Sirius again gave the command to stop. Remus explained, her ammunition is conjured as it gets used, so she never runs out. Her lethal option is barbed blowgun darts like you see in the target dummy. Her non-lethal option is currently regular paintballs like the Muggles use for practicing combat. But we will be improving on that by loading the paintballs with something more useful than just paint. Maybe some kind of cement that hardens instantly, or maybe something like tear gas, but we haven't decided yet. Sirius grinned and again said, "But wait, there's more. Chess Queen, play." The Queen moved the little lever on her bagpipes to a third position, and they reconfigured a bit until they looked like standard pipes, without the handles to pump them like a bellows nor the air intake for that, and with the pipes pointed in the directions they normally point in bagpipes. She then started playing the bagpipes. Her music sounded awful whether you liked bagpipe music or not. Sirius stopped her quickly and hung his head dramatically as if in shame. "Sorry, we're still working on that part. She'll get better or we'll replace that with another function." Remus said, "The pawns and king default to defense, the rest default to attacking anyone who is attacking you." Hermione asked, "But how useful will they really be?" "I understood that the animated chess pieces are really limited." "They are," Lily answered. "They follow a limited program, do not improvise at all, have no initiative, no sense of self-preservation, no ability to spot weaknesses or take advantage of them, and can't try anything outside the very narrow range of what they know. They do only a certain few things, do it when they are told to, and nothing else." But, James continued, "despite all of that, they still complicate the battlefield for your opponent. For all of their limitations, these things can still contribute both offensively and defensively to your side. If the enemy ignores them, they are quite capable of killing or disabling that enemy. So your opponent must split his attention among threats, and the more he has to do that, the less of a threat he is to you personally." So, in practical terms, Harry chimed in, the chess pieces should be pretty effective in cases where your opponent is easily distracted, like Ron, or dangerously overconfident, like Draco, or not good at thinking, like Crabbe or Goyle. Experienced opponents who expect things to go a certain way, like Professor Flitwick the former duelist, could be caught off guard and put to a serious disadvantage. Even those who are used to real combat, like your average Death Eater, will still have to deal with the chessmen somehow, buying you some time. James laughed. "Yes, but your average Death Eater fits in more of those categories than you think. Most, if not all, of them are arrogant snobs who are certain that they deserve only the best. Anything from second best on down is simply not good enough for them, or so they believe. And when it comes to spells, they think the Killing Curse is the best, so many of them use only that, to the point where it is debatable whether they even remember any other spells. And that arrogance gives us an advantage, it makes them predictable, among other things. Sure, the Killing Curse kills every time it hits, and sure, it ignores shields and there isn't a counterspell for it, but it is hardly unstoppable. A lot of times people just dodge it or block it with transfigured, conjured, or summoned obstacles. Combine that with the fact that it takes a comparatively long time to cast, and you get a situation we often saw in the last war where 3 or 4 Death Eaters can be held off by one opponent, since they're all casting slow Avada Kedavra and the defender is conjuring and dodging as quickly as he can. Unfortunately, Lily added, that was usually not enough, so it tends to get forgotten. The Death Eater's favorite way to attack is with a large number of them surprising a family in the middle of the night, which gives odds much worse than 4 to 1. Something like these chess pieces would really have helped in cases like that, and could probably have killed a few bad guys in each attack, which would add up to solving the problem. Hermione said, "That seems a little bloodthirsty. Wouldn't it be better to stun them and let them stand trial?" Lily responded, "Remember that we died during that war, so forgive us if we're a little focused on how to win such things." She smiled. "And yes, we started with the same idea, that we would be civilized and fight non-lethally so they could be tried and imprisoned. And if not for that, we might have won the war." James snorted, "Yeah, I lost count of how many times I stunned a Death Eater only to have him revived or rescued, to fight again another day. And many more bribed their way to freedom after being arrested. I should have given them what their name demands and let them eat death. Each one dead is one you don't have to fight again." Lily nodded and Remus said, "You are so right." Sirius snorted, "And what kind of a name is Death Eater anyway? It sounds the same to me as Javelin Catcher or Bullet Magnet." Or Remus agreed, red shirt, if you know the Star Trek series. Lily remarked, I think it's a subconscious expression of how Moldy Short sees his minions as disposable and unimportant slaves. That is certainly how he treats them anyway. He's more likely to torture his own followers for some trivial offense than to torture his enemies. It amazes me that anyone, no matter how stupid, lied to, or bigoted, would willingly enslave themselves to such a monster. Yet they did when they took the dark mark. It very thoroughly enslaves them. And now he is coming back, James said in a gloomy tone. That much is clear from the memories that Harry showed us. He almost succeeded with Quirrell and the Philosopher's Stone, then again with the diary possessing Ginny Weasley. And he will keep trying. So we're trying to help you get ready. When Harry showed me that memory, Sirius added, I went looking for information on what that diary could have been. I found some information on Horcruxes, and I believe it was one. And several little details suggest there are more than one. So I've been reading up on them. So he can't be killed? Harry asked. Don't worry about that, James responded. He spent about a decade as a nearly helpless wraith. And even if that is the worst we can do to him, it will do. Such a wraith can only possess a willing target, and that target can still be killed, reducing the wraith to wraith form again. He is hard to defeat in combat, but not impossible. Lily and I faced him 3 times and survived it, and so did the Longbottoms. And if we work hard enough, you too will have that ability if needed. And the lockets are a part of that. Sirius exulted. Behold, Remus again took his cue and said, I have this one on a new shortcut to give an example of what's possible. Then he faced Sirius and said, Go-Go Gadget Swarm. Out of his locket flew a Muggle cookie sheet. But instead of a dozen chocolate chip cookies on it, it had 3 dozen chocolate frogs, some of which partly covered a big red arrow pointing to the front. The cookie sheet expanded as it fell, then landed and stuck in place without bouncing or sliding. When it landed, all the chocolate frogs leapt in the direction the arrow was pointing, right at Sirius, who got hit by about 2/3 of them. Their one big leap spent, the frogs did a few minor hops, mostly hitting Sirius's shins, before running down and stopping entirely. While that was happening, Remus explained, It's a work in progress. They're just regular chocolate frogs for now. But think of the potential when we make them out of something else, like a really thick sticky molasses or something, so they'd stick to the target and weigh him down. Especially, Sirius added, if we add spells like Geminio to duplicate them, or Flagranti to make them super hot. Hermione shuddered at the image, so Remus tried to distract her by saying Go-Go Gadget Snitch. Out of his locket flew a golden snitch, which hovered briefly, then took off and hid in a corner. That one is another work in progress, he apologized. At present, it is just a normal Quidditch ball, but we have plans to modify the basic designs and include some modified bludgers and snitches. Think of the possibilities. An excited Sirius exclaimed, what we start with is a fast, agile flyer that dodges well, has senses enough to do so, and hides well too. Plus it has a recall function for when practice time is over, so it stops running and hiding and you can recover it. There are many possibilities for building on that. For example, we could add audio and visual recording options, something like an omniocular, and get evidence of things like Snape's abuses. Or, instead of a ball, we could animate a hypodermic needle to be like a snitch, except it tries to ram into people like a bludger does. Hermione was curious, how do we add things to the vault? Remus responded, just hold something next to the locket and give the command load locket, or whatever other shortcut you set up, and the thing will get shrunk and summoned in. Harry had been thinking, those frogs could be debilitating and still non-lethal with something Fred and George Weasley invented. They call it the Tung-Tung Toffee, and when eaten, it makes your tongue swell up until it weighs about a ton, the weight of which prevents speech and pins you in place. You may have to meet with them to get a version that works on contact and doesn't need to be eaten, but that seems like a minor change that should be very doable. Very good idea, Pup, enthused Sirius, taking Harry by the hands and dancing around him in a circle to celebrate. That could be marvelous. And we're working on other things too, like permanent notice-me-not charms on the locket itself, since I've been getting funny looks despite how manly my Thor's hammer locket looks. They all laughed. Harry Potter, Stage Magician. Chapter 5. Author's note. I'm reposting this after some minor edits to fix a timeline error. Remus walked into the room of requirements, saw that Sirius, Harry, and Hermione were already there. So he hurried and took a seat. Sirius, in a dramatic tone, began. I've called you all here because I'm going to expose the murderer. Remus replied, You've been saying that at most meetings since we saw that murder mystery movie where they said the same thing. It isn't funny anymore. Sirius pretended to be depressed and melodramatically whined. But this time it's true. The mass murderer really is Moldy Shorts. We all knew that already, but I'm going to expose something very interesting about one of his murders. A murder was used to create this Horcrux. He yanked a cord and the cloth covering the top of the end table next to him was whisked away, revealing a jeweled diadem. Sirius, in a normal tone of voice, continued to review. A Horcrux is created by doing a deed so foul, usually murdering an innocent, that it fragments your soul, whereupon you then bind a soul fragment into an object. While the Horcrux exists, that person's soul is anchored to this reality and can't move on to the next life. And since the soul is still here, it is available to be bound into a new body, which any of several dark rituals can create. So, it makes you hard to kill. They say it makes you immortal, Remus said. And they are wrong, Sirius replied. These were first discovered very, very long ago. So ask yourself why we are not hip-deep in Egyptian pharaohs, and others who wanted to live forever. Hermione ventured, Do they wear out? In a way, Sirius replied, Not the Horcrux, but the soul wears out. In practical terms, the soul basically ages and dies of old age eventually, whether it was anchored here or not. Interesting, Remus replied. Yet a Horcrux is still evil, one of the darkest artifacts there is, and must be destroyed. I know how to destroy it, Harry volunteered. We ran across Tom Riddle's diary in second year. It was a Horcrux, and we destroyed it by stabbing it with a basilisk fang. Good, but hold your horses for a second, Sirius cautioned. The first idea is not the best idea, as some folks teach. It is, by definition, the idea you've thought about the least. Thinking is a good thing, and just going with your first idea eliminates it almost entirely. He paused, then asked, Do any of you recognize what this is, apart from being a Horcrux? The question was all the prompting Hermione needed. She said, It's the lost diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. And do you also know, Sirius continued, what its abilities are? Nobody does, she responded, not in full anyway. But it was said to have powerful magic, much of which is lost to us and so cannot be reproduced. That magic was said to allow you to read books many times faster than normal, comprehend all you read much better than normal, and remember it all perfectly. Her face was shining with excitement at the thought. Correct, I have read those same things. Sirius responded. Remus interjected, As nice as those abilities are, they are lost to us unless we want to give the Horcrux a chance to corrupt us. And that's a very bad gamble. True as far as it goes, but we'll come back to that in a moment. Sirius said, adding, as the saying goes, there are more than one ways to skin a cat. Though, as an aside, I will mention that cat skin is notoriously thin and flimsy, and so has no practical uses I'm aware of. But don't ask me how I know that. He smiled. Anyway, he continued, we have a sort of verification that what we've read about Ravenclaw's diadem is true. When I summoned the Room of Requirement today, I was thinking how nice it would be to have magical assistance of some type in reading and remembering all the books on my to-do list. Just the ones Harry brought from the restricted section of Hogwarts library could take years to go through, for instance. But that wish was on my mind as I summoned the room, and, when I entered, here was the diadem on this end table. Just the fact the Room of Requirement provided it when my need was to read and understand books better serves as a form of confirmation those are among the diadem's powers. But my family has a long history with the darker aspects of magic, so I felt something dark in it and started casting detection and analysis spells, which is why I know it's a Horcrux. Before we do anything else, I want you all to cast those same spells so you get experience recognizing and verifying Horcruxes. This is the second one from Tom Riddle, and given the magical significance of numbers 1, 3, and 7 are the most likely for how many total he created. For a few minutes, Sirius demonstrated spells and everyone else repeated them, until each had verified it was a Horcrux. Okay, Remus said that'll make it easier to find any others. But we still can't let this one corrupt us, no matter how nice it would be to read faster. True, Sirius said, but, as I said, there's more than one way. A Horcrux is dark because part of an evil soul is within it. The whole Horcrux process is dark because some portions of it are dark. Fragmenting your own soul is very dark. Moving that fragment out of you is dark, because a soul is designed to be in a living body. But moving a soul from place to place, once it is outside a body, is not inherently dark. Consider exorcism as an example. You banish a ghost from a place, ideally sending it on to the next stage of existence. Lastly, binding a soul within an object is dark, a form of imprisonment. So are you saying, Remus asked, that we can simply exorcise the thing and get rid of the soul fragment, the only thing making this object dark? Yes, probably, SIRIUS responded. The soul fragment is bound to the object, since, on its own, the fragment would leave. So the spells involved in making a Horcrux work to prevent that. But in a way, it's like a prison cell. It is designed to keep the prisoner from escaping. It is not designed to prevent someone outside from letting the prisoner out. That would be a design more like a bank vault, preventing access from outside. And you don't build in capabilities like that unless you need them. Horcruxes rely instead on security through obscurity. If nobody knows what it is or where it is, nobody can mess with it. Moldy Shorts clearly went with that standard approach here. So let's exorcise it then. Remus added, I know a spell for that. I picked it up recently after Peeves the poltergeist pranked me. I've just been waiting to encounter the little blighter again. That would probably work, as I said, SIRIUS replied, and if exorcism didn't work by itself, it would once combined with a little basic curse-breaking effort to do something akin to disabling the wards. But that would also likely free the soul fragment to wander around as a wraith, unless we immediately hit that with a second exorcism before it could flee. But there is a better way. Two actually. Tell us, an excited Hermione pressed. Certainly, my fine excitable friend. SIRIUS enthused, still a little somber due to the subject, but beginning to warm up. Of the two, the worse option is this. SIRIUS began. There are several spells involved in the making of Horcruxes, some dark and some not, as I said. The spell to move a soul fragment is not dark, as long as we're not moving the fragment from a living body. So we could move the fragment to another object, a disposable one, and destroy that object during the minute or so while the soul is still within it. We wouldn't want to extend that time, since trapping the soul there is dark. Destroying a disposable object like that should destroy the soul fragment it contains, just like the diary got destroyed. That should leave us with the legendary diadem purified of the corruption and therefore usable, which of course we would test first. Hermione smiled and prompted, and SIRIUS grinned and asked, how do Dementors kill? By the famous Dementor's kiss, which is done by sucking your soul out through your mouth. Then the Dementor basically digests it. Oh, SIRIUS, that's brilliant. Hermione gushed. I thought so too, he preened. So is there any point in delaying further? Remus asked. None. SIRIUS responded. I figure we tie a cord to the diadem, then fly over Azkaban on brooms until a Dementor sees it and has its way with it. Then we leave and test it thoroughly. My only uncertainty is whether to go myself or not. SIRIUS cast an illusion and a 6-inch tall angel appeared on his right shoulder and said, You know the place best, so your presence is likely to help keep the others safe. Then the illusory 6-inch high devil on Sirius's left shoulder replied, You're still a wanted man and going anywhere near there is tempting fate to get recaptured. Plus a visit is likely to trigger reactions, sending you back into counseling to get over it again. You can see my quandary, SIRIUS concluded. They discussed it and in the end Harry and Remus went. Hermione didn't feel competent enough on a broom, so stayed with SIRIUS. They spent the first little while making several attempts to see if the Room of Requirements could provide them with any other legendary magic item they could think of, such as Excalibur, Hufflepuff's cup, Merlin's hat, or Slytherin's locket. Their efforts were fruitless, except for the sword of Godric Gryffindor, which they knew had been hanging in the headmaster's office since Harry recovered it in second year. They scanned it for tracking charms, then kept it for Harry to keep in his locket, figuring that it was his for having recovered it in the first place. They concluded that the diadem of Ravenclaw must have been within the castle somewhere too, and they spent the rest of their time discussing technical aspects of things. They were disappointed most about not recovering Hufflepuff's cup in this way, as that legendary artifact was rumored to be able to cure lycanthropy. The only thing known to do so, in fact, and SIRIUS joked that if they'd found it that he'd never owe Remus Christmas or birthday presents again. Harry and Remus were back soon, and the diagnostics of the cleansed diadem commenced while Harry described the trip. Mostly it was uneventful. When we got there, I flew low, dangling the diadem on a long, strong cord. It didn't take long for a Dementor to show up. It was just as Sirius said, no human guards go where the Dementors are, so all that showed up or saw us was that Dementor. It went right to the diadem and sucked on it for a minute, then lost all interest in it and focused on me. I stayed well out of its reach, but Remus still cast a Patronus just in case. That drove it off and we came back. Easy. He grinned. Congratulations went all around. Then again as Sirius declared that the same diagnostic spells they'd used before, plus some more they'd come up with in the meantime, all showed the diadem was no longer dark, and had not even the slightest residue of a soul in it anymore. Sirius was more sensitive to the signs of dark magic than the rest, due to his upbringing, and more resistant to it as well, due to that same upbringing as well as his time around Dementors in Azkaban. So he volunteered to use the diadem first. Before he did, they cast all the medical diagnostic spells they could on him so they could compare his condition both before and after use. Then Sirius put on the diadem and read a book, one he had estimated would normally take him about 15 hours to read. 30 minutes later he was done reading it, and confirmed that he both understood what he'd read a lot better than he usually did, and remembered the whole text perfectly. He also stated that he didn't feel dark or corrupt in any way. They ran the medical diagnostic spells again to confirm that, as well as the dark magic detection spells. It all came up clean. Then, quick before they lost Hermione to an epic reading binge, they set up a schedule for diadem use with each getting 2 hours every day, starting after Hermione's initial binge. With the shrill sound of Remus blowing his whistle, 14 teenagers stopped their brooms where they were. Foul! Remus called out loudly. Beater 2 for the fish team, you tried to hit Chaser 1 for the insect team with your bat. Turn in your tabard, you're out of the game. Whoever is next in the queue waiting to play, step up, you'll be the new Beater 2 for the fish team as soon as that tabard gets turned in. Draco Malfoy landed his broom next to Remus, and, making no move to take off the white tabard he'd been wearing, one emblazoned front and back with the picture of a barracuda and a big numeral 2 over a beater's bat, he whined, "That's no fair. I thought I saw the bludger there and was swinging at it." Remus replied, "Boy, you may be used to talking to stupid people, but don't presume I am stupid too. The bludgers were nowhere near you and you know it. Now, for lying to the referee, you're banned from play for the rest of the day." Remus waved his wand and the fish beater 2 tabard disappeared from Draco's shoulders and reappeared in his hands. "Wait till my father hears about this." Draco huffed. "Right. That's a whining penalty too, so drop and give me 20 push-ups now or be banned from the Quidditch club," Remus responded. Draco huffed and stomped off without another word. The tabard passed to the next student waiting to play, who mounted a broom, took up the position Draco had vacated, and play resumed. Remus turned to Sirius. "I'm finding it oddly satisfying to be a Quidditch referee. We should have done something like this sooner." "You find it satisfying?" Sirius, in his guise as Sid, responded, "because you are being strictly fair, carefully enforcing the rules we laid down when we sponsored the Quidditch Club. The soul cries out for justice, so it's very satisfying to see bullies thwarted. I am told that Draco and others regularly get away with all sorts of foul play during the regular Quidditch seasons. Well, then that's a good thing about the regular Quidditch games being cancelled this year due to the Triwizard Tournament. I'm glad we started the Quidditch Club, to let the kids express some of their pent-up desire to play. This way, the regular referees are not involved and we get to make sure there is fair play." Speaking of the Triwizard tourney, Sirius said, "I've been thinking. The press has been invited to the events, announcements, etc., so they'll be around a lot. Combine that with the fact that Harry is famous and most people want to know about him, and it is likely he will have reporters pestering him." "So?" Remus asked. "So, have you been reading the Daily Prophet recently?" Sirius asked. "It's a travesty, an absolute festival of half-truths and innuendo, with quotes taken out of context and the truth twisted so hard as to be unrecognizable. They'll excoriate anyone, manufacture any kind of scandal just to get some headlines. We've got to protect Harry from that." They both thought about that for a minute while Remus had to call a foul on the keeper for the insect team. As one teenager flew in and handed to another the tabard with front and back pictures of a praying mantis with the numeral 1 over the picture of a net, Remus got an idea. As play resumed, he said to Sirius, When one is in danger of encountering a rabid wild beast, it can be helpful to throw it a chunk of meat, to distract it so you can pass by in safety. You're suggesting we give the prophet some other scandal to publish so they don't manufacture one about Harry? Sirius questioned. Why not? Remus grinned. There are plenty of scandalous things around here, both past and present, such as enormous basilisks roaming loose in the school, with no effective countermeasures but a very effective cover-up. We can give some information to their reporter, Rita Skeeter, which will keep her busy, put us on her good side, and get Dumbledore in trouble all at once. Sirius fell down laughing, and it was a minute before he could say, I love this plan. I'm excited to be a part of it. Let's do it. Minerva McGonagall stood in front of her after-lunch transfiguration class and frowned. She was short a student. She delayed starting class for a moment while she counted again and worked on figuring out who was missing. Then, since she was paying more attention, it became obvious Crabbe and Goyle were sitting to either side of an empty seat. She raised her voice and addressed the class. Do any of you know where young Mr. Malfoy is? Most of the class remained silent. Some shook their heads, but Crabbe and Goyle both said no. It was unusual for them to speak like that, but McGonagall had a lot on her mind, so didn't wonder about it. Still, she asked a follow-up question. Do any of you know why Mr. Malfoy is not here? Crabbe and Goyle both said yes. McGonagall was losing patience and asked them, well, why isn't he here? Crabbe and Goyle both said, he told us he was going to work on getting Harry Potter in trouble by setting up a really mean prank on himself and leaving evidence that Potter had set it up. She asked, why would he prank himself? They replied, he told us his family magic would save him from the prank, but Potter would still get in trouble. McGonagall sighed. That kind of reprehensible behavior will not be tolerated. Mr. Malfoy and I will be having a long discussion when he returns, and you may tell him I said so. In the meantime, we won't waste time searching for someone who is intentionally elsewhere. She knew that was a bit of a stretch, since often they would indeed search for such a student. But, since the headmaster was off defending himself at the ministry against various accusations, she was so busy with other things that she felt overwhelmed, and figured that a search was unnecessary since he went off deliberately. With that thought, she began the class as usual. Harry and Hermione walked into the room of requirements, where Remus and Sirius were waiting in anticipation. Sirius eagerly asked, how did it go? Great. Harry grinned. For anyone else, Hermione said, I'd say this was way over the top and too disgusting to even consider. But these two constantly abuse others, so they deserve even this. Sirius was squirming, too eager for specifics to sit still, and begged, details please. Harry obliged, okay. It went pretty much as planned. At breakfast just before potions class, I used my invisibility cloak and some sleight of hand to slip a couple drops of liquid laxative into Draco's food. I saw that he ate it, then hurried off to the bathroom we'd prepared. Hermione kept a watch on him from a distance and kept me informed via our lockets. Yes, we knew most of that via our own lockets, Sirius objected. Get to the good stuff. Okay, Harry chuckled. In the boys' restroom on the way from the Great Hall to potions class, we'd had an out-of-order sign on one of the 3 bathroom stalls, the one we had prepared for Draco to use. I entered the restroom, still invisible, and waited. Then when Hermione signaled that Draco was close and nobody else was, I duplicated that sign and put the 2 out-of-order signs on the 2 stalls we did not want him to use. I also dismissed the bad smell we'd conjured in order to keep the bathroom empty. And Sirius was practically bouncing up and down in excitement. Just as planned. Draco entered in a hurry, entered the only stall available, the one we'd prepared, and as soon as his butt touched the toilet seat, our magic traps got him. In rapid succession, he was hit with a jellyfish curse, got shrunk really small, had a tracking charm placed on him, and got sucked into the toilet bowl, then down the drain as it flushed. The room filled with laughter for a while. Hermione said, with some distaste, our tracking charm says he is in a septic tank under a meadow just east of Hogwarts, not moving. Well, of course he isn't moving. Remus chimed in, the jellyfish curse doesn't leave him any way to move or speak. All his bones, cartilage, and muscle turn to jelly, and he absorbs oxygen, water, and nutrients from the liquid around him. And Sirius gasped out in between laughs. It lasts until he is no longer in a liquid medium. He guffawed. When he could, Harry continued, after Draco went down the drain, I recast the same magic traps, added a tripping trap, reconjured the bad smell, and reset the out-of-order signs. Then I took polyjuice to look like Draco, removed my invisibility cloak, and left the restroom. Crabbe and Goyle came along, walking to both sides as they usually do. As we approached potions class, I told them I had a plan to get Harry Potter in trouble for pranking me with a really vicious prank. I said I would leave evidence that Harry had done it to me, Draco, even though I was doing it to myself. I added that I expected the prank would not actually harm me, due to my family magic, but that Harry would still get in trouble for it. I finished saying that as we arrived at potions class. Then I asked them to go on without me until whenever I got back. I went down the hall and they went into class. Hermione added, I kept watch on all of that. Then after Harry got out of sight and counteracted the polyjuice, he joined me and we both went in. Snape looked around the room and asked where Draco was, but when Crabbe and Goyle met his gaze and shook their heads, he dropped it and went through class as usual. They read their minds and got the answer there, as we expected, Sirius chuckled. And, also as expected, he covered for Draco so Draco would not get in trouble, as Draco would if anybody but Snape caught him. Right after class, Professor Snape went looking for Draco using a Point Me charm, though it looked like a modified version. Hermione said, I hurried back, invisibly, to the same restroom and beat Snape. There, Harry added. I double-checked that all was still ready for our next customer, and prepared to assist the traps if needed. It wasn't needed. Snape came in, went to the right stall, and approached the toilet that had flushed Draco. The tripping trap caught him at the right time and he fell, but didn't break his face on the toilet. Instead he caught the toilet with his hands. But that was enough for the traps. Snape got jellyfish cursed, shrunk, tagged with a tracking charm, sucked into the toilet and flushed just like Draco had. Again the room filled with laughter. Hermione added, our tracking charm says he too is in that same septic tank, also unmoving. We won't know for much longer though, since the charm is set to expire at the end of the day. Sure, we wouldn't want to leave magical traces, would we? Remus chuckled, that's why I went by later and made sure Harry had done a good job removing the evidence in the restroom, except for the evidence we want left there, indicating Draco did it to himself. It needs to look like Draco set it up, but it caught him anyway, and his protector too. Yep, Harry nodded, the last bit was easy too. We didn't have to do anything special with Snape's classroom. He'd written on the board, make the potion on page 72, and we figured the rest of his classes for the day would just do that, and be glad he wasn't there. Then at lunch, just before Transfiguration class, I used invisibility and sleight of hand again to give Crabbe and Goyle each just the right amount of Veritaserum. Then in class, when McGonagall asked about Draco, they told her what they knew, which was the information we had fed them. Well done all. Sirius congratulated, but now on to the serious, he grinned, business of wagering. How long do you think it will be until they are found and rescued? With my luck, I think it will be soon, let's say within 2 hours of curfew tonight. Harry opined. Nobody likes either of them, Remus started, except that Dumbledore really likes Snape. I think he will notice at breakfast tomorrow and find them within an hour after that. Sirius said, Dumbles has had to be away at the ministry trying to defuse various serious allegations that keep coming up somehow. He chortled. He misses a lot of meals here, so I'd give him another 2 meals missed and say he'll notice by dinner tomorrow and find them within an hour after that. Hermione tried to decline to bet, but was overruled and said, Professor Snape teaches all day on Fridays, but only teaches on Fridays. I think nobody will go looking for either one until Professor Snape starts missing potions classes a week from today. Things turned out just as Hermione had predicted. Snape and Draco stayed in the septic tank for a week before being rescued. Not long after their rescue, papers were filed in the ministry to legally change their first names. The ministry sent a message to each by owl to confirm. Those messages were intercepted and confirmations were sent back, as if Draco and Snape had sent them. So the name changes went through without either Snape or Malfoy being aware of it. Officially, Draco got renamed Drano, and Severus got renamed Septicus. Sirius was heard to comment, next time, they will have a harder time finding them, since a simple Point Me Draco Malfoy won't work anymore now that he is Drano Malfoy. Soon after that, an adventure/horror novel, aimed at a teenage audience, got anonymously published and made available in Diagon Alley. It was titled Septicus the Slither Thing, with the subtitle The Creature from the Brown Lagoon and a summary blurb saying when you are most vulnerable, he attacks from beneath and gets you in the end. It didn't sell well. It was too disturbing. Horror readers want a scare, not something that will still wake them up at night from nightmares years later. SIRIUS was heard to comment, well, if they buy horror, they should expect to get horror, and if it is more horrifying than they'd prefer, they should have known better than to risk it. In the absence of their lord, Voldemort, several of the Death Eaters had formed a council to help each other look after their mutual interests. Severus Snape had been giving regular reports to that council about the results of his spying. Now those reports had stopped. Walden McNair walked into the room which the interim council of Death Eaters were currently using. He advanced 3 paces and stopped before the 5 masked council members, awaiting their orders. The council spokesman said, "Bring us Snape." McNair replied, "That could be difficult. When you called me here for this, I did some checking. It seems he done a runner. Nobody has seen him in almost a week. He may even have left the country." The spokesman intoned, "In that case, when you find him, do not bother bringing him before us. Kill him for us." McNair hefted his favorite axe, grinned, and asked, "Do you have any preferences for how?" "Personally, I'd like to use my axe to chop off one piece, then another and another until he expires." The council members looked at each other, nodded. Then their spokesman replied for them all, "Yes, Severus Snape." Later, when they found out what had actually happened to Snape, they ruthlessly mocked him, but rescinded the order to kill him. Albus Dumbledore, standing in his place at the head of this Wisengamot meeting, called for the next issue to be discussed and was handed a sheet of parchment. He looked at it briefly, then exclaimed, "Weevils in our flower supply? Does this really need the attention of the Wisengamot? What is a weevil anyway?" A low-ranking member of the Wisengamot, one who Remus had bribed to raise the issue, started to explain that weevils were insects that got into wheat flour and so forth, but Remus tuned out the explanation. It was unimportant. What was important was that he'd just accomplished his mission. He was seated in the public section of the Wisengamot room, disguised and posing as an average unimportant spectator. The only thing even a little bit remarkable about him was his cane, whose handle was molded to look like a parrot, and which he had unobtrusively kept pointed at Dumbledore as he spoke. Not wanting to attract any attention, Remus stayed for the rest of the Wisengamot session. Then he left with the other spectators. After that, he apparat to Diagon Alley, window-shopped briefly, then apparat again to a Muggle apartment they had rented under a fake name. It was their emergency bolt hole where they could escape to if needed, and so it was warded with the best wards they could personally cast. Once there, he finally turned off the recording function of his parrot-headed cane. He hadn't wanted to give any sign, while out in public, that it was anything more than a simple cane. In fact, it was a magical audio recording device with the same effects that a Muggle parabolic microphone had. With it, he'd been recording Dumbledore's voice for 3 days, as the latter ran Wisengamot meetings, often speaking at length during them. For the first day, Remus had simply recorded whatever Dumbledore had said. After that, he'd started giving small bribes to Wisengamot members to bring up topics that would get certain words and phrases used. It had turned out to be depressingly easy to bribe Wisengamot members. Apparently, most or all of them would accept bribes, and so competition brought the prices down. For a non-controversial subject, the price was very small indeed. And Harry had provided the funds anyway, since this project was his idea. For the next few hours, Remus sat at a work table in their safe house Muggle apartment playing back recordings of Dumbledore speaking, and re-recording them onto a Muggle tape recorder. It would have been faster to just start by using a tape recorder in the first place, but those were among the many Muggle devices that used fine machining tolerances or precision chemistry or electronics, none of which worked well in the presence of much magic, since magic tended to make all that kind of precision too variable. But the tape recorder worked fine in the Muggle apartment. Once he had tape recordings of the words he wanted, Remus set about using Muggle equipment to cut and splice the tape in very specific ways. That resulted in a recording of Dumbledore's voice saying words Dumbledore had said, but in a sequence and pattern, a couple sentences, that Dumbledore had never uttered. When he had that just right, he played the tape of it and recorded that with another magical audio recorder. A simple cheap wooden one, shaped like an ear, which should be hard, if not impossible, to trace to who had bought it. Remus reflected that it had been remarkably easy to get most of the words he'd needed Dumbledore to say. He had worried about getting some words such as St. Mungo's or hospital or long-term spell damaged, but those had not been a problem, especially if you split them up. Long-term spell damaged would have been hard, but each of those 4 words by themselves was simple. Getting Dumbledore to say the word evil had been impossible, which is why he'd settled for Weevil, which sounded close enough for careful editing to be able to make up the difference. It seemed that Dumbledore did not believe in the existence of evil. That definitely jibed with his eagerness to give everyone limitless second chances and try to redeem even those who showed no interest in being redeemed. That was extreme foolishness, in Remus' opinion. He recalled the saying that there's none so blind as those who will not see. Dumbledore chose not to see that his second chances policy was not working, and in fact was resulting in lots more evil. But that was an issue for another day. Today they'd have some fun and do some good. He set up a dictaquill and dictated 1 letter, then another. Then, putting the cheap magical recorder with the audio recording he'd constructed into his pocket, and putting away all his other gear, he apparat to Hogsmeade Village. There he took a shrunken broomstick out of his pocket, and quickly flew back to Hogwarts. He entered the castle and went into an unused classroom. He knew Dumbledore's schedule for the rest of the day, but checked the time again to be sure. Then he summoned Dobby the house elf, and verified with him that the headmaster was not presently in the castle, but Fawkes the Phoenix was. Then Remus presented Dobby with the cheap magical recording device and asked him to place it on the headmaster's desk in the Phoenix's presence, and hit the rune that would start the audio playback. Then Dobby was to bring back the audio recorder, either once the Phoenix left or just before Dumbledore was expected to return. This was all a reminder for Dobby, who had already been rehearsed in what to do and say. Fawkes, the Phoenix, woke up from his nap as Dobby, one of the house elves who worked at Hogwarts, popped into the headmaster's office. Dobby placed a small wooden ear onto Dumbledore's desk, and said, "Master Dumbledore is being very busy at ministry. He is getting help from elves. Yes. These are his words." Dobby then touched a rune on the wooden ear, and popped out. The sound of Dumbledore speaking issued from the wooden ear, saying, "Fawkes, I need you to heal people at the hospital. I have friends in St. Mungo's long-term spell-damaged ward. Please sing to them and cry on them as needed, except for anyone evil. Skip them. Please start now." Fawkes cocked his head in thought. He was a smart bird. He was also a phoenix, a creature of the light, dedicated to good, and that came with several abilities, such as being able to discern good from evil, to such a degree that even the small amount of evil in a lie showed up to him. So he knew that Dobby's 3 statements had not been lies. Dumbledore was busy at the ministry. He did get help from house elves at various times and in various ways. And the recorded words were Dumbledore's, spoken in his voice, with his way of speaking them, though in a very choppy manner as if the words were not supposed to go together. Fawkes also knew that several things about this were irregular. Dobby had implied, though not actually said, that this recording contained Dumbledore's orders to Fawkes. Dumbledore had never given him orders by recording before. The recording, while Dumbledore's words, was not at all the way Dumbledore sounded when speaking full sentences. And, most importantly, Dumbledore rarely ordered this kind of thing. Specifically, he wasn't interested in doing good and helping people, only in furthering his own plots. Dumbledore had known for many years, that Phoenix Song can heal damaged minds as well as Phoenix Tears can heal damaged bodies. And there were many damaged people, whether in mind, body, or both out there. Yet Dumbledore rarely had Fawkes heal anyone. This was because Fawkes knew for certain Dumbledore was evil. Many years ago, Dumbledore had caught Fawkes by surprise and had magically bound him to his service. There was no way Fawkes would have served such an evil man otherwise. And Fawkes had mourned the fact for every day of his service. He did find little ways to rebel, doing some good things when he had not specifically been ordered not to, or interpreting his orders broadly. But mostly he had to do what Dumbledore wished, and that usually meant supporting complicated, secret plans which helped Dumbledore and cost everybody else. Take, for example, Dumbledore's latest grand scheme. He was trying to get Harry Potter killed, and do it without getting directly personally involved, since he feared that if he did, a prophecy would kill him. Like all things with Dumbledore, it was complicated. The reasons for it went way back. Long ago, he'd taken on the duties of delivering Hogwarts letters to new Muggle-born students. When delivering the Hogwarts letter to young Tom Riddle, Dumbledore had seen, as anyone but a blind man could, that Tom was a sociopath who saw other people only as objects to be used. Tom had used what power he'd had to bully the whole rest of the orphanage he lived at, and he amused himself by torturing small animals. Only a fool would give more power to someone who abused the power they already had. An evil person could do a lot more evil if they also knew magic. Giving magical training to young Riddle was a lot like giving a serial killer a gun. Any responsible person would have withheld the Hogwarts letter and acted to get the troubled boy some counseling. Maybe even have a certain phoenix sing for him, which would fix any mental damage, though not any deliberate choices. But, rather than burn young Riddle's Hogwarts letter, Dumbledore had, for his own inscrutable reasons, delivered it, and had taken Tom under his wing, so to speak. He'd worked closely with Tom at Hogwarts, and made sure he encountered certain people and books. Tom had learned magic and dark arts that helped him with his existing hobbies. When Tom had killed another student named Myrtle, the investigation assumed Hagrid was responsible, via the acromantula he had raised. Dumbledore effectively protected Tom by allowing Hagrid to take the fall. This, despite Dumbledore's awareness that, though acromantulas did kill people, they didn't do it the way Myrtle had been killed. So Hagrid was not guilty, as they could have easily verified with Veritas Serum, yet they did not. A third way that Dumbledore could have prevented Tom from ever becoming a Dark Lord was by withholding the information about Tom's heritage. Riddle was the half-blood son of a Muggle and a Squib, and would never have been accepted by the purebloods as the champion of, and leader of, their cause, if they'd known his heritage. Dumbledore knew all of that, yet had not passed on the information to anyone. Tom, by that point, had some personal power and could have gotten more, but if his heritage had been known, he never would have had the followers and supporters that made it possible for him to attempt to gain control of the country. So, in a very real sense, Dumbledore had created the Dark Lord Voldemort, then had supported and protected him. Then, much later, Dumbledore found reasons to change his mind about Riddle. By that time, Voldemort was in the midst of his attempt to gain control of the government. Dumbledore probably would have supported him again, but his own circumstances had changed. Dumbledore had received political power, prestige, and positions such as headmaster, all based on the fame of his having defeated the Dark Lord Grindelwald. But that defeat was long ago and its fame was fading. In the almost 3 decades which had passed by the time Voldemort started rising, Dumbledore's fame was just no longer what he wanted it to be. He wanted to renew it and his power and influence with it. So Dumbledore had a plan to renew his fame by defeating another Dark Lord. Conveniently, there was one available, Lord Voldemort, and Dumbledore was almost ready to defeat him at the best time, when all seemed lost so as to generate maximal fame, when along came a very troubling prophecy. Dumbledore took that prophecy to mean that Voldemort could only be defeated by the Chosen One, Harry Potter or perhaps Neville Longbottom, and that, until the showdown between the Chosen One and Voldemort resulted in one of them dying, neither could be killed at all. Certainly not by someone else, such as Dumbledore. But he believed that after that showdown, then the prophecy was fulfilled and then, and only then, could someone else defeat Voldemort. So the patient man Dumbledore set out to rig the game and ensure the defeat of the Chosen One. After all, he could get a lot of fame and prestige by defeating a Dark Lord, but not by defeating whomever had defeated a Dark Lord. So, for his own fame's sake, Dumbledore wanted Voldemort to win that showdown, and had set about long-term, myriad complicated plans to destroy any chance Potter, and, to a lesser degree, the other one had of winning. Both had their confidence ruined and training undermined, or eliminated altogether. And Harry's life was arranged to be so depressing that he would gladly lay it down for a little taste of the approval of others. It was sickening, way too sickening for Fawkes to want to review any more details. So, bringing his mind back to the current question, Fawkes reasoned this way. On the one wing, he could seek confirmation of this order and do nothing while waiting for it. Or, on the other wing, he could take the recording at face value and go heal people in the hospital. That was inherently a good thing. To say that Fawkes liked doing good things was to dramatically understate things, as that was just his inherent nature. Add to that the fact that he felt he had a deficit to fill, a need to do more good things than otherwise, in order to make up for supporting an evil man doing evil things, and his drive to do good was off the scale. Plus, he saw in these orders an opportunity. Perhaps a major opportunity. While Fawkes was bound to follow Dumbledore's orders, he was not bound to try to read his master's mind and guess his intent. So one order was of equal force to any other order. In other words, Fawkes could ignore Dumbledore's orders as long as he was already following Dumbledore's orders. Normally that would just buy him a little time. When the current order was done, he had to move on to the next order. But this order could be interpreted in an open-ended fashion. There were lots of hospitals out there, with lots of people in them all around the world. Fawkes mentally reviewed the recorded order and decided that, yes, it was a valid interpretation to say that Dumbledore's friends in the long-term spell-damaged ward were the motivation for the healing order, but not the full extent of that healing order. So Fawkes could validly go around the world healing people, even to Muggle hospitals, as long as he made sure not to be seen, such as by appearing in a room with only a comatose patient in it, healing them and leaving before they regained consciousness. And that realization made the task truly colossal. Plus, more people were being damaged all the time. So, Fawkes reasoned, if he was careful to keep his schedule random and unpredictable, it was quite possible he would never happen to run into Dumbledore, meaning he could never get new orders, so this order could not be countermanded. If so, he could stay at this task forever. This was almost as good as gaining his freedom from the magic binding him to serve Dumbledore. So the decision was, as they say, a no-brainer. Fawkes immediately flamed out, using a burst of flame to teleport himself to St. Mungo's and begin his work. The long-term spell damaged wards there were quite large, though they appeared smaller due to the extensive use of magically expanded spaces. They held quite a few people, mostly from the various Dark Lord wars. But Fawkes knew Dumbledore's schedule, and that he was currently too busy to be disturbed, even by dramatic news, for several hours. That would give Fawkes enough time to heal everybody there who wasn't evil. Strengthening the forces of evil was itself evil, so he wouldn't do it voluntarily, and then move on before Dumbledore could get to him and countermand the order. For the first time in a long time, Fawkes had real hope and was a very happy bird. That strengthened the force of his song as he healed the Longbottoms first. Anonymous letters were posted by Hogwarts owls to Neville Longbottom and his grandmother. Each said materially the same thing, that Frank and Alice Longbottom had been healed and were back to normal, wanting to rejoin family as soon as the confused hospital staff would let them. The letters further said that this had been done by tricking Albus Dumbledore's Phoenix Fawkes into thinking he'd been ordered to heal them, physically by his tears and mentally by his song. It said that Dumbledore had always known this would work, and yet had not asked Fawkes to do this, for his own reasons. It asked them to contemplate those reasons long and hard. Harry Potter Stage Magician Chapter 6. Scenes from the rest of September. Table manners. Ron. Harry gave a mild reminder. I know your mother taught you better than that. Shut up. Ron yelled, with his mouth full, spraying food all over the table.
No, seriously.
This is disgusting. You can do better. Harry gave the gentlest possible rebuke, even as he produced a handkerchief out of nowhere and began to clean bits of food splatter off of his face. Already short on temper because of Harry's behavior, not doing everything Ron wanted, like goofing off together whenever Ron wanted to, and refusing to join Ron's plan to live in a treehouse outside of the Chudley Cannons Quidditch Stadium in hopes of joining the team. Ron stood up, his face reddening in rage, and reached into the pocket where he kept his wand, pulled out something long and thin, and yelled the incantation for the stinging hex, only for nothing to happen. Harry looked up from where he'd been cleaning near his eyes and said, If you are going to curse me, try using a wand next time. At that, Ron looked down in confusion and discovered he was holding a strip of bacon instead of his wand. The entire table erupted in laughter at him as they realized the same thing at the same time. What happened? One of the younger years asked. Our best potions class ever? Bar none. Susan exulted, Hannah nodding and giggling beside her, as they met a group of younger Hufflepuffs. Prompts of do tell and tell us please came back from all corners, to which Susan and Hannah shared a glance, and Hannah began, well, right near the start of class, Snape began criticizing some homework from last time, while holding a sample in his hand. Then something made him trip. Susan butted in, I don't know what it was either. I didn't see it. Hannah nodded for her to continue, so Susan took over. But whatever it was, he fell on his face, breaking his nose again, and crushing the faulty homework potion beneath him so it spilled out and got all over him. It turned all of the bones in his right side to jelly. Hannah now butted in. We've asked the seventh-year puffs, and none of them even knew what could do that. But it was faulty, so who knows? She gave off a delicate and unconcerned shrug. Susan continued on with her recitation. Nobody wanted to offer help. You know how Snape can be. That's just volunteering to get punished. But Snape managed on his own, sort of. Holding his wand in his left hand, the one that still had bones in it, he managed to summon a couple of potions from his cabinet. Hannah interjected, I saw the labels, they were Skillgrow and Painkiller. And then Susan replied, I saw the labels too. But they must have been wrong because they both turned out to be aging potion. He drank them both and then looked like he was more than 100 years old. That should keep him out of trouble, one of the younger puffs opined. Yes, it should. Susan agreed. But wait, there's more. So next, he summoned 2 more potions to fix that. Regression potion, Hannah added, it's basically the opposite of aging potion. We both saw the labels on them too. But those labels must have been wrong too. Because when he drank them, he aged another couple 100 years. Susan positively gleamed in her retelling. It's possible they were even double doses. What then? Repeated the crowd several times. Susan and Hannah shared a shrug. That's basically everything Susan offered. At that point, he was too old to even speak. He just lay there, struggling and wheezing. He may have whispered something, but no one was sure. And it could not have been important or he would have repeated it. So everyone just went on about their business, Hannah reported. So then the whole class just went about quietly doing the work on the board, Susan concluded. Hannah hastened to add, everybody working quietly, with no one yelling at us? It was the best potions class we've ever had. It was so much easier without the distractions, and the constant fear that bat of a professor would get on our case next. Is he going to stay that way forever? The younger puffs excitedly asked. Susan and Hannah both sighed, sharing a mournful glance. Sadly not, Susan wilted. Those potions are sadly temporary. I heard later that Pomfrey found him that evening after he missed dinner, vanished the jelly and regrew the bones of his right side. Hannah mourned. It took her all night, and for some reason there was a risk of a bad interaction with any other spells or potions, so he spent that night in screaming agony. But that only put him in a bad mood. So he's bound to be mean during the next class. Luckily that one is a mixed Slytherin and Gryffindor class. I hear those have not been going the way Snape would probably have liked. In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, just as dinner was to begin, Albus Dumbledore stood from his golden throne to make some announcements. As soon as he reached his feet and said, "May I have your attention?" a long, loud, and particularly windy fart erupted from his backside. So powerful was this fart that it made Dumbledore's robes billow up on all sides, and billow so high that he had to use both hands to hold it down a bit below waist level to keep himself decent. The fart went on continuously and lasted half a minute, during which time all could see his pale, hairy, knobbly old man legs. As it ended, Draco Malfoy's voice was heard loudly and clearly from near where he sat at the Slytherin table, saying, "Well, you certainly have my attention, you old fart." Nearby students glared at him, while Draco protested that he hadn't actually said that, or anything else. But no one believed him. Severus Snape swept into his potions class with his cape billowing behind him and his attitude positively dripping with inimical dominance. "Potter," he yelled, "I'm betting you are the cause of all my recent difficulties. I can't prove it, but I can promise you that you'll pay for it. I will torture you at least, and what's more, I have even sent a request to my Dark Lord Voldemort, who has returned and who I still faithfully serve, that he allow me to kill you earlier than planned. I'd still have until next spring to find another human sacrifice to take your place in the ritual he has planned. So I have high hopes he will allow me to torture you to death as early as next week." He had been marching steadily towards Harry Potter, who was seated in the back of the room. But he made it no further in his revelatory diatribe than this, since at this point 2 law enforcement agents, in uniforms that proclaimed them Commonwealth constables, dropped the invisibility cloaks they had been holding and aimed wands at him, with the taller one saying, "Severus Snape, you are under arrest." He got no further than that before Snape pulled out his wand and fired a defendo-cutting curse at the shorter arresting officer, aimed at his head. That officer ducked, partially succeeding, such that the curse hit the brim of his helmet, cutting that off, damaging his turban, and cutting partway into the helmet behind it. Both constables responded almost as rapidly, and Snape was hit by 2 stunners, knocking him out. The shorter officer took care of confiscating Snape's wand and handcuffing Snape with Muggle handcuffs. Meanwhile, the taller constable, a turbaned Sikh from India just like his companion, turned to face the class and said, "Do not be concerned. We are law enforcement officers called Commonwealth Constables, from India." Ambassador Patil there received several anonymous, here he winked at Parvati, then continued, packages containing large amounts of evidence of a criminal nature against this man. He kicked Snape, not very lightly, to make it clear who he was referring to. He resumed, Ambassador Patil, being unable to get your own government to arrest this man, found an old treaty, not recently used but never rescinded and so still officially in force, that allows Commonwealth constables to do so, and sent us. We are now taking him into our custody for questioning and trial. Good day to you. The shorter constable had lifted Snape to his feet and was supporting him, waiting for his superior to finish. The moment he finished speaking, they both walked out the door carrying Snape, left the castle, and once they had left the wards, touched a portkey and all 3 men vanished. The class was silent a moment after they'd left. Then everybody started talking at once. In the hubbub, nobody noticed a disguised Sirius turn to a disguised Remus and say, "Aren't you glad now that we went to the hospital wing this morning and dosed his breakfast tea with Veritaserum? It worked out even better than I'd hoped. It took only a day before Dumbledore, calling in favors and abusing the powers of his several political offices, managed to get Snape extradited back to Britain, despite the government of India having expedited everything and convicting Snape of the 3 murders he confessed to doing in order to receive his dark mark. Since that was enough to execute Snape, they didn't bother with trials for the various other crimes Snape had also confessed to, nor the other crimes they had physical evidence of, such as the shrunken wands they found concealed on Snape's person, which turned out to be the wands of every 5th-year Ravenclaw girl at Hogwarts. The Indians really tried to move fast in most ways, and actually had completed half the process for executing Snape by the death of 1,000 cuts when the extradition took effect and he was sent to Britain, his execution having been interrupted. Snape arrived very much the worse for the wear, and wearing only rags, all his clothes having been sold to cover expenses. Further, Snape had the mark of a slave branded into his forehead. While it was illegal in India to enslave others, they figured that by taking the dark mark Snape had voluntarily enslaved himself, and they wanted that fact to be prominently visible. He spent a week in the hospital getting his various injuries fixed up. He had myriad cuts, burns, and bruises, many of them infected, and almost every bone in his body had been broken. After he recovered, Dumbledore had him go right back to teaching his potions class. Early one morning Parvati emerged from the girls' showers back into their dorm and saw the other 4th-year girls were awake. "Oh boy, did you miss out last night." Lavender, who had been sitting in a nightgown brushing her hair, looked up from her mirror and asked, "Why, what happened?" Parvati smugly folded her towel while dishing out last night's dirt. "After you went to bed early, Harry Potter was fiddling around with some new variant of the levitation spell. He was using it to spin a coin above his hand." Lavender turned back to her mirror and resumed brushing. "I guess that's kinda neat, but not all that exciting." Parvati giggled, amazed her friend did not get it. No, you misunderstand. That's not what you missed. What came just afterwards is what you missed. So get to it already." Lavender put down her hairbrush and reached for her mascara.
Yum.
Parvati went to her own vanity and took a seat, opening one of the many drawers holding her own makeup and grooming tools and making today's selections while she explained. So, while Harry was doing this, he was also talking with Ron Weasley. "I didn't pay attention to what they said. Probably just the usual conversation about chess or Quidditch or something." Parvati stopped what she was doing momentarily to stare right at Lavender to emphasize this next bit. Then suddenly, "Ron starts acting like a chicken." Lavender lowered her mascara brush and returned her friend's stare with a confused one of her own. "You mean he ran away or cowered?"
No.
Parvati's face glowed with the triumph of dishing out a real scoop. "He started clucking and walking around in a funny way, like that strut kind of walk a chicken uses. He also tried to flap his arms and fly up onto the back of the couch and perch there. Obviously that didn't work. But after he face-planted, he got back up and resumed strutting and clucking and so on. It was hilarious. He kept at it for half an hour. Lavender made a slight moo of distaste. Sounds like the imperious curse. Harry could get in big trouble for that. No, Parvati cheered. The prefects checked every way they knew how. Ron did not have the slightest trace of magic on him, except for his chess set, and if that's controlling him, then it's been that way for years. Anyway, Harry even admitted it was not magic, just something called hypnotize. I think it was Faye Dunbar, one of the other Gryffindor fourth years, at last put down her bottle of foundation and butted in. I thought he said, hypnotize? Sally Smith, the last Gryffindor girl of their year, paused in the midst of casting a charm to curl her hair, looked over and said, no, I'm pretty sure he said hip and thighs, like that workout video that Muggle-born girl was talking about earlier. I think the one she mentioned was called buns and abs, but this sounded like the same kind of thing to me. Lavender's face scrunched up in confusion. So you're saying Ron has a new act like a chicken workout that's supposed to be good for toning your hips and thighs? Weird. Parvati hummed agreement, going back to applying mascara. Weirder than that, much as I hate to say it, he doesn't need to slim down those areas. You'd think he would have blown up like a balloon between the way he eats and the fact that the most exercise he gets is talking about Quidditch. But he doesn't. They agreed, yeah. Eats enough to feed a family of 4 and then sits around all day ordering his chess pieces to move. You'd think he'd be as heavy as a troll. The boy should look like a cauldron by now. Sally nodded, happy to go along with the prevailing opinion. Yeah, you'd think, given the way he eats, that he'd be really fat. But oh no, he can apparently eat anything he likes, and as much of it as he likes, and his metabolism keeps him trim. What I wouldn't give for that. Lavender gave a hint into what the other girls were truly saying. All of the girls were intensely jealous of this ability, of course, not that any of them would ever openly admit it. Faye paused in what she was doing as a sudden thought struck her. Do you suppose it's a potion or spell, something that we could learn about and use for ourselves? Suddenly she had every girl's attention. Every makeup routine paused as they stared at her and assimilated this concept. Lavender nodded, schemes on how to find out already forming inside of her head. That is certainly worth looking into. I saw it. Seamus was going on emphatically. Harry put Hermione into a box, which he then folded smaller and smaller. Then he put swords through it and set it on fire. Girls were shrieking and Ginny passed out. Then Harry noticed that Lavender was crying and he pulled a handkerchief out of her ear. But before giving it to her, he noticed something was wrong with it. So he shook it and it kept getting bigger and bigger until it was as big as a sheet, which he laid out on the floor. Then, when he picked it up again, Hermione was there standing under it. Not burned or pierced or anything. Got to be dark magic. Ron shook his head. Always knew that one was going to go bad. Harry had been avoiding this, but it seemed like it would eventually be inevitable, so he had prepared. And so now here he stood, across from Draco and about to duel him. Harry had chosen the time and location, since Draco had issued the challenge. Draco had been trying to issue challenges for a long time, but convenient distractions had always mysteriously cropped up, giving Harry an excuse to say that he hadn't heard the challenge. But eventually, Draco had successfully managed to deliver a challenge, and so now here Harry stood, unwilling but ready. Actually, he reflected, having put in the work, this should be fun. The referee signaled the start. Draco drew his wand quickly and cast, while Harry pretended to fumble with his wand. Harry still hadn't gotten his wand out of the holster and most eyes were fixed on his efforts to do so, when Draco's spell hit him, spinning him around in a swirl of robes while he wailed dramatically, falling down in a heap upon the ground. All of the onlookers were stunned as the heap then caught fire, burned away to ash in a moment, and a new, tiny Harry stepped forth out of the ash, glowing like a newborn phoenix. As Harry started to grow, everybody nearby fled. Later, Dumbledore heard about the unsanctioned duel, and took 50 points from Gryffindor and Slytherin houses. Slytherin is third in house points, only Hufflepuff is behind us. Someone in the Slytherin common room complained. We'd do better without all of those points you lost, Draco complained, shooting an angry glare at Pansy. The points I lost? That is certainly the pot calling tea kettle black, considering how many points you have been losing. But anyway, I keep telling you, I don't know what happened, Pansy defended. All I was doing was walking back from Charms class, when McGonagall stormed by, dragging Harry Potter behind her by the arm. Then suddenly it was me she was dragging. I tried to tell her that I was me, not Harry, but all she would say was that she was not falling for that again. Then she shoved me into Dumbledore's office, and it was over an hour before I could convince them I really was Pansy Parkinson, not Harry Potter. She waited a moment, then groused. The least they could have done was give back all of the points they'd taken for my being out of uniform, for wearing Slytherin robes instead of Gryffindor, or being polyjuiced as a girl. Daphne Greengrass addressed her audience of young, new Slytherins, saying, "Today's coaching session has several useful takeaways. But chief among them is the price of overreaching. Here he is just on time." Draco Malfoy, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, was descending the stairs into the common room. Daphne gave the nod to her friend Tracy Davis, concealed behind the stairway, and Tracy then used a swelling solution to greatly enlarge a small stuffed animal toy. Then she animated it, just in time to have the now 6-foot-long stuffed white tiger leap and pounce upon Draco from behind. Draco screamed like a little girl as he went down, and never stopped screaming as he, Crabbe and Goyle also screaming, all fled the room. Daphne then calmly commented, "Now if you were listening carefully, then among their screams you could make out the distasteful biological sound of all three losing bowel control. Now the reason we do this to them on a regular basis is because that disgusting little wannabe had previously tried to rule all of Slytherin House through his Fathers influence. That influence, by the way, is also why Crabbe and Goyle are his dedicated bodyguards, without whom he'd be even more pathetic. The rest of us really resent such an unworthy git trying to be our master, and that is why this is an example of the dangers of overreaching. If he had been truly powerful, he could have cowed us into submission, whether we'd liked it or not. But in fact he is weak where it matters. Oh sure, his magic and spell work are roughly average, but his mind is weak. He'd rather taunt and brag than live, and so he frequently makes foolish decisions. Weak decisions and a weakling's reliance on his daddy make him weak. And so when he finally stumbled, as was inevitable eventually, the rest of us grabbed the opportunity to use it against him. Because he is now a laughingstock, he can never again attempt to control the rest of us. One of the young Slytherins asked, "So how did he stumble? What happened?" To which Daphne responded, "We started out with almost no detail. We only knew what he openly bragged about here in the common room, which were his plans to ambush Harry Potter. He alone, meaning he, Crabbe and Goyle, against Potter alone. He talked about how he would humiliate Potter." Malfoy went on, but that's about all of the actual information there was. The young ones snickered and nodded, recognizing Draco's style. Daphne continued, "Later, Draco and his two bookends tried to hurry through the common room to their quarters where they could clean up from having lost bowel control. But despite their efforts they were seen, and observed to be pale in terror, bruised all over and covered in sweat. This brings us to another of the lessons from today's example, which is the value of an effective information gathering network, piecing together little clues, such as one student having heard a roar, as from a tiger, and Draco suddenly hating the color white, as well as hating cats generally. Tracy and I figured out that whatever else happened in that ambush, Potter somehow dropped a white tiger on them. How they survived we don't know, but they have a new phobia, which we plan to continue using to humiliate them at every opportunity. Stupid self-impressed git thought he could get away with pressuring my family into a marriage contract for my younger sister Astoria. Did he? The younger Slytherins tittered, then each were observed to nod, and hand over a small stack of galleons for today's tutoring. Daphne grinned and said, "Okay, now extra credit. Who here thinks it is the duty of all Slytherins to bring down Harry Potter?" Her group was learning to anticipate her, so only one tentative hand went up, despite several, chiefly Draco, having championed that idea for years. "Fool, never just go along, always think for yourself," Daphne scoffed. "Slytherins are what?" "Ambitious," they chorused, having been drilled in that before. "Right. And to achieve your ambitions you need what?" she asked. "Power," they again knew to chorus. "Right again," she agreed, "your own personal power is crucial, but other kinds of power can be useful as well. So, if Potter is powerful, as he must be, to have withstood so many efforts over the years to bring him down, is it a better idea to spend your resources opposing that power, or to try to recruit him and add him and his power to your resources?" She let them think about that a moment, then added, Potter is extremely loyal to his friends despite their flaws. And Ron has quite a few flaws. Potter also hasn't got many friends. So there is room for more. He may not like some of your inclinations, but with minimal effort to hide the things he doesn't like, he could be a useful friend, even a potent resource. And given that start, it may be possible to influence him and get him to come around to our way of thinking. If he could be turned, he would make a powerful ally. One day after classes, while working on wandless transfigurations, in the room of requirements, Harry paused and asked, Why do you suppose some of the Slytherins are being nice to me all of a sudden? Remus, the room's only other occupant at present, looked up from the altered Quidditch gear he was working on, and said, What? Harry said, House Slytherin has universally been beastly to me, until recently. Most of them have simply laid off, but some now seem to be trying to make friends with me. I wondered if you had any insights. Power, Remus laughed. You didn't used to have much. Now they can perceive that you have more. This is their typical response to that. You've heard of the standard fight or flight response. Harry nodded. When faced with danger, people often react by deciding quickly whether to fight it or flee. Remus continued, Well, Slytherins have something similar to that, which Sirius and I have been calling slaughter or suck up. When faced with a potential rival, Slytherins will usually try to destroy it, or will suck up to it. They see things hierarchically, and if they believe you are weaker but still some kind of a threat, they will try to destroy you. But if they think you are stronger, they will try to add themselves to your team. It's like Snape treats Dumbledore. Snape wanted to be a Dark Lord, but along comes Dumbledore, who Snape can see is a lot more powerful than himself, and so Snape becomes Dumbledore's faithful minion. He adds himself to Dumbledore's team. Harry nodded in understanding and asked, Is that why Moldy Shorts had so many Death Eater minions and so few rivals? Yup, he was the most powerful, so all those supposedly ambitious people joined his team. But they didn't think it through. Guys like that don't have teams. They have minions. He made his followers swear eternal subservience to him. Typically, they'd be fine with lying and just saying the words. But he enslaved them magically via the dark mark with no way out but death. Even classical slaves have more freedom than he grants his Death Eaters. Remus looked at Harry to make sure this was sinking in, then continued, So always think things through, and be wary of all Slytherins. While ambition, Slytherin's defining trait, is not inherently bad by itself. The culture that has grown up in that house is ruthless and full of betrayals and backstabbing. Don't trust them. Harry nodded again. Near the end of dinner in the Great Hall, Ron grabbed a cream-filled donut as part of his dessert. As Ron took a too large bite of the donut, some of the cream filling spurted out and hit Harry in the forehead as he was talking with Hermione. With a wave of Harry's wand, 2 napkins animated and flew up off the table. One wiped Harry's forehead and the other dodged around the donut to wipe around Ron's mouth, where more filling was smeared. Hey! Ron yelled, spewing crumbs. Just trying to help, replied Harry. I don't need you to clean up after me, Ron retorted, his face getting red with anger. Harry responded, I'm glad that you realized that, at least in principle. But, in practice, evidently you do need looking after. Do you also need me to change your diaper? Or is that one thing you have accepted responsibility for doing yourself? Ron, furious, cast a stinging hex at Harry. Or he tried to. Harry looked down on the stalk of celery being pointed at him, and very drolly replied, I'm glad to see you're adding some vegetables to your diet, Ron. The exchange was interrupted by a long, loud fart, which came from the staff table as Dumbledore rose to leave. Once again, the fart was so windy that Dumbledore's robes blew upwards, and he had to hold them in place with his hands for decency. Still, everybody in the room got a good look at Dumbledore's legs as he walked out of the room, with a very odd gait, caused by the white-furred rabbit legs and oversized bunny feet he currently had. Sirius almost gagged. What have you done to me? He almost expected some kind of poison, but his king's ring hadn't activated, so this stuff was supposedly safe. I told you it was experimental, a new confection the Muggles came up with that we're just trying out, the shopkeeper replied defensively. Well, it's nastiness incarnate. Sirius retorted, I can't decide whether it tastes more like lard or wax. What did you say it was called? White chocolate. Chocolate? Chocolate, he says. If that's chocolate, then I'm a kangaroo. Sirius hopped around a bit for emphasis. How do you plan to sell it? Hey kiddies, come try the new chocolate-free chocolate. Now with 100 less actual chocolate. And remember, if you have trouble choking it down, just keep reminding yourself it's not Crisco. It's like the polar opposite of what diet food tries for. It has all of the calories and none of the flavor. Well, I told you it was experimental. Sirius decided to try out a phrase he'd heard recently. I think I threw up in my mouth a little just then. Hey buddy, if you can't control your bodily excretions, it's nothing to brag about. Keep that kind of thing to yourself. Ying! Sirius exclaimed cheerfully. Point to the shopkeeper. Well said, sir. They both laughed and Sirius decided to try some other jokes. You know, he said, this reminds me of some diet food someone once tried to give me. It was artificial bacon with no actual bacon in it. I think it was made from grass clippings or something. That's how it tasted anyway. They should call it fakin', for fake bacon. Oh yeah, the shopkeeper came back. Well, the other day I had something like that too. I swear they just took some chalk dust and mixed it with water. They called it skim milk, but I'd be shocked if there was any actual milk in there. You'd be lucky if it was just chalk in that water, Sirius replied, while they both chuckled. I've heard of some awful other uses for unlabeled white stuff. Did you know somebody tricked ladies all over the country into smearing pigeon poop on their faces? They called it makeup and said it was to make them look prettier. I say it was one of the best practical jokes ever. They both guffawed. Sirius decided he liked this shopkeeper. The man had a sense of humor, and that was rare. Harry Potter Stage Magician Chapter 7. Scenes from early October. Harry was walking down the corridor towards the Gryffindor dorm, lost in thought, when his subconscious finally got his attention. It was screaming at him that someone behind him was partially through saying Avada, the first word of the killing curse. The duelist reflexes that Sirius had been drilling into him kicked in, and he quickly began to turn around and draw his wand. He had his wand in hand and had turned about half as much as needed by the time his opponent started the first syllable of the second word Ked. He turned all the way around as his opponent started the next syllable AV. As he saw that his opponent was Draco Malfoy, which confirmed that this was deadly serious, Harry got his wand lined up and began one of the quickest dueling spells he knew, from the book they'd bought at Las Vegas. Draco had almost finished the second syllable and was about to start on the third and final syllable RA by the time Harry finished his own single-syllable spell Bleh. The Bleh spell hit Draco and did what it was designed to do, causing him to stick out his tongue and say Bleh, with the result that Draco's own spell was ruined. Although, luckily for all nearby, this time, the ruined spell did not result in a random magic effect. Harry had intended to sustain the Bleh spell's effect, causing Draco to keep his tongue out and keep making that sound, until Draco passed out from a lack of air. But that plan changed when Crabbe and Goyle, who had been nearby keeping watch, joined the fight. None too bright, Goyle began casting Petrificus Totalis, a 7-syllable spell that would have been appropriate if the fight had not already been life or death. That gave Harry some time, so first he targeted Crabbe, who was casting Defendo, the fairly speedy cutting curse, which, depending on where it hit, could easily be lethal. Harry stayed with speedy dueling spells, one right after another, saying Bam Bam Bam, the first two of which hit Crabbe before he could finish his spell. Bam was perhaps not the best spell to use against the slow but muscle-bound youth, since all Bam did was to generate an impact like being punched. Crabbe had been in lots of physical altercations and could take several punches. Harry had practiced his Bam spell until its power was roughly like being punched by a vigorous 12-year-old. Not the greatest effect, but a lot better than the first time he'd cast it. So the first Bam spell hit Crabbe's stomach, which was normally a pretty good target location with the potential to knock the wind out of someone. But on Crabbe it had no effect. Harry aimed the second carefully, and hit the wrist holding Crabbe's wand. The tendons are just beneath the skin there, not well protected, so Crabbe inadvertently dropped his wand. Harry's third Bam spell targeted the dropped wand, hit it, and sent it skittering across the floor. Crabbe set out in pursuit of his wand. Draco began another killing curse, and Harry switched targets and spells, hitting Goyle with 2 zap spells before Goyle could finish casting Petrificus Totalis. The zap spell made a miniature lightning bolt, and Harry had practiced his until it had roughly the same effect as a taser. With Goyle twitching and spasming on the ground, Harry turned his attention back to Draco. He judged the time he had left and sent a bam spell into Draco's stomach, another into his crotch, followed by a zap spell and lastly a bless spell, which he held until Draco passed out from lack of oxygen. While he held the spell, Harry was resolving that, cold day or not, he would not again put on a sweater over his locket. Had it been outside his clothes, his friends would have known he was in trouble and would have sent help. He just moved the locket outside the sweater when Remus came up the corridor towards him, marching a disarmed Crabbe in front of him. Remus said, "Well done, Harry. I chanced to hear what was going on and came to help." At that point Harry remembered that the lockets transmitted sound as well, and he knew how Remus had heard the spells being cast. Remus picked up the wands from the other two miscreants, then continued, "Funny thing here, Professor Snape was hiding just around that corner there and should have been able to hear it all too. Maybe he has bad hearing from all that grease in his hair perhaps, since he wasn't making a move to do anything about the situation. Odd, his hearing seemed just fine when I came up. Since my approach startled him so much he tripped, fell and hit his head. I think he's out cold, but we'll go check him in a minute after the Aurors get here. I sent a Patronus message to Amelia Bones to send us some unforgivable curses were cast, and they're called unforgivable for a reason. The official punishment for casting them is a Dementor's kiss." A few minutes later, Aurors arrived and heard everybody's testimony. Remus had to insist before they gave in and tested the wands of the four teenagers to see the most recent spells they'd cast. Also at Remus' insistence, they took a memory of the event provided by Harry. Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle refused to provide memories of the event, and the Aurors accepted that. Then they took the three miscreants into custody and took them to the Ministry for more questioning. But a visit to the Ministry by Lucius Malfoy saw all three teens released, with the official statement that no unforgivable spells had been cast, and that they could not be sure what spells Draco had been attempting to cast, since the spells were never completed. In response, Harry sent a note to the Ministry by Owl, stating that attempted murder is a crime at least among the Muggles, and suggesting that, since Dementor Kiss is the listed, though rarely enforced, punishment for casting an unforgivable, then for attempting to cast an unforgivable, which by chance failed, they should let a Dementor attempt to kiss Draco. Just lock them in a room together for a few minutes and let chance decide. Sirius said that, while funny, the note would not have the desired result. And it didn't. Harry knocked at the entrance to Dumbledore's office and waited a moment, just for appearance's sake. When there was no answer, as he knew there would not be, since he'd carefully checked Dumbledore's schedule before coming, Harry took out a note he'd already written and used a sticking charm to attach it to the entrance, along with the three other such notes already there. The note read, "Headmaster Dumbledore, I understand you wanted to see me in your office. So, I dropped by to see you, when I had some time. I also waited until I was feeling cheerful, so that fears would not likely set off some accidental magic and get in the way of meeting again. Since you haven't answered my knock, I guess you are out. I will try again later. Harry Potter." Harry wondered if the old man was running low yet on the lemon drops Harry had switched for his regular ones a while ago. He knew that Dumbledore was not yet out of them, since he was often still showing off transformed legs due to especially windy farts. As he walked away, Harry chuckled at the thought of Dumbledore's expression when he saw the notes and wondered what exactly was going on. Whether it really was accidental magic or deliberate avoidance or something else. "But Mom," Draco's whining voice came echoing down the hall. "I don't want to eat any more broccoli. It's yucky." The firm voice of a chiding mother answered him promptly back. "That's enough of that, little man. You'll have broccoli and like it." More whining came back. "But I want to be like the Dark Lord. He never had to eat any broccoli. He mostly eats meat like turkey legs." The stern voice continued relentlessly. The Dark Lord had no mother to look after him, being raised in an orphanage. "I am here to tell you that an all-meat diet will lead to gout and constipation, and your stool recently has been too greasy and it floats, strong indications you've had too much meat, and health problems are already on their way. So it will be all vegetables for you until I deem otherwise. So I will keep inspecting your stool every day." The firm, no-nonsense voice and the whiny replies were clearly spoken louder than their owners knew, as the sounds floated through the great doors and were clearly heard in the great hall, where lunch had just begun. All eyes turned towards the doors in anticipation of their arrival. A moment later Draco Malfoy entered, totally in character with his usual persona of snide, aloof superiority, despite an addition to his usual entourage that included Crabbe and Goyle as usual, who it recently came out had been contracted as bodyguards for Draco by his father. But it now also included the source of the other voice, Draco's mother, Narcissa Malfoy. Harry Potter grinned to himself. You had to hide those, or Narcissa Malfoy would get on your case. She was very protective of Draco, even more than Snape was, as he remembered how they'd gotten to this point. Hermione had had the idea, based on something she'd read in Hogwarts, a history. It said that problem students who took too much staff time either had to be expelled or have their parents come and keep them in line. And thanks to their little prank on Snape, Draco was well past the point where this clause triggered. His detentions alone were numerous enough to do so. So they'd sent an anonymous note to McGonagall. It was anonymous, so she could not just confront the complaining student, dismiss their concerns, and brush it all under the rug as she had done so many times in the past. And it went to McGonagall with a note that they could complain about her if she failed to act on it. With Dumbledore too busy to handle school matters, and the deputy headmistress backed into a corner that could see her put before the Board of Governors, her subsequent course of action had been obvious. She'd contacted the Malfoys with their options, that with his rather remarkable discipline record of late Draco needed constant adult supervision, or be expelled, and that the staff were already overworked and too busy to handle this. Lucius, being too busy with his efforts in the ministry, had sent Narcissa, who he felt was not doing anything worth her time anyway, as she was just lounging around the house and spending time with her friends. So she was clearly available to correct her mistakes with the raising of their son, and so off she'd been sent. Narcissa had arrived with packed bags at Hogwarts that very evening. She was scheduled to stay for 2 weeks, or until Draco's disciplinary record improved. Every moment since arriving, she had spent within arm's reach of Draco. The Slytherins were now enjoying the unusual position of having the hottest gossip at Hogwarts, and plenty of it, as they relayed embarrassing anecdotes about Draco receiving mothering more appropriate to a 5-year-old. Lavender and Parvati had collected most of it, and were collaborating together on an article for Witch Weekly. They had planned on presenting it as a shocking expose on Draco's unsuitability as a spouse. They were talking about how they'd knocked Draco out of the top 10 most desirable up-and-coming bachelors in Britain, and boasting over how they had so much dirt it might even knock him out of the top 100. There were only barely more than 100 pure-blood boys in that age category in Britain. So it would be an epic fall from grace for Draco if they could do it. Harry had heard their discussing some of what they'd written, and he believed they had a chance. Lines like, "If you want to be discussing your husband's stool with your mother-in-law, then Draco is an excellent choice," really put them in the running for hitting their goal, in his opinion. Harry now understood what a smother mother was, and why that would be a bad thing. Then he reflected that this was possibly the best prank ever, though in part that would depend on how things turned out with Dumbledore. Dumbledore was extremely busy trying to cover for himself, Snape, and Hogwarts generally in the Wisengamot public opinion, and even with international organizations like those who certify potion masteries. It would do no good for Dumbledore to brag about Snape's accomplishment of being the youngest potions master ever, if said mastery got revoked. Therefore, he was spending favors left and right doing damage control. This was needed because of the tons of evidence being sent in about everything wrong, ranging from outright crimes to bad teaching to basilisks roaming the halls. In the room of requirement, Harry asked Sirius, "Confounding Snape to give Draco detention when he means to give it to me was a great prank. But what gets me is this: he's been to the hospital several times since you did it, and fixing things like confundus is just part of the usual routine there. So why is it that Snape is still giving Draco detention?" Sirius guffawed. "He does that to himself every morning without knowing it," the prankster confided to his godson. "We distilled that particular confundus into a potion, and mixed that in with the hair grease he applies every morning. Though he goes through that stuff like you wouldn't believe, so we had to mix up more confundus potion and put it in his 3 spare jars of hair grease." They all laughed. Snape had gone to bed early, and exhausted from all the work of trying to catch up on duties he had been missing. So he wasn't surprised when he dreamed, or when that dream turned into a nightmare. In his dream, Snape wandered through halls, lost and looking for Lord Voldemort, who had returned. At last Snape found him, and fell to his knees before his Dark Lord, swearing eternal faithfulness and begging for permission to torture Harry Potter to death. Then the dream got weird, as dreams often do. Voldemort proclaimed that he was bored, and demanded that Snape dance before him, to entertain him. Snape rose and tried a simple dance.
No.
Yelled Voldemort, producing, from nowhere, a pink tutu and rainbow-themed tights colored in various pastels. Change into this, there, in that changing room behind you. A room appeared behind Snape that had not been there before, and Voldemort continued, then return here and dance, starting with the I'm a little teapot dance. Do it now. That last was so loud that Snape, once he was in the changing room, checked his ears to see if they were bleeding. Soon Snape emerged from the changing room, dressed in two tight tights, which he'd had to strip all the way down to his skin to fit in. He looked like a bad cartoon, though a very colorful one. And he danced I'm a little teapot for Lord Voldemort, including singing the words along to music that came from some source Snape could not identify. Enough! Screamed the Dark Lord, that doesn't work at all. Try this instead, and again he produced a costume and shoes out of nowhere. Again Snape changed, this time into a too-tight bodysuit, colored white, covered in sequins, and so tight it was effectively painted on. No, tighter, this actually compressed him a little. He also had on the shoes which had been provided. These were white and had high transparent heels full of water and in which live goldfish swam. He emerged from the changing room and Voldemort declared, "Drink this too," producing a potion from nowhere. Snape did, and suddenly his hair changed drastically. First, it became completely clean and grease-free for the first time in years. That alone felt absolutely creepy to Snape. But his hair also immediately styled itself into a perfect and enormous bouffant hairdo, which looked absolutely ridiculous on him. Now dance! Lord Voldemort screamed hysterically, as disco music began to play. Snape danced for something like 10 full minutes before coming to himself and realizing that this was no dream. With the hallucinations ended, he saw that he was in front of his potions class, disco dancing by himself, as all his students gaped in amazement, many of them visibly restraining their laughter. Before him, seated in a simple chair, was a large white teddy bear where he thought Lord Voldemort had been. During his last twirl, Snape caught sight of things behind him, and noted two things. His changing room was still there, but had no walls and no privacy. It was just a chalk outline on the floor, with the chair on which he'd left his robes. And on the chalkboard where he usually wrote the day's assignment, there was a message, apparently in his own handwriting. It said, "Please remain silent while I express myself. All will be explained later. Commonwealth Constables." Two individuals called out as they removed their invisibility cloaks and pointed wands. "Septicus Snape, you are under arrest." Snape got so furious that a vein in his head swelled and burst, and he fell to the floor unconscious. Madame Pomfrey arrived in time to save his life, but not his reputation. Moving pictures and video of his dances were anonymously sent to the papers and other news media, and soon everybody knew, including the Board for Certifying Potions Mastery, where his case had been under review. Evidence of his crimes had been sent too, but nobody talked about that as much as they did about his ridiculous dancing. Back at Hogwarts in the room of requirements, Sirius asked Remus, "Tell me again how you managed it. I never get tired of hearing it." "Sure," Remus replied. "I got the chemical from some dark muggles where it is illegal. It's also very rare, since it addicts you for life and more hallucinations can pop up at any time, even decades later. They call those flashbacks, though Snape won't have a problem with either the addiction or the flashbacks, since there are several spells which easily eliminate those problems. The chemical is called lysergic acid diethylamide, or LSD for short. It gives intense hallucinations, which I found are easily controllable with a mild confundus. So I dosed his tea, confounded him to believe he was dreaming, and he danced before us, making an utter fool of himself." Sirius laughed heartily, then said, "This LSD positively cries out to be used in pranks on other deserving targets. It could be more fun than a barrel of monkeys, which, by the way, will itself be more fun next time, since I have worked out some of the bugs in the complicated transfiguration process. When can you get us more LSD?" "I'm not sure," Remus replied with a grin. "It can be very hard to get, but I'll do my best." Dumbledore looked stern, sitting behind his desk across from McGonagall, who had once again failed to bring in Harry Potter to meet with the headmaster. "Minerva," he said, "this just isn't good enough. I don't need you to try I need you to succeed. Albus, I am not sure what more I can do, she replied. If he is so nervous of your presence that his accidental magic breaks out to protect him from you, I can't, by school rules, do more than I have been doing. I can't even take house points or assign detentions. Minerva, it is vital that I speak to Harry, in order to have a chance to divert him from this dangerous path he has set out on. As the boy who lived, he is looked to as an example by an entire generation of young witches and wizards. His lack of proper respect and obedience to our authority could be disastrous for our entire society if not curbed properly. Therefore, you are free to use whatever methods you deem necessary in securing the lad and bringing him into my presence. While Harry was walking through the corridors of Hogwarts, a stunner came out of nowhere and struck him in the back, sending him sprawling to the floor unconscious. Looking to where that stunner came from, Harry's friends and companions were shocked to see McGonagall emerge with a raised wand and a determined glint to her eyes. Without a word of explanation to her other students, the deputy headmistress kicked away the fallen student's wand, mummified Harry Potter in chains from head to toe, until he looked like nothing more than a metal worm, then levitated him before her and took off at once towards the headmaster's office, leaving the shocked group of Gryffindors to stare after her in horror. Bypassing the gargoyle at the foot of his steps with a quick password, McGonagall quietly celebrated inside as she mounted those steps, then gasped with relief once she'd gone through the door and entered the office, levitating her burden before her. This was it. She'd done it. Nothing bad or weird had happened. Again, the Scottish crone gasped with relief, clutching one hand to her chest as she exulted. I did it, Albus. I brought him. Albus Dumbledore nodded gratefully, congratulating her. Indeed you did, Minerva. Let's see the boy try and make his excuses now. He affixed a grandfatherly smile to his face and waved his wand, causing all of the chains McGonagall had wrapped around her stunned captive to loosen and fall to the floor. However, instead of Harry, Daphne Greengrass, known as the Ice Queen of Slytherin, stood revealed from within those chains, and in a most poisonous mood. Without a word to the two faculty members, she went directly but firmly over to the flue, which Dumbledore had previously taken the precaution of locking against outbound travel, threw in a handful of the available flue powder and called out the law offices of Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe, and stuck her head in the fire to converse with the secretary on the other side. Dumbledore and McGonagall both winced several times as specific criminal charges got mentioned during the ensuing conversation. Once she was done with her flue call, the gorgeous blonde ice princess drew herself up regally, strode back to before Dumbledore's desk, and claimed a seat. I am sure you both have plenty of excuses, she cut off both staff members. But my family's lawyers insist that you save them until they, my father, and our ministry representatives arrive, which should not take more than 2 minutes. So be silent until then, if you please. The way the words "if you please" were said, McGonagall and Dumbledore both felt such a chill that each surreptitiously checked themselves over for frostbite. Harry and Hermione sat down to lunch at the Gryffindor table, and hadn't even started before Ron laid into them. Mouth full, he turned and sprayed, Harry, you've been monopolizing all of Hermione's time, and the professors are on my case, nagging me about my late homework. That's selfish. You've got to cut it out, you get. Harry responded. Bilious. Can I call you Bilious? It fits because that's both your middle name and description. Anyway, Bilious, you need to learn to do your own homework, and this is your opportunity, since Hermione's time is not, and will not be, available for that anymore. Ron leapt to his feet, shouting, and spraying food all over those unfortunate enough to have been seated in the spray of his voice. You slimy git. He then grabbed for his wand and started to cast a curse, casting a charm to clean sprayed food bits off himself, Hermione, and the table and seats around them, while elves worked hard to replace the platters of food spoiled by the unwelcome introduction of Ron's partially chewed meal. Harry calmly replied, If you are going to curse me, you should use something other than your lunch, pointing at the breadstick in Ron's hand that should have been a wand. Hermione added, His presence is a curse all by itself. His lack of table manners is another. Ron's face got very red, like he was going to burst a blood vessel. In his temper, Ron reached for a heavy mug to throw at Hermione, only to find his wrists suddenly manacled to each other around a leg of the very heavy table. Ron began screaming, and Hermione magically silenced him, saying, "Nobody wants to hear your bluster, Ron." Harry cast a sonorous charm on himself and said, "Ron, you've just tried to curse us and attack us physically. That's behavior I'd expect from Draco, which is why you find yourself manacled to the table. So your punishment is this. For the first time since you've been at Hogwarts, you're going to have to actually read a book that's not about Quidditch. If you want to be free, I've put a short manual on the table in front of you. Should you read it, it will tell you how to get free. If someone else reads it, they will find themselves in manacles and without a book." Before any of the others at the staff table could respond, Remus leaped to his feet and declared, "I support that." For trying to cast a curse, unprovoked, Ronald Weasley gets detention right where he is sitting, until he unlocks his own manacles. Since it was an unspoken but well-known tradition among Hogwarts professors not to contradict one another's rulings, especially in public, the rest of the staff more or less uncomfortably let that ruling stand. All except for Snape, who would have been first to his feet, however had suddenly and inexplicably found himself choking on his latest mouthful of food. Soon, Snape gasped and choked and collapsed, and Sirius, in his guise as Sid, the assistant to Remus, leapt up to help him, saying, "I learned how to do this from some muggles. They call it the Hemlock Maneuver or something like that. It really works," and then performed a unique version of the Heimlich maneuver by stomping on the prone Snape's stomach, causing the morsel of food to shoot out of the greasy professor's mouth, and a couple of his ribs to crack. "See?" Sid declared. "He is no longer choking. I've saved his life." While Sid was trying to get Snape to agree to pay off that life debt, Ron's temper flared up again, and in a fit of rage that had never quite abated since Harry's explanation that Hermione would not be doing the lazy boy's homework for him anymore, he picked up the book and threw it at Harry, who dodged, but said nothing, letting the book lie where it fell, several dozen feet outside of Ron's reach. Since Ron then proceeded to throw plates, goblets, serving platters, and anything else that lay within reach of his arms at Harry, no one felt inclined to add to his ammunition stockpile, so the book stayed where it had fallen on the floor. Ron then apparently realized that he was there to eat a meal, and the elves had stopped replacing any of the dishes he had thrown, so the boy was left without anything to eat, whereupon he threw a tantrum, screaming and thrashing about, yanking on his chain as if he could snap the steel links, leaving everyone at the Great Hall grateful he was still under the silencing charm. Hours later, as Filch made his rounds just after curfew started, he began in the Great Hall and used his caretaker's key, which magically opened all locks in Hogwarts not spelled with a secret charm, to open the manacles and send Ron off to bed. The door of the potions classroom got thrown open dramatically. This, by itself, was not unusual. What was unusual, and what drew the attention of all of the fourth-year students occupying that class at that time, was that it was not Snape who'd done it. No, Snape was currently behind his desk, wrestling with some jelly-like substance that he'd accidentally spilled in his lap that was currently trying to devour his crotch. A contest made all the more exciting because Professor Snape had somehow misplaced his wand, and without silly wand waving as a solution, he was being forced to rely on only using his hands, empty beakers, and racks of student homework from his last 2 class periods to defend himself. His pride would not let him ask the students for help, and the students were pretending not to notice his plight, due to his tendency to punish everything. The spy was finding himself in steadily mounting terror by the daunting potions challenge of trying to fend off a semi-sentient ooze already only inches away from his family jewels and clinging determinately to his robes, whilst he was armed only with flasks of swelling solution and boil remover, both student work of dubious quality. The boil remover had proved itself far more efficacious, but he was running out, about to apply the last bottle when McGonagall arrived. Snape saw her enter, and looked up at the deputy headmistress with desperate hope, as if seeing a guardian angel about to rescue him. But McGonagall had eyes only for Harry Potter, and upon spotting him, instantly took her wand out, and not seeing Snape's expression of relief at his hoped-for rescue, stunned the boy she was after, then went to him, placed a hood over Harry's head so he couldn't see, bound his hands behind his back, then magically stripped him down to his underwear, silenced him, revived him from her stunner, and drove him towards the headmaster's office using stinging hexes. Driving the boy out of the classroom before her, McGonagall was too focused on her task to notice Snape's despairing cry of "wait," echoing from behind her. No, instead she kept up a steady stream of stinging hexes until she had the boy at the headmaster's office. Only once they'd arrived did she relax a moment before pulling the hood off to reveal her prize to the headmaster. Only it was Draco Malfoy. When my father hears about this, the outraged and stinging welt-covered pureblood shouted angrily. Dumbledore, with a resigned and put-upon expression, decided that he'd had too many run-ins with powerful purebloods and their pet ministry officials already, raised his wand and simply stunned, then obliviated the boy. Harry Potter Stage Magician Chapter 8. Scenes from later in October. In the Ravenclaw Common Room, a group of students were trying to analyze the cause of Dumbledore's continual problem with farting and transformed legs. Cho Chang, Penelope Clearwater, Roger Davies, and Terry Boots sat around a table piled with medical books. Cho pointed at an entry in one book saying Bohemian spleen seizures. That explains the farting, and the times he had the legs of an insect, spider, grasshopper, housefly, and even acromantula. Roger, looking at the text she'd indicated, replied, "That can't be it. That wouldn't explain the time he was a fish from the waist down. That was only after he got splashed with water, so that could be from some other condition. Remember, he had centaur legs before the splash," Cho said. Terry chimed in, "Two separate conditions at once could certainly explain a lot. Like why he could have bird legs one time, turtle legs another time, and then the legs of a beautiful young woman another time." "Ugh, don't remind me of that one, I still have nightmares," Roger replied. The other boy nodded. Penelope chimed in, "I still think it's a bad case of Maladder-spung parasites. It's the only thing that explains the drastic changes in mass we see sometimes, including elephant legs, Hagrid's legs. He was so tall that time he bumped his head on the door frame," Cho snorted. "And on down to Professor Flitwick's little legs," Penelope finished. "That time was funny. As he walked along behind the staff table, he was so short that he looked like an animated hat was floating along." Terry chuckled. "Remember that big blast of flame on Wednesday? Burned off the back of his robes completely, leaving his hairy bottom on display to the whole school. And where did Dumbledore get sadder legs and a tail, anyway?" "He was an upright goat from the belly button down," Roger asked. Terry sighed. "Yeah, unfortunately neither bung parasites nor spleen seizures can explain a full satyr transformation like that, not to mention a blast of flame. Nor the really horrifying time he had the short pudgy legs of an infant, but scaled up for an adult human or maybe a half-giant. Babies look cute at baby scale, but scaled up like that they are just wrong." Penelope added, "I still think it's a stage 4 case of the vapors," Roger asserted. "Perhaps with a simultaneous case of Resmithra's living nightmare. It would explain why he still had his own knobbly old man legs, the first time he farted like that." "No," the three others all said at once. "For the last time," Terry reminded. "It still only affects females, and Dumbledore isn't one." "I guess it's back to the drawing board then?" Cho asked. "Yes, definitely," Penelope stated firmly. "We need to know if it's contagious, and, if so, how to avoid getting it." They all agreed and got back to reading the various medical books. During dinner time at Hogwarts, the doors to the Great Hall flew open. Filch entered immediately, pushing a wheelbarrow containing a captive. Harry Potter knelt in the wheelbarrow, festooned with chains. His wrists were chained, his ankles were chained, his wrists and ankles were chained together, and those chains were chained to the handles of the wheelbarrow. McGonagall, wand in hand, walked close behind, watching Harry closely. She announced, "I've got him for you, Headmaster. Where do you want him?" Dumbledore stood up from his golden throne at the staff table, a wide smile of triumph beaming upon his face. But before he could say anything, Harry began to sneeze loudly. He sneezed once, then twice, each sneeze growing in strength, rocking him back and forth, and making his cloak to fly forward over his head as his forehead went down towards his knees. Then finally a third sneeze came out that was so powerful it apparently caused his whole body to shatter into pieces. The explosive force of the third sneeze seemed to tear Harry to shreds of white and gray cloth. Those shreds then each became a pigeon, which all flew away rapidly in every direction. McGonagall stood aghast for the first couple of seconds, then rapidly began stunning pigeons. Dumbledore closed his mouth and resumed his golden seat with a pout. Harry was late for class, and hurrying, alone, down a deserted corridor at Hogwarts, when suddenly things started happening. His locket opened itself, and his father's voice spoke from it, saying, "Duck." Harry did, and the green bolt of a killing curse, coming from behind him, flew just over his head. At the same time, chessmen and modified Quidditch bludgers were streaming out of the open locket. Harry got his wand in his hand and spun around fast, but the bludgers were faster. Harry, with a chess king now standing on either side of him, ready to knock down any incoming spells, was quick, but still too late to take any significant part in the fight. It was effectively already over. 20 Quidditch bludgers had done what they do best, ramming at full speed into someone. They'd rammed into Draco Malfoy, Harry's assailant, having been directed by the locket to do so. The simple-minded bludgers had simply been told they were now in a Quidditch game, and Draco was the only player. Then they did what they do. Draco had already been beaten to a bloody pulp, helpless in a fetal position on the ground. He was far enough behind Harry that Harry could understand why he had not heard him cast the spell, and extra glad he'd kept his locket clasp up above his collar with a sticking charm, so it could watch behind him. That had saved his life. In a bit of gallows humor, and for a plausible excuse should he need one, Harry called for help, but only in a whisper. Considering that Draco had tried to kill him, again Harry let the bludgers keep on doing their work a bit longer than strictly necessary. He was actually surprised to see Draco out of the hospital so soon. Just 2 days ago, he'd been hospitalized for severe burns when his cauldron had exploded in potions class. It was the 5th time so far this year. It was uncertain whether Draco's hair would ever grow back. Harry grinned as he remembered telling Dobby, right at the start of this school year, to watch Draco during potions class, and any time he threw something into someone else's cauldron, to do the same to him. If Draco had not been such scum, throwing harmful things into other people's cauldrons when they were not looking, that instruction would have had no effect. But he was, and it had, resulting in 5 hospitalizations so far, partly because Dobby had impeccable timing, and so when Draco's cauldron exploded, the boy was always right next to it. Harry heard a loud crack as one of Draco's bones broke. So he took that as a good time to finally call off the bludgers and put them all away in his locket again, where a chessman would clean them. Wand still out, Harry considered a moment and cast Bam, once using it to punch the prone form of Draco. Now he could truthfully say he'd only cast one spell at Draco, and prove that by getting his wand tested. Then he could speculate that maybe the spell had been wildly overpowered, perhaps fueled by his fear of death, or maybe miscast, and wonder aloud if that was why Draco was so beat up. Speculation wasn't testimony. He couldn't get in trouble for such speculation, and no matter how much the Aurors doubted his speculation as the actual explanation, they may still choose the easy route and go with it, lacking any evidence to the contrary. Keeping his bludgers and locket a secret was worth the effort. Then he sent off a messenger Patronus to his cousin Tonks, He knew he'd get a fair hearing from her, and she'd even test Draco's wand and note the last spell it had cast. Not that that would achieve anything, but if he didn't at least try, he knew they'd try to paint this incident as a horrible, unprovoked attack on Draco, and do their best to punish Harry. At least, in covering up the evidence of Draco's guilt, they'd likely be too busy, and too interested in keeping things quiet, to seriously try to frame Harry. Harry Potter opened the door to the room of requirements and walked in, for minutes before the hour. He walked over to the couch where Hermione, wearing the diadem of Ravenclaw, was finishing the last 4 minutes of her turn using it to read. Harry was ready for his turn, even though it didn't look like it. He carried only 2 books with him, not a stack of them, since, as usual, he planned to mostly just read the same books that Hermione had brought for her turn. Instead of putting away Hermione's books after she read them, Dobby would wait until Harry had read them too. Sharing books like that gave them more to talk about, as well as helping Harry keep up in general. He looked at the book Hermione was reading now, saw that it was a book on divinations, and scowled. Maybe he would read something else. Divinations was useless. He couldn't imagine why Hermione was reading a book on that. He wondered what he should read instead of that divinations book. Of the 2 books he'd brought, he didn't want to read more than a couple pages, already marked with bookmarks of Quidditch Through the Ages, since he was only reading it as a prank. He wanted enough facts, dates, scores and records to dazzle and confuse Ron, but didn't have any interest in the book otherwise. He already planned to read all of his second book, Harry Houdini's best work, as recreated by experts. He expected to learn a lot from it, but it was nowhere near as big as Hermione's Divinations book, so it wouldn't take him very long to read. His was the last reading turn of the day, and he'd planned to fit in his Houdini book at the cost of a few minutes' sleep. His locket spoke the time, as a reminder that his turn to read with the diadem was starting now. Even though he could not hear her locket, he knew that Hermione's locket had done the same, to let her know her turn was over. Hermione looked up and said, "Only 10 pages to go. Is it okay if I go long by about a minute?" Harry nodded, and Hermione went back to reading. Harry knew it would do no good to read his Houdini book twice. Just once with the diadem would commit it all to his memory. And to end his reading turn early would be a waste of the opportunity. So he looked around and started considering other books he saw in the room. Before he knew it, Hermione closed the thick tome and proclaimed, "Done." As she was standing and handing him the diadem, he asked, "Why a book on divination? Trelawney's class is useless." "Yes," she answered, "her class is a useless waste of time. This book, though, has no connection to her class. And the main reason her class is useless is that it focuses solely on divining, or in other words, learning the future. Divining the future is rubbish." She got an odd look on her face and continued, as someone said, "Always in motion is the future." And he was right. Beyond that, Trelawney's methods are rubbish too. But divination is broader than just peering into the future. It's really about finding facts and learning things. Divining the present and the past are very useful. In fact, divination may be the most useful area of magic. Harry scratched his head and asked, "Can you give me an example?" "Plenty," a cheerful Hermione responded and held up one finger. "For example, you get taken unconscious to the hospital. What is the first thing they do? Cast multiple divination spells to find out what is wrong with you and what to do to fix it." She raised a second finger and continued, "Cursebreakers use many divination spells to reveal aspects of the wards or magical traps they are trying to defeat." A third finger went up. "Aurors use divinations to see what spells were recently cast by a suspect they have apprehended." Divination can also be used to determine whether a witness is telling the truth or not, or whether there is an invisible person nearby. Divination spells can also show you the magical traces of spells cast in the area, and the magical signature of who cast them. And the Ministry detects the use of underage magic by divination. A fourth finger went up. Divination is used a lot in magic items. A foeglass or sneakoscope uses divination to give you useful information, as do other dark arts detectors. As does the Marauder's Map, the Weasley's Family Clock, and the magical book that records the names of all magical children born in Britain. Even Quidditch balls have built-in divination spells to detect the players, so the ball can either hide from them or try to ram them. She raised her fifth finger, and everyday divinations used by regular folks include the Point Me charm for finding people, the Tempest charm for learning the time. Harry cut her off and summed up to prove he had been listening. "Okay, I'm convinced. I just hadn't thought about it before, but you've made it very clear. Divination is all about finding information. Finding it in the future is unreliable at best, but finding information about the past or present are very reliable and useful." He laughed. "When I saw what your book was about, I decided to skip it. But now I can see the value in it. As always, you are on the ball and ahead of the curve." They both smiled and hugged. Then Hermione left and Harry sat down to start reading. "Okay." Remus closed the notebook and sat back. "That covers our lesson plan for our classes this week. Now on to the fun part, our plan for Snape's classes." Sirius grinned. "I know we had talked about something simple, like just giving him a high squeaky voice as if he'd been inhaling helium. But no, this week Snape deserves special treatment. I just learned that yesterday, in an apparently random encounter in the hallways. He was so verbally abusive, for such a long time, to a first-year student that she wet herself and dropped out of school entirely. He needs to pay for that." Remus growled. "I heard about that. They say she was weeping inconsolably for a solid hour, and the first thing she managed to say was that she'd never attend this school anymore. If they can't get her to attend some magical school, or be tutored, she'll have her magical core bound and all memory of magic erased. That would be a tragedy, and either way, Snape really needs to pay for that." "Got it covered," Sirius replied. "I made a call to Beauxbatons, and they sent out a counselor to help her get over it and sign her up. An anonymous donor covered it, and boy, won't Snape be surprised when he discovers that some valuables from his house have been sold to cover that cost. They both laughed. Further, Sirius added, Snape will probably not feel up to teaching his classes tomorrow, not at all. Do tell. Remus leaned forwards in anticipation. Well, I found a few spells we're going to try out on him tonight. First, a sleep spell will keep him asleep all night no matter what. Then a nightmare spell will run all night and keep him reliving that incident, but from the firstie's point of view. Lastly, a sleepwalking spell will keep him jogging laps around the outside of the castle all night, non-stop. That'll probably be the most exercise he's gotten in his life, so it'll at least leave him so sore he can't move, but may go so far as to cramp his muscles, then tear them when he uses them despite the cramps. Sirius said. Remus nodded and thought, it's good, but it lacks something. He snapped his fingers. I've got it. I know a spell to give him diarrhea. We'll add that and he can run while filling his shorts with foulness. Good thing his jog will be outside. Sirius laughed. But I agree he deserves every bit of that. I hope he gets a rash from having that on him all night. Agreed. And I think you're right, he won't be up to teaching classes that day. I'll prepare to substitute for him again. I probably won't even have to volunteer again, since last time went well. With the beautification potion I taught them, each student looked several steps more attractive for a couple of hours. I think they liked that, Remus said. That's the understatement of the year. Sirius laughed. On top of not being abused during class, they actually got taught something, and it was actually something they'd like to use. What a difference. Obviously, you don't have to be a master of potions in order to teach a useful class on it. And yeah, the differences in appearance were remarkable. It was like the difference between a perfect rose and a wilted one. All the same bits are there, but subtle changes make a night and day overall difference. I think ingredients for that one will start selling well. Maybe we should invest. Remus mused, then went on, but back to the main topic. Now that Snape is back to teaching classes twice a week, we need something for later in the week too. Did you have thoughts there? Indeed I did, Sirius answered. I think it's time he got arrested again by Commonwealth constables. Again? Remus frowned. We've had him arrested by constables from India, Canada, Barbados, and Australia already for child abuse, reckless endangerment, assault, battery, for kinds of infractions of laws having to do with teaching methods, and I don't remember what else. Dumbledore always gets his release quickly and the charge is dropped. Why bother doing it again? Mainly because it's fun. Sirius laughed, but it also creates an established record, showing evidence that there are several ongoing problems, significant ones, with an accompanying cover-up. I don't know how Dumbledore is managing to get Snape released, but if it involves anything illegal like obliviating people's memories or bribery, then they're both in serious trouble once we release simultaneously, to both local and international news and law enforcement agencies, our accumulated recordings of the arrests plus related evidence. Point, Remus allowed. So who shall it be this time, and for what? There's over 50 nations in the Commonwealth, so we have lots to choose from. Sirius grinned. No, remember we need to show local interest for that nation. So we have to file the complaint on behalf of a current or former student, who's from the country where we file, and who was, or could have been, affected by the behavior we're filing the complaint about. Luckily that on behalf of part includes a friendly inclined stranger who is concerned for that student. Want to bet that sometime in the course of his teaching here, there have been students from at least 40 of the Commonwealth nations for whom we could file? Sirius asked. The usual 1 galleon? Yes. Done, Remus agreed. But now back to who and what. Easy enough, Sirius replied. We'll file with Singapore on behalf of Cho Chang, and do it about the illegal drugs and potions we found in Snape's secure cupboard last week, along with his records of selling them for extra cash. We'll suggest they raid that cupboard while he is in class so he isn't there to interrupt them, then come arrest him in class so he can't easily escape. If we're lucky, they'll even get in the super secure compartment we didn't have time to open. Agreed, that should go nicely. But I didn't know Cho was from Singapore? She isn't, but she lived there for a couple of years and that counts in this case. Sirius replied. Minerva McGonagall waited patiently, in her carefully prepared and concealed position. Her quarry would pass by soon. On those occasions when she'd stunned him, Harry Potter had been getting away somehow, before she could get him to Dumbledore's office. So she tried to use Petrificus Totalis instead, but that took a lot longer to cast, and he'd gotten away in a puff of smoke before she could finish the spell. So this time, she'd resolved to make sure there was enough time for her to complete the spell. Harry would soon be leaving the Quidditch Club and headed to the Independent Living Club. When he did, he would pass this way and she'd get him. Using transformation, she had made an extra wall buttress on the edge of the Hogwarts castle wall, near which Harry would pass. Nobody paid attention to the walls, and sometimes changes such as additional buttressing did happen, so the alteration had gone unnoticed the last 2 times Harry had passed by it. But this time, the extra buttress was hollow, and Minerva was inside the phone booth-sized cavity within the massive stone rib, supporting the stone wall of the castle. And, in her stone cavity, Minerva had 3 well-camouflaged holes. 2 for her to see out of and 1 for her wand. So Harry would not see her there, and would not see her casting a spell at him. Nor would he hear her. There was a silencing spell keeping all sound within the cavity from getting out. So McGonagall would have total surprise. The first thing Potter would notice was being petrified, followed by a spell often used in hospitals that would put him to sleep. Then McGonagall would open the hidden door to her compartment and capture the lad. He'd see the headmaster this time for sure. As McGonagall waited, she mused on the 2 clubs that were the boys' starting point and destinations this evening. Quidditch Club had surprising popularity and was now running 2 simultaneous games. Remus Lupin, assisted by 2 student trainees, was referee for the Fish vs. Insects game, while his friend and assistant teacher, Sid, also with 2 student assistants, refereed the Lizard vs. Marsupials game. Sid had bought the tabards for that one, showing a Tasmanian tiger or a Tyrannosaurus Rex, out of his own funds. That was a measure of how excited the 2 were about sponsoring clubs. Their Independent Living Club was almost done with tree houses, and would be moving on next week to build a new ranch near Hagrid's hut. They'd also sponsored a military history club, where students used miniature animated chess pieces to reenact and explore variations of assorted historical battles, using the rules from a popular miniatures game. And they'd sponsored an enchanting club, where they taught, and students practiced, various common enchantments, such as making Quidditch balls and animated miniature chess pieces. They got a lot of practice at the chess pieces, both due to demand from their History of Magic class, and from the Military History Club. McGonagall sighed at how much fun it all sounded, while she was out here trying to ambush a student for Dumbledore. Life just wasn't fair sometimes, she thought. The irony of the moment, her thinking about life being unfair to her, while she was in the midst of making things as unfair as possible for the student she, a professor, was about to ambush, did not occur to her. Her musings were interrupted by her quarry coming into sight. Harry Potter ambled away from the Quidditch fields towards his oak tree by the lake in front of Hogwarts. Minerva carefully timed her attack. Potter was quick to notice things ahead of him, and seemed to have eyes in the back of his head as well. So she didn't attack until Harry was passing by her hiding spot, and she was exactly on his right side, only 10 feet away, with the final wand motion bringing the tip of her wand to the hole prepared for it. The spell got launched and hit Harry, petrifying him. Minerva felt actual glee, as she followed that up by the medical sleeping spell. Then she popped open the hidden door in her stone cavity and hurried over to Harry, casting another spell on the way to shrink him. Arriving at the petrified and sleeping boy, now just 4 inches tall, she scooped him up into a specially prepared glass jar, and quickly screwed on the lid. The bottle had impervious and unbreakable charms on it, as well as runes inscribed on it which prevented apparition, port keys, and the like from operating. She actually cackled a little as she padlocked the lid closed. Then, keeping her eyes on Harry immobile in his glass jar all the while, she hurried to Dumbledore's office. Only, when she got there and cancelled the charms, did she take her eyes off the petrified and shrunken boy. Albus, I've got him this time. For sure. Here is Harry Potter as you required, she said, as she unlocked the padlock, unscrewed the lid, and poured Harry out of the jar. But, to her shock, what she had poured out of the bottle was Hagrid, not Harry. The half-giant, already awake and unpetrified, swelled to his original size, looked around and said, "Don't worry about it none, Professor." Hagrid stood up, brushing off his clothes. "Easy enough mistake ter make. We're both a lot alike, Harry and I." At the end of Transfiguration class, as Harry got up to leave, His father's portrait spoke from his locket, saying, "McGonagall, incoming." Harry didn't react, instead continuing on towards the door as he had been doing while he thought. He had dawdled at his desk and so was the last student to leave. So no one was behind him but McGonagall, and no one was next to him either. So, towards his locket he whispered, "Execute Plan T." His locket opened, and in the left half of it, Hermione's portrait moved aside, revealing the vault behind her, out of which flew two modified golden snitches. They flew straight down, using Harry's body to hide behind. Then once near the floor, one circled right and the other circled left. They each flew, as stealthily as possible, out around Harry and well behind him, coming up behind the person behind him, their target, to attack. These snitches were altered to ram into their target, bludger style, and each one had, for its central body, not a ball but a hypodermic needle instead. The one on the right arrived first, flying full speed right into McGonagall's right butt cheek. After the hypodermic needle sank deep, the animated snitch hypodermic depressed its own plunger, injecting the potion it contained into the target. That potion was specially formulated to work without having to pass through the stomach. It instantly caused McGonagall to change into her animagus shape, a black cat. Then the second snitch hypo hit, likewise injecting another potion, which confounded McGonagall to believe she was a cat, just an ordinary cat, not a transformed witch. Then the emptied snitches flew back into the locket, which closed behind them. As the locket closed, James's voice said, "That's enough potion to keep her locked as an ordinary cat for a week. Maybe now she'll hesitate before trying to drag you before Dumbledore." Harry said, "This should help," and cast a spell to change the cat's appearance, from all black to striped orange tabby. Now people won't think it's her and will probably just shoo away what they think is a stray cat. He finished by transfiguring a marble into a mouse and tossing it out the classroom door. The orange tabby sped out the door after the mouse. The clock struck the hour, so Remus stood and announced to his full classroom, "Hello, and welcome to another edition of Magical History class. I know we've been looking at a lot of the great battles of history, so today we're going to switch things up and talk about one of the great debates of history, flying broomsticks versus flying carpets. Instructions are in the papers that my assistant, Sid, is handing out now." Sirius, in his Sid disguise, was indeed walking up the aisles, holding a stack of papers and handing out one to each student. As he passed those out, Remus said, "Each of these handouts has a unique number on it, as well as the arguments that were used by one side of the debate. First, you will learn these arguments. Then we will assign each of you by number into groups of 4, where you will debate the argument in teams 2 versus 2, against students who have learned the other side of the argument. The debates will be judged by—" He trailed off dramatically. "Me," announced 21 copies of Remus's voice simultaneously, as the curtains fell from in front of 20 portraits of Remus positioned around the room. The portraits all nodded and went silent while the original Remus continued, "You will be graded on individual participation, how well you learned the arguments, the logic you use in presenting your arguments, and how articulate and convincing your arguments are. If any of you have questions, you can ask me or my portraits, which will also serve as teaching assistants from now on. But before we get started," Sirius added, "I have some trivia for you to engage your interest. We learned in the course of preparing this lesson that the best flying carpets were woven from werewolf fur. They kept some of the properties that werewolves have and so were fast, agile, very durable, and strong, meaning they could carry a lot of weight. In fact," Remus added, "Algeria and Tunisia, the major makers of flying carpets at the time, had so much demand for werewolf fur that they figured out an amazing thing. To industrialize the harvesting of werewolf fur, they came up with reusable timed portkeys, which were magically attached to each werewolf in the country. These portkeys would every full moon take the werewolves to unbreakable prison cells, where they would stay, unable to hurt anyone, until the full moon was passed. And those prison cells had animated clippers, which spent the whole time clipping the hair off the werewolves. Sirius took over, with each werewolf in prison during the whole full moon. The curse of werewolfism stopped spreading in those countries, and they actually had to start importing werewolves. They even got some ne'er-do-wells, people who just couldn't hold a job or make something of themselves, agree to get bitten by werewolves, thus becoming werewolves themselves so that they could be harvested monthly in exchange for a living stipend. And that's what killed the industry." Remus frowned. Between those two factors, the secret got out, And when they learned that werewolf fur was used in making flying carpets, broomstick makers spread as much fear, uncertainty, and doubt about them as they could. They implied that people could become werewolves from using flying carpets. Shortly thereafter, flying carpets were banned in most countries. There is, of course, a lot more to the debate which you will now read about prior to debating it yourselves. Then, after the debates, we will discuss the actual results of the ban, and how they differed from what was predicted, SIRIUS added. Now begin your reading. Student heads went down over their papers, as SIRIUS returned to the front of the class, sat next to Remus, and put up a quick privacy ward. Then he asked, "Did it work?" "Better than hoped for," Remus replied. "I went to French Algeria, where flying carpets are still legal." SIRIUS was still bummed out that he hadn't been able to go too, but international travel was, shall we say, problematic when you're an outlaw on the run and using a fake ID. Remus continued, "I went carpet shopping, so I could get a flying carpet for each locket, and I found better carpets than I'd imagined. You can do more with these than just fly around." "Do tell," SIRIUS prompted. "First," Remus replied, "I found carpets where you don't have to sit cross-legged on them as they fly. Rather the opposite, you travel in style. These have magic expanded space tents sitting on the carpets, in the middle, leaving room to sit on the carpet in front of or behind them. And those tents have all the amenities. Kitchens, bedrooms, bathrooms, and more. The tent and carpet can be transparent to all within the tent, so you're aware of what's passing by outside, and the carpet can be controlled from within the tent. These are basically magical Winnebagos, recreational vehicles, or RVs, and each one comes with a permanent illusion to look like the bird of your choice, which can be changed each time you get on, if you wish, so you don't have to take extra effort to hide it from muggles." "Sweet," SIRIUS exclaimed, "though that must be a pain to store. I don't imagine the carpet plus tent roll up flat like a carpet alone does. Actually, it does still roll up flat, though I'm not sure how. Maybe shrinking charms on the tent?" Remus responded, "Anyway, it even rolls up and flies to your hand or unrolls on verbal command. But wait, there's more. Long ago, somebody used a flying carpet to drop rocks onto a wild magical beast, a runespore, and thereby killed it without danger to themselves. That started a series of expansions on the basic idea, where they used magic expanded space trunks full of rocks. First manually, then hinged so they could dump them over the side, and even some attached to the underside of the carpet, with the lid opening on command to drop the trunk's full load of rocks when commanded. Then it got weird." "How so?" SIRIUS asked interestedly. "Weird appeals to me." Remus grinned. "You know that some people, when going to market, take cloth bags with them to carry their purchases. These are reusable and fold up flat. Well, it turns out that they can be made with magically expanded space just like a trunk. And you can make a bag that, when folded, is the size of a flying carpet. Those proved to be a bit awkward to access, so they sewed up the opening at the end of the bag, and made instead a pair of openings. One on top of the carpet bag and another on bottom. These used button-closed cloth flaps, which, when unbuttoned, give access to the expanded space within the still flattened bag. You can load in rocks or water if you're fighting fires in the top flap, then let it out all at once by commanding the bottom flap to open. They call that bombing things. And yes, before you ask, what I got for our group is the deluxe bomber version of tent-equipped flying carpets. If we ever have to go on the run, we can go in style." "Nice," SIRIUS replied. "I wonder if we could get away with trying a little bombing over the acromantula-infested part of the Forbidden Forest?" They discussed that for a while, then started reviewing the rest of the lesson, the actual versus predicted results of making flying carpets illegal. While doing so, Remus bet SIRIUS 20 galleons that no more than 2 students would exclaim in outrage when they revealed that broomsticks had doubled in price for no reason other than their main competition, flying carpets, having been eliminated as an option. SIRIUS bet that more than 2 would, and actually expected it would be more like 5. Harry Potter Stage Magician Chapter 9. On Friday, October 27th, right before lunchtime, Daphne Greengrass and her best friend, Tracy Davis, entered the private room they shared in the Slytherin dorms, closed the solid oak door behind them, and stood together without touching anything while brickwork charmed with the same spells that protected the entrance to Diagon Alley moved to close up the opening behind them, sealing the wooden door behind a 2-foot thick wall of magically strengthened brick and mortar. Neither one said a word, and they both carefully watched until the opening was completely closed over. Private dorm rooms were available for a fee, which of course all Slytherins paid as soon as they were able, since they had several advantages. For one, you could room alone for privacy or, if you had someone you trusted, share a space to watch each other's backs. Daphne thought it an interesting statement on pureblood politics that almost no one currently in Slytherin aside from her and Tracy had someone they trusted enough to share a room with. Draco came closest, but it was not really the same arrangement at all. Draco's father paid for a 2-room suite, one room serving as the entry to the other, then put Crabbe and Goyle in the first room as guard dogs to protect Draco in the second, much bigger room, figuring that anyone after Draco would have to get past his paid bodyguards first, which might have worked better if both Crabbe and Goyle weren't drooling morons. Daphne and Tracy had been among those watching with amusement from the Slytherin common room as a Slytherin first year with a puppy snuck past Crabbe and Goyle, so she could have her pet pee all over Draco's bed for the insults he'd given her earlier that day. Some guard dogs. Tracy had said once she'd prefer actual dogs. Still, having wizards as bodyguards was a political statement as much as anything. Almost all of the dark families that traditionally made up Slytherin House were some degree of enemy to all other Slytherins, due to ancestral rivalries, conflicting ambitions, and such, so everybody got the private rooms to avoid having some other student knife or dose or curse them in their sleep. Lucius Malfoy spending more money on essentially the same protections everyone was getting was his attempt to say that his heir was more important than any of the others. That sort of signal got noticed and heeded, so the signal was worth something even when the paid bodyguards weren't. And really, the bodyguards did not have to be worth much because the second biggest reason for paying for private rooms was the school charter allowed them to be warded as much as you liked, provided it was nothing lethal or permanently debilitating. That a first tie had walked right through whatever wards were supposedly on Draco's room also sent a signal of weakness. A student who could ward their own room got respect. That was the kind of skill you honored, as it could easily save your life one day, as got proven in every war so far. Those who paid for goblin wards got shocked and usually died when those same goblins got paid more by their enemies to open those wards up right when the attackers wanted through. You could not keep the one who'd set up your wards from being able to turn them off again, and so doing your own dorm room's protections yourself was something everybody sought to do, as it brought serious status and more reliable protection to those who could do it. Lucius Malfoy no doubt paid someone to give his son some serious coaching every summer, because each year Draco boasted he'd done his own wards. Then something invariably happened, like this first year bringing her pet in to pee all over his bed. That proved he'd flubbed it. Then each year Snape would discreetly appear shortly afterwards to cast his own wards over Draco's room, obviously paid to do so by Draco's father. But of all the things Snape claimed to be, an expert ward layer he was not. Almost everyone in Slytherin knew at least one way through any defenses he'd laid. Most knew quite a few more. As she'd overheard one 7th-year saying of Snape, the man's warding style is as lazy as his teaching half-assed and full of holes you could ride the Hogwarts Express through. The only thing really protecting Draco's room after Snape had warded it was that nobody in Slytherin wanted their head of house mad at them for no good reason. And showing Snape up as an incompetent ass always got him so angry. Of course, there were those who went after bragging rights and those who went after quality. Each year Daphne's father paid for a professional to ward her private room. Wards had to be redone year after year, as any left over the summer holidays by returning students invariably got compromised over the break, and were therefore worthless, and counted that cost well spent. They always chose a human from some foreign country, someone with no stake in pureblood politics in Britain, and paid extra for those wards to report how many intrusion attempts they'd stopped, as well as the names and intentions of all intruders. Daphne's daddy loved boasting that he'd made back, from a single incident, more than double the total cost of these wards over all 7 years of her schooling when, during her 3rd year, they had caught Draco trying to break into her room with rape on his mind. Because those ward records were admissible as evidence, well, Draco's father had been very forthcoming with generous donations to House Greengrass to keep that crime silent, while Draco himself had spent close to a month screaming in agony every time he went to pee. The wards had done him no permanent damage when he'd attempted to breach them. No, sir. Just inflicted so much discomfort the offender would hopefully never forget it. All set up by the ward layer to not be something that could be fixed by any potion. The Greengrass Patriarch had really wanted that message to sink in. The hush money had been nice, too. By tradition, The bribe to keep Draco from going before the courts was only slightly less money than it would have cost the Malfoys to pay off enough people at the ministry to get the case thrown out on some technicality if Daphne's father had tried to press charges. But that was the way pure-blood politics worked. The logic was essentially, I've caught you. There is clear and unimpeachable evidence in my possession that a member of your house, in this case the heir, which always raised the price, was caught committing a serious crime. However, we both know that no one is going to jail over this. Still, there are so many people to bribe at the ministry. It really boosts the costs up. So why don't you just pay me around 80 of what your total bribes would have been to get this overturned, and I'll just forget I have this evidence? Nobody actually threw any evidence away, of course. But should someone ever use evidence they had been paid to bury? Well, that's part of how so many traditionally dark families wound up in so many feuds and rivalries with each other. Once the entrance was completely closed over, Daphne, still not talking, turned and made a very specific hand sign. That signal caused the stuffed doll to leap up from her bed, walk over to the wizarding wireless, and turn it on at a fairly loud volume. Any muggle would have called it a radio. The doll, having done step one of its instructions, turned and walked back to the bed, announcing in a fair approximation of Daphne's voice, "We can talk now." Another doll sat up on Tracy's bed and answered in a decent copy of that girl's voice. Can you believe what Draco did now? As the two dolls started to have a conversation about meaningless trivia adapted from some muggle soap opera, both real girls went behind changing screens and began to undress. They removed everything, not just including socks and panties, but laying down their wands and removing earrings and other jewelry, all of which they left in a pile. Having removed everything, hair ties and all, both girls were given a once-over by a newly arrived Greengrass family elf, who moved some charms from their bodies to their discarded Slytherin ties. Then, upon a second search finding them both clean, offered each girl a new outfit brought fresh from home, which they put on immediately. The elf had brought with it what looked like identical copies of both girls. Human-to-animal transfiguration was a thing, as well as animal-to-human. So having an adult transfigure a couple rats to human, then feeding those rats polyjuice charged with hair from the real girls, gave the usual error that polyjuice was not meant to be used across animal/human boundaries and got stuck halfway. Since the transfiguration to human was already fairly close approximations to Daphne and Tracy's actual looks, getting caught halfway left the rats as very reasonable lookalikes to the real girls. 2 or more doses of polyjuice and the difference was all but unnoticeable. And the Imperious Curse was only illegal to cast on other humans. It was still perfectly legal to cast on rats. Before each potions class, a house elf would have given each girl, shaped body double, a chance to carefully smell and sniff each ingredient they would be using that day. Imperio could give very detailed instructions, including the motions to go through to mix a potion. That potion would fail, rats not having magic to trigger the needed reactions. But they were Slytherins. They did not need to mix a single working potion all year to still pass potions class. Snape would never permit a Slytherin to fail his class. Sadly, where any normal teacher would insist they do the work, study, and earn the grades, Snape did not even check their potions, just marking down any Slytherin's grade as acceptable, unless they were one of his special favorites, whose grades were automatically marked higher. So the body doubles would go to potions class for Daphne and Tracy, then remain in their dorms all weekend, pretending to be them. It was for the best. As Daphne and Tracy emerged in casual wear, the newly arrived body doubles stepped behind the screens and began donning the Slytherin uniforms left behind there, picking up each piece from the piles left behind by the actual girls. While the two dolls were talking and the radio blaring, the actual Daphne and Tracy took a specific route, stepping first onto a low footstool, then onto a chair, the vanity, then finally climbing up the shelves of a bookcase as if it were a ladder. Each had gone over this route so many times now it was as easy as climbing stairs, and the furniture nice and overbuilt, sturdy so they did not creak or wobble when the girls climbed over them. Standing atop the bookcase, they opened a secret door located more than 10 feet off the ground. Not the sort of place anyone would think to look for a secret door. For added security, this was not a part of the original castle. Their families had added it themselves when the two girls took this room. So it was not a legacy that anyone might have stumbled upon a generation or so ago. It was brand new with their occupancy. Further, it opened only into a small alcove that went nowhere, and when not in use a family house elf popped in and filled the hidden space completely up with a large boulder. The same one that had initially been removed to create that space in the first place, shrinking and enlarging the stone as needed to either place or remove it. So no spell ever designed to find hidden spaces could discover this little nook, as most of the time it was just one large stone right where it should be, only a little loose because the mortar around it was cracked. At Christmas, and again at the end of the year, they would even remove the secret door, repair the cracked mortar so the rock was fully sealed as part of the wall again, then rebuild the gap where the secret door had once been back to its original specifications as a wall. So there was literally nothing there to find during those time periods where the room was most likely to get searched. The purpose of this alcove was a very simple one. The Slytherin dorms were located under the Black Lake, already at the very limits of the Hogwarts wards. By removing this boulder, the girls could take a step or two past the ward line and actually be outside of the castle's magical defenses without even leaving the castle. Once outside the wards, a house elf could pop both girls home and no one inside of the castle would ever be alerted. The castle would have been alerted had any of the tracking charms Dumbledore arranged to put on interesting individuals left the wards, no matter where or how they did it. But that was the reason they'd left all of their uniforms and school things behind, and then been personally checked by a trusted elf which transferred any remaining charms to their house ties, which were even now being worn by body doubles that were on their way to potions class. The way their fathers had explained it, Dumbledore almost never placed tracking charms personally, lest they be discovered and his magical signature identified, providing evidence of a crime. So since he did not want to be caught, he ordered the Hogwarts elves to place most of the tracking, listening, and other illegal monitoring charms he used. And, as their fathers said, any charm an elf can place, another elf can remove. The Greengrass House elf first popped the pair of young ladies to a muggle community not far away, into a tool shed that had been abandoned by its owners and placed under Fidelius' charm by the adult Greengrasses. There, both girls and their elf got checked for charms by two more elves belonging to the Greengrass family, just in case Dumbledore had managed to catch and subvert the first elf, or was genius enough to have modified the Hogwarts wards so certain charms were undetectable within their boundaries. Tracy had an aunt who'd scoffed at that level of caution, right up until the first time they'd used this method, and discovered several previously undetectable tracking charms. As Tracy's dad had taken to saying, it never paid to bet on the assumption that Dumbledore can't do something. That man had years of experience, and a genius for this type of magic. Both girls emitted sighs of relief once that was done, and they had been popped safely back to Greengrass Manor, where two more elves checked them over and pronounced them clean. I am still getting used to the new security measures, Tracy spoke at last, finally able to talk without fear of monitoring charms picking up every word. They'd had a nasty scare a couple of years ago when Dumbledore's actions in the Wizengamot made it clear he'd been listening to private conversations in the Slytherin dorms. Until then, the girls had been thinking that playing the wireless had been enough to obscure any conversation and foil any listening charms. Since then, the families had significantly upgraded their security. Now the girls used the dolls to create artificial chatter about stuff previously recorded, then adapted from Muggle soap operas, and they had just not spoken of any family business inside of Hogwarts at all. But even so, it hadn't gotten so bad until this year. Yeah, me too. Daphne sighed again. Suddenly, Daphne's younger sister Astoria was with them, having been elf-popped in like the rest, and the youngest girl was upset, ranting, "This whole thing sucks. It can't be helped," Daphne told her, resigned, as the trio of girls left the entryway and headed off into the mansion. "Last year you made a rookie mistake. You don't even remember doing it, which means they obliviated you right afterwards. It shouldn't even have been that big of a mistake. You just trusted that you could go swimming in the Black Lake with the other first years. That sort of thing ought to be perfectly safe, but it isn't. So you got dressed for swimming, which meant you left the wards of your dorm room not wearing any of your protective amulets and rings and things. Then bam, the next thing anyone knows Malfoy's thugs have got you, and your signature is on some documents, and Dad's been fighting a betrothal contract between you and Malfoy ever since. You never even got to go swimming." Astoria blushed with embarrassment. Tracy spoke up, delicately trying to take some of the pressure off of her best friend's sister. "What is it with the Malfoys, though? Hadn't you guys already got protections so they couldn't push through anything directly?" Daphne rolled her eyes at her friend's question. Unfortunately, this managed to skirt around most of those protections, usually by being indirect. Technically, I could be the one married off, despite it being Astoria whose name is signed on the contract. And technically it could be called off, but that requires mutual consent from both parties, and you know how unlikely that is. The Malfoys dug deep to get this chance to steal our Wisengamot seat. They'll never give that up willingly. And technically it's an engagement to the Black Heir, but we all know that means Draco. Tracy continued, this time in genuine confusion. How could Malfoy be causing your dad so much trouble? Aren't you guys richer than they are?
Yeah.
By a lot. Daphne answered, resigned. Dad says Lucius must be planning to take control of the Black Fortunes and sell off all of their businesses and properties to enrich his own house, and is already spending gold like water trying to make that happen. Since Arcturus Black III, the last head of the Black family, died in 91, Lucius Malfoy has been campaigning hard to get his wife Narcissa named regent on the argument that she is the last Black by blood who is not cast out in Azkaban or on the run from the law. Daphne twirled her hair as the trio walked along, having left the entry hall of the manor behind and now turning left to go towards where their lunch was being served, friendly paintings watching over them from all sides. Why else do you think Fudge agreed to a kiss-on-sight order against Sirius Black? Minister Fudge has less spine than a flobberworm. He would never take up a strong stance like that, and especially not one causing the death of the last of an ancient and noble house. That's the sort of thing that gets the old purebloods up in arms to protect their rights and privileges. Normally they'd tear any minister to ribbons for even thinking of doing such. But Lucius has been pushing for years, including bribing Fudge, to get Sirius Black tossed through the veil or fed to a Dementor, anything to get him cleared off the line of succession. Daphne ran her fingers through her hair a few times, straightening it. No, the only thing that makes any sense, Dad says, is for Lucius to be pushing hard to grab the Black Fortunes, and thinking he is already close to success. Eliminating Sirius puts Draco in as the last male Black, and therefore the heir with his mom as regent, which really means Lucius Malfoy gets it all. And my family is rich, but the Blacks were on a whole other level, so the ministry senses big bribes coming, and have started to swing the Malfoys' way. Why can't I just go to one potions class? One. That's all I am asking. Astoria blurted out, angry at her situation. We're Slytherins. Doesn't that mean we ought to be good at potions? Tracy met Daphne's eyes. I can't help wondering what it would be like to actually attend a potions class. Daphne rolled her eyes and faced her sister, bending down to look her in the eye. We don't attend potions class because Snape doesn't teach potions. There is only one thing you can learn from him: to cheat. He doesn't even cheat well. There's nothing sly or cunning or subtle or devious about the way he cheats. Snape is an in-your-face bullying type of cheater, which you'd need the backing of someone of basically unlimited authority like Dumbledore to get away with. So the one thing Snape teaches is useless to everyone but him. Again Daphne twirled her hair, as if doing so let her brush away some of the day's stresses. Besides, we have our own potions tutors here at home. So we're probably the only students at Hogwarts who are anything close to where we ought to be in our potions educations, since the only other people who know anything about potions are basically self-taught, which usually means they lag significantly behind. Tracy smirked. Bet you Granger is on our level or better. I don't take sucker bets. Daphne shot her a reply. Besides, she continued, it's too dangerous to attend the Hogwarts potions class. Between all of the opportunities our enemies and rivals would have to splash or dose us, with Snape's fully cognizant support, I might add it's just too risky. To say nothing of Malfoy's habit of tossing random things into other people's cauldrons causing explosions. How many trips to the hospital wing have we missed this year by not attending that class? 5. Tracy answered dispiritedly, knowing the argument was lost. 5 major incidents this year alone, Daphne counted off, and that's just from random stuff, not directed attacks like Malfoy paying off Nott or Bulstrode to do things when we aren't looking, like switch out a stirring spoon with one they'd coated with something vile, or pour some potion inside our safety equipment so when we put on our dragon hide gloves we unintentionally dose ourselves, or put something into our cauldrons directly. All of which they could do while we are standing in line to collect ingredients for that day's potion. All of which they could do with Snape staring right at them, and he'd not say a word because Malfoy is his favorite and we are not. No, I have never once attended a potions class at Hogwarts and I have no intention to start. Certainly not when Snape is teaching it. It's just... Astoria groused. Then complained aloud. Being in Slytherin is nothing like I thought it was going to be. Daphne paused to compose herself, a sure sign that she'd been pushed to her limits. Having calmed herself as best she could, she turned to face her sister. But it was obvious that Daphne's own frustrations were still boiling just under the surface. Don't you think I know that? What did you think all of my warnings to you since I got there were about? Did you think I was making practical jokes? Astoria shrank away and Daphne realized she was shouting. Pausing to compose herself again, the older sister spoke with closed eyes. Listen, it's very simple. Unless you are willing to be a slave to Snape, or have already enslaved him, being a Slytherin is to live in hell. Tracy thought to put it more delicately. She explained, Snape owes his life and freedom to a very unlikely combination of two people. Dumbledore and Malfoy. Without either one, he would be in Azkaban right now, or already tossed through the veil of death. It's that simple. So those are the only two people alive that Snape will take orders from, and he treats an one nicely without being ordered to buy one or both of those people. You will note neither of those people owe us any favors. So Snape will never treat any of us the way he does Draco. Then there are the suck-ups. Daphne continued her friend's explanation. The ones who believe if they love Snape and do what he says they will eventually win him over, and he will be nice to them. Those people are idiots, but until they outlast their usefulness to him, or he finds it convenient to sacrifice them to some other goal. He is happy to use them as disposable minions, so they get a sort of grudging toleration from him most of the time unless they screw up. Should they fail to meet his impossible standards, which they always fail eventually, then he punishes them worse than his enemies. It was a much more somber group that walked into the family dining room, as opposed to the grand dining hall that was used for parties and could seat hundreds of witches and wizards. There, each girl picked up their at-home wand from the tray being held by a servant at the door as they walked in, then went to seat themselves at the table. A hearty meal was then served to them. They were skipping lunch at Hogwarts because their families had found, to their collective astonishment, that they had to. During their preparations to send the girls there, they had taken the seemingly unnecessary step of paying one of the Hogwarts students already attending, in the year before they'd started, to send home a few samples of food and drink snuck from the tables at meals. Loyalty potions keyed to Dumbledore were not the only alarming thing they'd found cooked into all of the food there. Now this was not the first time someone had tried dosing large portions of the British magical community. So practically all of the old families had some measures to protect against it. Rings and things usually, but that came down to a contest like which is better, my bulletproof vest or your pistol. The allied families of Greengrass and Davis had decided the best approach was simply not to let their children get shot, so to speak. After all, anyone who decides to gamble is eventually going to lose. Since having lost your free will to Dumbledore's potions would be a pretty significant loss to anyone, the families had decided from the outset to avoid having anyone they sent to Hogwarts actually eat anything while there. Or else, as in the case of Persephone in the Greek myth, they might never be able to leave. Well, leave the cult of Dumbledore anyway. So from the outset, Daphne and Tracy had been treating Hogwarts as a day school, arriving right after breakfast and leaving right before lunch, then staying home each weekend, in all cases trading places with their body doubles as they went back to their dorm room, supposedly to pick up or drop off books for their classes. Any classes they would have taken after lunch, they instead had tutored at home. It had worked out so far, although rats under Imperio were dull conversationalists no matter how well coached. So Daphne had picked up something of an Ice Queen image at school for being cold and uncommunicative in response to attempts to draw her into conversations, and just not reacting to most things. Really, it was the transfigured rat who did not understand human behavior. So it was far simpler and safer to instruct it to shut down most attempts at conversation. Talking with Slytherins was always a contest of wits, who could outsmart whom, and that was not something she dared sending a pre-programmed rat out to attempt, and not to react at all rather than give out a wrong or negative response. But it was not like she was going to tell anyone that. They all sat down and began to eat. During the salad course, a house elf gave them their daily briefings on what they were missing at Hogwarts. It wouldn't do to be ignorant of those things. It might attract someone's attention and lead to their various secrets being exposed. It was always easier to hide when nobody was looking. And one way to keep them from looking was to avoid being unusual or suspicious. so they got daily briefings on anything they may have missed or should have known. After lunch, they would learn the same potions that Snape was failing to teach that day. Then they'd learn other potions as well. And they'd do it all with all of the appropriate precautions which Snape never taught, or even allowed. They'd have splash screens, various protective charms, such as the bubblehead charm to protect from fumes, protective clothing and face shields, hair nets and all the other things the rest of the world used but Snape scoffed at. But first, they had lunch and their briefing, which today lasted through the salad and then through the soup course as well. Mostly they listened to the briefing in silence. But one part caused Tracy to comment. "Well, I think it's romantic," Tracy declared. "Do you mean to say," Daphne responded, "that you would like him, or anyone, to shut you in a small box, then fold it smaller and smaller, then set it on fire before pulling you out of his sleeve, apparently unharmed?" No, not exactly," Tracy allowed. "But look at it this way. Do you know how to saw someone in half, then put them back together, unhurt?" "No," Daphne allowed. "Right." Tracy nodded firmly. "Neither do I. Nobody I know can do it. That means it is obviously family magic. Think about it, that means that Potter is sharing his family magic with Granger, and showing it off in public each day that he is doing so. That amounts to proposing to her in public, each day. Don't you find that romantic?" Daphne grew glossy-eyed at the thought. "Yeah, I do." Astoria was busy buttering a roll, and said, "Ron Weasley says it's the darkest of dark magic." "Well, you know what that means, right? It's actually anything but that. When has Ron Weasley ever been right about anything?" Daphne replied, "There's chess, point. But that's not what it seems either. His chess set cheats for him, giving him advice and refusing to follow some of his opponent's orders. So he's not as expert as he seems." Daphne retorted. "Still, despite what Ron says, a lot of what Harry has been doing really does sound like dark magic. I mean, is there a light way to put someone in a box and stick swords in it, sword after sword, until there's no way anyone in there is unpierced? Yet when he pulls out the swords and Hermione gets back up out of the box, she's fine every time." Tracy interjected. "Maybe she's a zombie?" Astoria wondered. Daphne facepalmed. "There is no way a zombie would be able to get her grades," Tracy sighed. "And if she could, we ought to hire her to get some improvements made to our rat doubles, as right now they could not pass a single class on any one subject." Harry Potter, Stage Magician Chapter 10. Eventually, on Sunday, October 29th, Dumbledore got around to announcing some details about the Triwizard Tournament, including who could enter the tournament and how to do so. At dinner that night in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, Dumbledore introduced the Goblet of Fire and explained how it would choose, from among the names submitted to it, who would be the champion for each school. Then he set an age line around it, to prevent underage students from entering their names, and left the goblet there to receive submissions. Sirius and Remus had previously set up some hidden mirrors to act like security cameras, so they could watch the Great Hall. After all, the more information one has, the better pranking one can do. Setting up the mirrors had been easy to do. Nobody ever saw the actual ceiling of the Great Hall. What they saw instead was the illusion it projected. Sometimes that illusion showed what the sky above looked like. Sometimes it showed holiday decorations. But the illusion was always there, and it extended a couple inches beyond the actual ceiling. It was also a one-way illusion, meaning that you saw it when looking at it from below, but if you could look down at it from above, you would not see it. One-way illusions were simpler to set up than two-way illusions. And sometimes they were better, like with invisibility. You wanted that to be one way so you, as the invisible person, could not be seen and yet could see. Two-way invisibility would be more like a room full of smoke, where nobody can see. Anyway, it had been simple to mount some mirrors to the actual ceiling of Hogwarts' Great Hall, up where the illusion hid them, yet they could see down through it just fine. And those mirrors were linked to other mirrors, mounted in the grid of mirrors that were watched by a portrait of James and Lily Potter. So it was that, the morning after Dumbledore had made his announcement and had set up the Goblet of Fire, when Sirius Black awoke in the bedroom of his treehouse, the portrait of James and Lily Potter on his wall spoke to him, saying, "We have a situation." Sirius quickly sat up in bed, asking, "Is it urgent?" James replied from the portrait, "Probably not. But it is on your short list of things you wanted us to watch out for. The fake Mad-Eye Moody was sneaking around Hogwarts last night. Did he meet with Pettigrew?" Sirius asked eagerly.
No.
As you recall, you instructed us to wake you up if that happens, the portrait of James replied. True. Sirius acknowledged. It was for that reason, he recalled, that he'd been sleeping lightly. After giving that order, he thought of the possibility that, to wake him, James, still a prankster even though just a portrait now, could use a chess king out of the locket to throw ice-cold water balloons at him. He most emphatically did not want to wake up that way, so had been doing what he could to pay attention so that a mere spoken request would wake him. Sirius had noticed, very early in the school term, that the Marauders map, and then the new Raiders map, both showed someone named Barty Crouch Jr. where Sirius could see Alastair Mad-Eye Moody standing or sitting. Polyjuice was the obvious reason behind the discrepancy, and that possibility got checked and confirmed. It had also been fairly simple to look up who Barty Crouch Jr. was, and find that he was a Death Eater who was supposed to have died in Azkaban. Impersonating someone long-term is a risky proposition. Even more so when they are out in the public eye constantly like a Hogwarts professor is, and even more risky yet, when the person you are replacing is someone of Moody's reputation and combat skills. People do not take big risks for no reason. In fact, people usually undertook risks in proportion to the expected payout. So big risks were undertaken only for possible big payouts. So it had been reasonable to suppose that this Death Eater, Crouch, was working on some big scheme that he hoped would result in a big payout. It wasn't hard to guess that his master, Moldy Shorts, or his master's nemesis, Harry Potter, might be a part of whatever scheme it was. And, in any such business, additional Death Eaters may be called in at some point, either to help or to pass on information. And that additional Death Eater could be Peter Pettigrew, who Sirius really wanted to get his hands on. So Sirius had left Barty Crouch Jr. alone, and had set things up so he could be watched closely, in case Pettigrew showed up, or in case Crouch went and met him somewhere. That was a big reason, as well as protecting Harry behind the lockets, and having the portraits watch a wall of mirrors acting like security cameras. All this reflection took only a moment. Then Sirius asked the portrait, "So what did the fake Moody do last night?" James replied, "He left his quarters at 1 a.m. and headed straight to the Great Hall. There, he went up to the Goblet of Fire, cast a couple of spells we could not identify, then threw in a piece of parchment like you're supposed to do if entering the Triwizard Tournament. But staff can't enter, only students. That, and the spellcasting, is what made it suspicious." True, Sirius mused, thinking hard. Well, we still don't know what his plan is, but it's a fair bet that this is part of it somehow. And it is always a bad idea to delay too long before taking action. If we just sit back waiting until we know more, we may get to where we know it all, but most likely that will only be after the plan has been completed and it's too late to oppose it. That's no good at all. No, it isn't, James and Lily both agreed. So it's go time, Sirius exclaimed, shrugging into his robes. Let Remus know all of this for me. I'm going to hurry off to the castle and see if I can't catch the fake Moody before breakfast. Surprise is a powerful thing, and Sirius, knowing that, made sure to make use of it. He used the Raiders map to locate Barty Crouch Jr., who was just leaving his rooms on his way to breakfast in the Great Hall. Using that knowledge, Sirius positioned himself carefully, double-checked positions and timing, then put away the map and also headed towards the Great Hall. Soon enough, the fake Moody turned a corner and entered the empty hallway where Sirius was already walking. Sirius greeted him and, acting companionably, slowed a bit to let Moody catch up. At the same time, Sirius struck up a disarming conversation, asking, "So tell me, Professor Moody, have you heard if Peeves the poltergeist has been particularly active in his pranking lately? Some students mentioned it to me and I was curious what others have noted." Moody thought about it and replied, "No, I haven't heard anything like that," finishing right as Sirius stumbled a little. Moody helped steady Sirius, and Sirius, while saying thanks, used that opportunity to pick Moody's pocket and take his wand. Then, with nobody around, Sirius acted. He got Moody's attention where he wanted it by taking out, with one hand, a handkerchief to wipe his brow. At the same time, Sirius' other hand drew his own wand and used it to stun Moody. Then he followed that up with other spells to cocoon the Death Eater in ropes and petrify him. Lastly, he levitated his captive into an expanded space trunk, an empty one which he'd brought along for the purpose. Then he shrunk the trunk, put it in his pocket, and headed back to his treehouse, where he had some Veritaserum. On the way out of the castle, he passed two students hurrying towards breakfast. Both sides said good morning, and Sirius added, "I forgot I have to meet someone for breakfast, so I won't make it to the Great Hall this morning, if anyone asks." The students acknowledged that and hurried on. Sirius made it to his treehouse without further ado. There, he pulled out and instructed a couple of human-sized chessmen as guards, in case of unexpected complications. Then he pulled out the shrunken trunk and, wand ready, opened it and dumped out his captive, who was still bound and petrified. Sirius re-stunned the man, then re-petrified him for good measure, then removed the ropes and everything that man had, down to his underwear. Setting all that aside for later examination, he used magic to summon and reshape a bunch of pebbles from the shore of the nearby lake. He shaped them all around the captive, forming them into a solid block of stone, with a cavity inside exactly shaped like, and full of his captive, leaving only his head and neck extending free from the stone block. Then he bound the stone block in iron. Then, when he felt he had adequately prepared for contingencies, he set up two dictaquils and made sure the omnioculars, which were built into the glasses that were part of his SID disguise, were recording both audio and video. Next, he got out the Veritasirum, countered the stun and petrification effects, and began the questioning. Lily the portrait excitedly said, "Ask him whose name he put in the goblet." Sirius laughed. "In time, yes, I will. But you miss out on so much by asking such specific questions. We'll end with specifics, but only after a few really general questions provide opportunities to learn of additional things we may be interested in." For example, he turned to the captive now full of Veritasirum, and asked, "Tell us everything you don't want us to know." When the prisoner finally stopped talking, and other leading questions such as "Tell me all of the crimes you have committed," or "Tell me everything you know or suspect about Voldemort" no longer brought up any new information, Sirius wrapped up this stage of his operations. He did so by putting the prisoner to sleep, then re-stunning him and levitating him, still within his iron-bound stone block, along with two chessmen guards, back into the same trunk he'd used to bring him here. Then he headed across the lawn back to Hogwarts Castle, entered, and went to the rooms reserved for the defense against the dark arts or Dada professor. It took him only a moment to speak the passwords and otherwise bypass the wards Crouch had set up. He would not have known to do so, except that Crouch had volunteered the information about the wards as part of his answer to "Tell me everything you don't want me to know." Sirius walked in and closed the door after him. Once inside, he did a thorough search, in the course of which he collected several items for later use or examination. Then he spent a few moments setting up an alibi, by casting spells to try to access, directly from the castle wards, information about the location of people within the castle. He did so in order to avoid ever having to admit to the existence of the Raiders' map. Then he went to the trunk wherein the actual Alastair Mad-Eye Moody was imprisoned. Opening the trunk, Sirius leaned over the opening, and declared, to the haggard and scruffy man huddled below, "It's time to go free. The man who imprisoned you here, Bartimus Crouch Jr., is now my prisoner. I'm sure you have many things you urgently need to do, but I have a few things I'd like to tell you first, if I may. Either way, here's your wand." Sirius tossed Moody's wand to him, lowered a rope ladder, and stepped back. Moody was out in a flash, saying, "Words can't express my gratitude. And yes, there is much I must do, but go ahead and speak your piece."
I'm listening.
Well, Sirius began, "Much of it has to do with things Crouch told me under questioning. There are many things there that you need to know. And there is the nub of it. I think you'll actually want to hear it from Crouch himself. If you agree, I can fill you in on the way. By the way, Crouch is officially dead, having died as a prisoner in Azkaban. It is my understanding that dead men have no rights, so I used Veritasirum to question him, and am happy to help you do the same. Then I will turn him over to you." Moody cracked his knuckles, grinned evilly and replied, "I'm sold. Let's get to it." They went to Hogsmeade and rented a room in the Three Broomsticks to do the questioning, because Sirius didn't want to do anything in the castle where Dumbledore may interrupt, and didn't want Aurors, even retired ones, in his treehouse. There, the questioning recommenced, this time with Moody asking Crouch questions. Moody, a famously skilled exorer who was most particularly known for his extreme caution, verging on paranoia, started with the question foremost on his mind, asking, "How did you breach my defenses and capture me?" The answer was long and involved and so took a while. But it amounted to this: Moody and Dumbledore were old friends. Friends talk and share secrets. Many times Moody had shared details of his security with Dumbledore in discussions on how to improve it. Dumbledore was also friends with Severus Snape and shared secrets with him too, even other people's secrets, including the details of the wards and defenses employed by Moody. And everything Snape knew, he told to his master Voldemort, who had returned, and was currently using a baby-sized ugly homunculus as a body, but planning to upgrade that. Barty had been working as part of that upgrade plan. When the details of the upgrade plan came out, both questioners were stunned, with Moody exclaiming, "That may be the stupidest plan I've ever heard of. 24, really 25, so you don't come too close to the deadline, doses of polyjuice a day, every day for 10 months. Call that 300 days and that's 7,500 doses of polyjuice. Plus 10 months or so of Crouch's time, including uncountable opportunities to be caught in his deception. And he has to rig the Triwizard Tournament, both to get Harry entered, and to make sure he wins. And all of that for one purpose, to get Harry Potter to touch a port key. Seriously, they couldn't think of any other way. Say by handing him something during a Hogsmeade visit or the Hogwarts Express train ride. I can't believe these are the same folks we almost lost the last war to." Sirius guffawed, and both were lost in thought for a while. Then Sirius said, "I imagine you can now understand why I didn't want to do the questioning inside Hogwarts Castle, where Dumbledore could and probably would show up and intervene, probably including giving Barty here a second chance somehow." "Too right," Moody replied. "I trusted him, though I never will again, and he, for whatever reason, handed over all my information to an enemy spy, because he believes falsely, as we now have proof, that that spy is actually on his side. I shudder to think of how many people we may have lost, both in the last war, and in the occasional skirmishes since then, to that same information leak." "Well, here is our opportunity, let's find out," Sirius replied. They did. The effects of Dumbledore telling Snape everything, and Snape then handing everything over to the Dark Lord's followers, were truly staggering. And that was despite the fact that Barty's information was incomplete. He didn't know everything the Dark Lord's side did. But he did know that the Dark Lord was brought back by Peter Pettigrew, and currently served most actively by the trio of Crouch, Pettigrew, and Snape, which three had worked together on the home invasion that had resulted in Moody's capture. Crouch also knew where Voldemort was currently staying, Riddle Manor. Moody stayed for quite a while questioning Crouch. Much of what they covered, Sirius had already covered, but he quietly listened anyway, gleaning thereby many new details that came out due to Moody asking different questions that spurred Barty's memory in different ways. So both Moody and Sirius learned many things, all of which were recorded by the two dictaquills and Sid's omnioculars. But one thing stayed foremost in Moody's mind. Voldemort was back, staying in Riddle Manor with minimal 3 at most supporters there at any one time, and his current homunculus body limited his magic power, which was why he had not yet called up the rest of his available followers. He wanted his full power first, and the scheme to get Harry to touch a portkey was crucial to that. In other words, Voldemort was vulnerable. Now was the time to strike. Moody wanted to rush straight to Amelia Bones, director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, get as many Aurors as were available, and attack Voldemort as soon as possible. Sirius suggested, well, if you do succeed, consider taking him alive, down to the Department of Mysteries, and throwing him through the Veil of Death they have there. I read about it recently in a book from the restricted section of Hogwarts Library. Any creature passing through that thing dies. The whole creature dies, according to the best information they have on the thing. In one test, even a disconnected but still living part of a magical creature died when the rest of the creature went through the veil. Moldy Shorts has Horcruxes too that we know of, both of which have been destroyed, but that suggests that 1 to 5 more could exist, given the magical nature of the numbers 3 and 7. A Horcrux contains a fragment of the soul of the person who made it, anchoring his soul here, so it can't pass on to the next life. But, to perform that function, it has to be linked to the creature that made it. And that link suggests that if Moldy Shorts or one of his Horcruxes gets tossed through the Veil of Death, all of Moldy Shorts, whether in a body or wraith form or in a Horcrux somewhere, all of him dies due to all those bits being linked that way. Moody replied, "It's never been tested that way. We don't know if it works on Horcruxes." "True, but what we do know suggests it should work that way. And if you're going to execute him anyway, then executing him that way is certainly worth a try. It may prevent him coming back again. And if it doesn't, then at least we are no worse off than if you hadn't tried it. Sirius reasoned. Good point. Moody allowed. Great. Now, with that said, I'd like to caution you about your plan. You heard Barty, so you know the Ministry of Magic is riddled with corruption in general, and especially with folks working directly or indirectly for the Dark Lord. For example, you have Dawlish in the Aurors, who, if he hears of your plans, is almost certain to undermine them or sabotage them. And Minister Fudge himself is owned, bought, and paid for by one of the chief lieutenants of Moldy Shorts, Lucius Malfoy. If you go back there and raise a fuss, the other side is sure to hear of it and take action, probably escaping. You need to be very cautious who you talk to and how you go about this attack, or all you will do is let the enemy know we are on to him. Moody gave Sirius an incredulous look and said, You're not familiar with my reputation, are you? No, not really, Sirius lied. Let's just say that you advising me to be cautious and vigilant is like advising water to be wet. Moody laughed. Well, Sirius replied, if I'm already in that category, I may as well go for broke. I help teach history here, and for that I have to know history, including recent history. So I will point out that if you go in the way Aurors usually went in during the last war, your quarry is almost certain to escape. But, on the other hand, if you go in like the Death Eaters usually did, that is, arrive a short distance away so they can't hear your arrival, sneak up close, surrounding the place, set up wards to prevent apparition, portkeys, flu use and the like, then go in, you are likely to prevent their escape and succeed in apprehending them or taking them down. Gee, thanks a bunch. By the way, can you tell me how to button my shirt and tie my shoes too? Moody laughed, then got back to business, saying, I think we're done here, so I'm taking Crouch to see Amelia Bones and start the process. Thanks for your help. By the way, how did you know he was not me? Sirius had prepared for that question and responded, I was experimenting with ways to get the Hogwarts Castle wards to tell me people's locations. And the name Barty Crouch Jr. did not match what I saw. He shrugged to indicate that, from there, it should all be obvious. Moody pressed, why didn't you go to Dumbledore or other authorities? Why investigate it yourself? Sirius snorted. It's clear you have been locked in a trunk for a couple months instead of walking the halls of Hogwarts. There is no justice at this school. The only thing authorities here can be counted on to do is give unlimited second chances to offenders of all types. Everybody knows that, so those inclined to bully or abuse others tend to go right ahead and indulge themselves. Maybe you could help with that. When you come back, you are signed up as defense professor, so I assume you are coming back? I hadn't thought about that, Moody responded, I guess so. But apart from all that, I'm still wondering what gave you the right to use Veritaserum? Sirius sighed and answered, this is a problem that has happened a lot in history, where authorities get distracted by what is in front of them at the moment, then lose all perspective and focus on it instead of what they should be focusing on. You're starting down that road now, focusing on me and starting to investigate me, when the priority for you should obviously be the Dark Lord and all the crimes Barty Crouch has confessed to. Ask yourself, should I be focusing on the criminal and his crimes, or on the man who caught the criminal? Ask yourself who is going to help the police if doing so just gets them investigated? Moody thought for a moment and nodded, then said, like you said, priorities. There is never enough time to investigate everything. I guess it is like those times when a prisoner who wouldn't talk just happens, somehow, to get bruised up a little and start talking. We take the Aurors word that it was some kind of accident and don't look further, unless it becomes a trend. Sid received a stern look, and Moody cautioned, don't let this become a regular thing. Then the Exor added, I'll be gone today for the raid. Would you substitute teach my classes for me? Sirius grinned. Yes and no. I will be happy to teach your students today in magical defense. But I'm going to specify that what I'm teaching is not the defense against the dark arts class. Voldemort put a curse on that teaching position. Nobody lasts in it for more than a year. No, I'll post a note on the classroom door, teach them in another room altogether, and call the class magical conflict. Curses are very specific, as you know. Moody growled. That's another thing Dumbledore never told me. Sirius nodded, well, now you know. And, looking on the bright side here, you were in a trunk since before the start of the school year. Since you never once taught here as the defense against the dark arts professor, the curse won't have applied to you yet. I suggest you do as I'm doing, rename the class at least. Moody nodded and prepared to go. Sirius really wanted to participate in the raid, and hopefully even personally bring Pettigrew down. But he was in his Sid persona, and while Sirius Black had a great reason to participate, Sid Nelson, the assistant teacher of magical history, had no reason to want in on the raid. Further, participating in the raid or even lurking near it was a great way to attract official attention, which he, as an escaped prisoner still on the run, did not want and should not risk. Sirius was still thinking hard, looking for any excuse to join the raid in hopes of getting a piece of Pettigrew, when Moody left, taking Crouch with him. Then, as such things often go, he did have an idea. He knew Peter Pettigrew well, and as part of that, knew that he was neither good about cleaning up after himself, nor good at detection magic or even noticing most things. And Barty Crouch had said that Voldemort, the only other person likely to be in Riddle Manor, was having to spend most of his attention on keeping his homunculus body alive. So he wasn't likely to notice things, not in his current condition. So Sirius summoned Dobby, Harry's house elf, whom Harry had instructed to help Sirius when asked. Sirius asked Dobby to go to his treehouse and get 3 of the omnioculars that he'd set up to watch the wall of mirrors alongside the portrait of the Potters. They were there in case the Potters saw something which they then wanted others to see for themselves, instead of just having the Potters describe it to them. He asked Dobby to get the set that looked like a pair of eyeglasses, plus 2 that were just enchanted lenses, and bring them back to Sirius, saying they would really help Sirius defend Harry Potter from his enemy, the Dark Lord. Dobby was excited to help in such a way, and teleported there and back quickly. In the meantime, Sirius transformed a couple of spiders into empty potion bottles. When Dobby got back, Sirius took one of the omnioculars that was a simple glass lens, and used transfiguration to mold it into the base of one of the potion bottles. Then he did the same for the other bottle. Then he explained to Dobby, saying, "I need you to pop over to Riddle Manor. Do it as stealthily as you can, and arrive somewhere unoccupied. Then sneak, as stealthily as you can, to where the Dark Lord is. He is currently busy trying to keep his homunculus body alive, so it shouldn't be difficult, but be very sneaky just in case. Then put these 2 bottles down somewhere in different places, as if they are trash, but with the bottle bottoms pointed towards the Dark Lord. They are already recording and will continue, so that's all you need to do there. Then sneak out and come back here." Dobby agreed and left. It took him less than 5 minutes before he was back and reporting success. "Great work," Sirius congratulated him. "Now, with this last set of omnioculars that look like glasses, I need you to wear them, go to the Ministry of Magic, find Alastair Madame Moody, and keep him in sight until he goes to Riddle Manor and returns. Then come back and I'll take the glasses and their recording back from you. We'll get the other 2 omnioculars after that. Stealth is important here too, understand?" "Yes, sir, Master Sid, sir." Dobby can do that. Dobby can even stand with the sad elf SES and keeps them company while he does. When Sirius asked what Dobby meant by sad elves, Dobby informed him that many purebloods send their elves to the ministry on errands, sometimes including waiting for a certain response. There are designated corners in some rooms where such elves are to stand, so they are not in the way. Sometimes there are enough elves there that it even gets crowded. But, long ago, Lord Carnarvon sent his house elf Lumpy to go to the ministry, wait for a particular order from the Wisengamot, then bring it to him. But then Lord Carnarvon died to a sudden heart attack before the Wisengamot even met. They heard about his death immediately. He was the last of his line, other than a squib, so it was important. But, since he was now dead, they never discussed his issue nor made that ruling, and so Lumpy was still there waiting. He was loyal to a fault, and sad about waiting, so Dobby was glad for the chance to spend some time with him and try to cheer him up. As Sirius was asking for more details, Dobby even mentioned there was a second elf, Dewey, in a situation similar to Lumpy's. Dewey was waiting for a permit that would never be issued, or a summons that would never come because his last remaining family members were squibs not even aware of magic or house elves. Sirius authorized Dobby to offer jobs to Dewey and Lumpy, and any others in similar situations. House Black would be happy to hire them, and he expected Remus and Harry would too. Hermione was still confused about the issue, but gradually coming around to the idea that house elves like to be bonded to a family and work for them. Dobby agreed and hurried off. Harry Potter Stage Magician Chapter 11. Sirius Black sat down and wrote a quick letter to Rita Skeeter, offering her the scoop of her lifetime, in exchange for favorable news coverage, to the extent that there was any coverage at all for Harry Potter and 3 of his friends, to be enforced by magical oath. He gave her just enough detail from the interrogation of Barty Crouch Jr., so she could see that it would be worth it. Before sending that off by owl, he stopped by the sweets shop and bought a box of chocolate. Then, before leaving Hogsmeade, he sent off the letter to Rita by owl, and the chocolates with another letter by another owl. The second letter, with the chocolates, was to cancel the date he'd had scheduled for tonight. He had a lot more to do and a short time to do it in. Sirius took a broom out of his locket, and, as he got on and began to fly, reflected on his date. Somehow, Sirius had sort of stumbled backwards into having a girlfriend. Remus had done the same and had done it the same way. They'd needed pictures of alleged girlfriends to put in their lockets and give them an excuse to wear them. And they'd thought that getting those pictures would be a simple matter of hiring a couple actresses for a brief photo shoot. It hadn't been that simple at all. Hiring actresses had been simple. The talent agency they'd gone to had books full of pictures of hopeful actors and actresses, all eager to get work acting. They just had to choose 2 and let the agency contact them. But that's where the simple part had ended. The girls wanted acting work, not work as escorts. They'd been perfectly willing to act the part of girlfriends, but only if that was for a role in a TV show, film, or advertisement. They'd asked about what show Remus and Sirius would be filming. They, in turn, had made things up, at least at first, but it quickly became apparent that the girls had way too many questions, and that fabricating any story beyond what they had would quickly be discovered. So they had come clean and admitted to the girls that, while they had funding, some great special effects guys, and an outline of what they wanted to film, a movie about the adventures later in life of Ulysses, his wife, son, and his son's girlfriend, they didn't have much else yet. No detailed script, no director, film crews, etc. They said they were new to filmmaking, knew they had to start somewhere, so had started with hiring the actresses. One of the actresses, the one chosen by Sirius, had promptly stomped off in a huff, stating there was no way such a group would ever succeed, so it would be a waste of her time to stay. That was fine with him. He'd been about ready to fire her anyway. While she looked cute, she turned out to be mean, arrogant, and demanding. The other actress, and Baxter, had promptly volunteered to call her sister, Amber, to replace the lost actress. Sirius had asked if Amber was mean, got a laughing not even a little, and agreed. Then Anne and Amber had set out to help Remus and Sirius make their film work. They wanted their faces on film, and saw that the key components, funding and desire, were here. So they set out to help fill in the blanks. They knew lots of other aspiring actors, screenwriters, directors, camera crews, etc. In fact, it turned out that lots more people want to get into every aspect of the film industry than there is room for. So much so that it is said that almost every waitress in Hollywood is actually an aspiring actress. The planned photo shoot had turned into a working lunch, the first of several, where they'd filled in the details of how to actually get their movie filmed and released. Very early in the process, and, having seen and recognized a Gryffindor crest on Remus's briefcase, had asked straight out if they were wizards. It turned out that Anne and Amber were the daughters of a squib who had told them all about magic. They'd loved hearing their mother's stories, and were now even more excited to make the film happen. Though the revelation had changed some of their recommendations for actors, director, etc. If actual magic was going to be used for the special effects, as Remus and Sirius said, then they had to hire only other squibs. They knew a couple of those and planned to look for more in order to form the new Squib Studios Film Company, and the only squibs restriction had led to another. Rather than film the whole movie first, they now planned to film some brief 5-minute shorts first, to let the squibs they knew settle into their roles and gain experience. The squib they knew, who was an aspiring director, for instance, didn't have much experience or even schooling in directing, mainly just the desire. Some short films would let them work on such things and get up to speed for doing the main film. That one planning lunch had led to others, and then to planning dinners, and then, since both girls were actually quite nice and supportive, to actual dates. Things were now to the point where Remus and Sirius considered them as actual girlfriends. And they even looked forwards to filming their first short film, which was to be a quick version of Snow White. Disney owned their version, but the original story was very old and in the public domain. To avoid any thoughts or accusations of favoritism, they'd made the girls flip a coin for which was Snow White and which was the Sorceress Queen. All this went through Sirius's mind in just a few moments. It brought a smile to his face, but was distracting him from the more urgent work he still had to do today. So, still flying on his broom back to Hogwarts, Sirius contacted his team by locket and brought them up to speed. As he approached the castle, Sirius cut into the conversation, saying, "Okay, I'm almost there. We'll discuss this more as we get time around classes and such during the day, and especially this afternoon and evening. But for now, let me sum up." The voices coming from the mirrors and paintings in his locket ceased, and he continued. Barty Crouch Jr. entered Harry's name into the Triwizard Tournament, and is confident that, due to some rules changes he also put into the Goblet of Fire, Harry will be picked. This is part of a scheme to get Harry to win and be transported when he touches the trophy to the graveyard where Tom Riddle's father is buried. Moldy Shorts plans to surprise Harry there, overpower him, and use Harry in a ritual to make for himself a new body. Sounds of outrage came from the others via the locket, and Sirius paused a moment to let them settle down. He resumed, "Obviously, we want to prevent all of that. Doing so starts with gathering more information." Crouch left a copy of the tournament rules in his rooms, and I'll be reading that as soon as I get back. I'll also leave it in the spot where we usually do our reading, so the rest of you can also read it when you get a spare moment. They all knew that meant the Room of Requirement, where they did their reading assisted by the Diadem of Ravenclaw. Perfect recall and assisted comprehension would really help here, as would the faster reading speed. He continued, "And speaking of getting time for this, Remus will skip the lesson we planned for magical history today and instead teach something simple to minimize preparation time by himself. That will free up some of my time, and I'll do the same with the classes Moody would have taught if he wasn't busy." Again, sorry I got stuck with those, but it seemed important for two reasons: being consistent with my cover ID, and making it more likely that Moody will teach for the rest of the year, since they need a good teacher there. Ironically, Hermione replied, "The Death Eater posing as Moody was one of the best defense teachers we've ever had. He and Professor Lupin were the only ones who were any good at all." "Yes, I suspect that's because he wanted to stay in character and keep his false identity believable," Remus replied. "In any case, Crouch won't be back, Moody should be good, and this looked necessary to keep Moody as a possibility. Anyway, I'm just arriving now, so I'll talk to you all later," Sirius finished. He got off his broom and pressed it up against the opening of his locket. Doing so shrunk it and stowed it within as usual. Then he hurried into the castle, and, while walking towards his destination, summoned one of the house elves that worked there. When the little gray creature appeared, Sirius said, "There are classes scheduled today in defense against the dark arts. The teacher is unavailable, so I will be teaching those students instead. But there is a curse against that class, so I want to teach in a different room with a different name." The elf was nodding rapidly as Sirius talked, its big ears flopping around madly. Sirius continued, "So I need you to find me an empty room of a suitable size and get it ready for me to teach there. Put a sign on its door saying Magical Conflict Class, and let me know where the class is. Also leave a sign on the door of the usual defense class redirecting students to the classroom I will be using. Got that?" The creature enthusiastically agreed and left. Sirius kept walking until he reached the Room of Requirement, then went in and got busy reading Crouch's documents using Ravenclaw's diadem to assist him. That didn't take long, and soon he was walking the halls again, on the way to the Hogwarts library. There he checked out every book he could, mostly history books that had to do with the Triwizard Tournament or the Goblet of Fire. While doing so, the house elf returned, telling him what room his class would be in and that all was ready as requested. Then Sirius took his books back to the Room of Requirements and read most of them, having to cut things a little short when it came time to teach his first class. His thoughts were racing as he went to his classroom, took up a position at the front, and waited for more students to arrive. While waiting, one of the students who'd arrived early asked about the name and location change. Sirius told them the same things about the curse that he'd told Moody and the elf. He saw no reason not to. When people are armed with the facts, they can make better decisions. They might even have insights you have not had, and do something particularly useful with the knowledge. And, while all of that was true, Sirius admitted to himself that mostly, he told everyone because it was the opposite of what Dumbledore would do had done, in fact. That old man seemed to regard truth like it was toxic waste, dangerous to expose people to and only properly handled by gathering it all into some kind of secure containment and quarantining it as best you could. As near as Sirius could tell, it really bothered Dumbledore when truth got out. So he let it out when he could, if for no other reason than that. A cuckoo clock on the wall interrupted his thoughts by announcing the hour and the time for class to start. Okay, class, Sirius began. Professor Moody is unavailable today and asked me to cover for him. He didn't give me the role, so I won't be doing a roll call. But really, I wouldn't have anyway, it just seems too formal to me. There were some chuckles, and he continued, okay, so on to business. Magical conflict, and one of the most useful spells for it. Hands up everyone who knows how to cast a shield. Charm. Distressingly few hands were raised, as he'd more or less expected. So he taught them the shield charm. For those who already knew it or who mastered it quickly, he taught them other spells as well to fill in the time. The spell that came to mind for him was a divination spell he'd recently read about. It was a key component to how foglasses were made. Those showed you the face of the nearest threat or enemy, and a big part of that was detecting hostile intent, which was the spell Sirius taught. The spell warned you if you were about to be attacked and pointed in the direction of the attack and also the direction of the attacker or person intending to harm you in case that was different, such as in the case of sending a dog to bite you or triggering a trap. He took a few minutes at the end of class to explain to all of the students. At first, neither of these spells will last long or be very powerful, but don't give up on them. The more you practice these, the better you will get with them. You can learn, with enough practice, to cast them quicker and more powerfully. Eventually, the spell for detecting hostile intent will stay up for about a week, for the average wizard who has practiced it a lot. You can even learn, with enough practice, to cast them without saying the words or using a wand. Those are good goals to have, since you can't always know what situation you may face. Class ended, the next began, and went about the same. At lunchtime, Sirius had time to go meet Rita Skeeter in Hogsmeade. He showed her some of the evidence they had, enough to whet her appetite for the stories she could write and the prestige she could get thereby. When she saw enough and was excited to get the rest of it, she met Sirius's condition and swore on her magic not to publish anything about him, Harry, Hermione, or Remus without their approval, including letting them read and edit the article first. Then he gave her copies of the Crouch interrogations, including the dictaquil notes and the omniocular recordings. From things she said, Sirius expected Dumbledore, Minister Fudge, and others would be in for a very rough time in the near future, as they got roasted by the newspaper for a wide variety of scandals. After concluding things with the reporter, Sirius hurried back to the castle for a quick lunch and his last 2 classes. Just after he'd finished teaching his last class of the day, Dobby the elf popped in next to Sirius, returning the omnioculars and delivering a report on events. Dobby had followed Moody within the Ministry of Magic to see what became of his efforts. It was as Sirius had feared. Moody had not been with Amelia Bones very long, getting ready to raid Riddle Manor and take down Voldemort before Minister Fudge had somehow gotten word of it and had showed up to take over leadership, do things his way, and show his importance by being involved and in control. Fudge was incompetent, as well as being corrupt, bought and paid for by Lucius Malfoy, who was still an active leader on Voldemort's side, as they now had proof via Crouch's testimony. With that proof in hand, and in order to salvage their raid before Fudge could screw it up completely, Bones had instructed her loyal Aurors to arrest Minister Fudge. Fudge had immediately responded by ordering his loyal Aurors to arrest Director Bones, on charges of trying to take over the government. They'd had a tense standoff briefly, with everybody pointing wands at everybody else in Bones' crowded office. Then an Auror had remembered old protocol, and had reverted to it, such that all the Aurors had disarmed both Fudge and Bones and had taken them before the hastily summoned Wisengamot to have that body adjudicate the dispute. It took a little time for the Wisengamot to assemble, especially since Dumbledore, its head, had to return from Switzerland where he'd gone to try to preserve Severus Snape's potions mastery certification before the international body that ruled such things and over which Dumbledore's influence did not directly extend. The Wisengamot debated the issue, but were inclined to go easy on Fudge, probably since many of them were corrupt also. Dumbledore, as always, pushed hard for giving the guilty unlimited second chances, while not actually admitting they were guilty of anything. So, after finding Director Bones innocent, they gave Fudge 90 days to submit financial records disproving the bribery specifics Bones had cited. then effectively dropped all charges. They did so knowing that 90 days was plenty of time for him to fabricate the needed records, which hardly mattered since they wouldn't really pay attention to them anyway. Sirius and Dobby knew that, because certain Wisengamot members talked freely among themselves after the proceedings had broken up, and the elves Lumpy and Dewey had heard quite a bit of it, which Dobby had then learned from them. After Bones was released, she went back to setting up an immediate raid with Moody several hours after they'd intended to. And they'd sent off the raid without further delay. But the delay they'd already had, coupled with the effective publicity of the entire ministry buzzing with the news of Fudge and Bones arresting each other and why, had been too much. When the raid got to Riddle Manor, they found it had been abandoned. They couldn't tell when or why, but Sirius knew. He had omniocular recordings of Severus Snape showing up in a hurry at Riddle Manor and warning Voldemort and Pettigrew about the upcoming raid. Snape gave his warning, then hurried away, to go be seen at Hogwarts and thereby establish an alibi, just in case of need. Pettigrew, treated like a slave under the harsh orders of the Dark Homunculus, got the two packed and operat away in just a few minutes. But in their hurried packing, they had swept one of Sirius's omnioculars, built into the bottom of an empty potions bottle up, with the rest of their stuff and had taken it with them. Sirius grinned as he recalled that omniocular had a tracking charm on it. It took him just a minute to use that and determine that the omniocular, and therefore Voldemort and Pettigrew, were now in Malfoy Manor. He was both pleased and frustrated at the discovery. On the one hand, it would enable another raid, one done with less warning this time. But on the other hand, the enemy's defense was a lot stronger now. Malfoy Manor had wards, the Malfoys, traps, and allegedly some monsters defending it. Plus Malfoy could probably summon some old friends and co-workers, other Death Eaters, to help defend at need. All of that, in addition to all they'd had before Pettigrew, Moldy Shorts, and Snape, made it too tough a nut to crack for just Sirius and his friends. To be successful, they'd need Aurors involved, and that meant ministry support, and that meant jumping through the same bureaucratic hoops as before, plus a legal justification to raid Malfoy Manor. And that justification needed to be bulletproof, since Lucius had been currying favor in the ministry for years, as well as using outright bribes when needed. A muffled noise from Dobby brought Sirius back out of his thoughts. The little elf was still standing there expectantly. Sirius took a moment to wonder why, then remembered the other two elves, Lumpy and Dewey. Dobby had talked to them and brought some information from them, but not gone any further on that subject, while Sirius got all the details about other things, and then thought over those details. Sorry, Dobby, I had something on my mind. Thanks for waiting. What can you tell me of the two elves you mentioned, Lumpy and Dewey? Sirius asked. Elves be needing to bond with magical people or we waste away. Dobby wrung his hands. But Dewey and Lumpy has no magical people anymore. Just squibses, so is hoping Master Sid means it when he offers. Sirius was impressed that Dobby had remembered to call him Sid. He asked, Can I talk to them? Dobby snapped his fingers and two other elves were suddenly standing in the room. Both looked undernourished, and waited in expectant silence. Hi there, Sirius said cheerfully. Dobby here tells me you want to bond with someone like me. Is that so? Both nodded enthusiastically. Sirius, having some of Hermione's comments in mind, checked further. If you prefer, I could bond with you, then give you clothes to free you. Would you rather be free? Both vigorously shook their heads in the negative. One looked about to cry and said, We only has squibs left, so we has to stay in ministry or starve. But the magic there isn't really ours, so we struggle and needs to bond. Okay, I just had to check, since a friend of mine will ask. Sirius added. He checked earlier by Locket, and if these elves bonded to anyone in his little group, it would be him. Hermione was still clinging to the idea, despite what the elves themselves told her, that freedom was better for them, though now she was at least a bit uncertain about it. Harry thought he had enough elves already, and Remus didn't want to bond with any elves while his situation was still uncertain. This job as an assistant professor was officially temporary, and even that was, assuming McGonagall or Dumbledore never got around to sorting out the subterfuge Sirius had used to create the job to begin with. They hadn't yet, and Dumbledore was being kept so busy they may never sort it out. But the possibility still existed, so Remus had passed on the opportunity to bond with any house elves. Sirius, on the other hand, actually had a house, several in fact, and needed house elves. Especially since his current house elf, creature was crazy and no longer cleaning anything. He continued, okay, so we're agreed in principle to bond. But first, I need to tell you something and explain it, since it may affect your decision. I also need you to keep it in confidence and not tell anyone. Is that okay? Both elves nodded vigorously. Sirius said, okay. I will say first that I am innocent and never had a trial for what I was accused of. I can swear to that under Veritaserum if you like. The elves shook their heads negatively and Dobby said, it not be needed, elves can tell. Sirius grinned, good. Then I am Sirius Black, currently a criminal wanted for a crime I did not commit, and for escaping Azkaban prison, which I did, though I never should have been there, so that's not really a crime. To help me stay hidden, I've been using a false name, Sid Nelson, which you heard Dobby refer to me as, and which you will need to call me, as if it is really my name. Both new elves looked a little unsure, so Sirius hastened to add, you've probably heard things about how House Black treats house elves. I could understand you being concerned about that. I would be too in your circumstances, but let me assure you that that's over. Now, I am now Lord Black and the only current member of House Black, though that will change once I get exonerated at a trial, since I'm readmitting Andromeda then. Anyway, I make the House Black rules now, and the first rule is that House Black is changing. We'll change in several ways, but first we'll change by treating our house elves nicely. I have a friend who is very strident on that point, and have come to agree with her on that. So you need not fear abuse from me. How does that sound? Both elves smiled and nodded, while the bigger one said, it's sounding very good, sir. Excellent. Sirius grinned, if there are no further objections, let's go ahead and bond then. The room glowed with light as they did so. The two elves immediately looked a little bit healthier. Now Sirius said, comes the tricky part. House Black used to fiddle around with dark magic a lot. Note I say used to. But because they did, they had a lot of special wards in the house, including booby traps, both magical and otherwise. You need to learn about those, as well as some passwords and such, to stay safe. There are also things that are important to House Black and frequently used, such as the family tree tapestry, that you need to know about what it does and how, and any protections on it. But there are also rooms full of magical curios and trophies, which we mostly don't use. Still, you'll need to learn what we know about them. And for all this, and much more besides, you will have to learn it from Creature, who has been a House Black house elf for a very long time, and who is the last one. The elves nodded tentatively, sensing the but that was coming. But, Sirius continued, I need you not to learn his ways. Specifically, you must ignore whatever he says about the way House Black does things, when those ways include anything dark like torture or looking down on muggles and so forth. I'll tell him to skip that junk. House Black is no longer like that. But he will likely ignore me because, like I said, he is crazy. So when he tells you how best to torture somebody or anything like that, just nod to indicate you heard him and let him go on. Humor him because we probably have to. But once he gets you up to speed and tells you everything he knows, check with me about everything until you know how I want things done from now on. Understand? Both elves nodded, more confidently this time. Excellent, Sirius replied. By the way, you mentioned squibs. Does the ministry keep lists of squibs, maybe a list I could get a copy of for another project? The bigger elf nodded and popped out. While he was gone, Sirius asked the remaining elf, so we still haven't been introduced exactly. What's your name? I'm being called Dewey, sir, the smaller elf said. Good to meet you, Dewey. And that would make the bigger one Lumpy then? Dewey nodded, right as Lumpy popped back in, handing Sirius a sheet of parchment. Thanks, Lumpy. Sirius took the parchment and glanced at the lists on it before putting it away. That will really help with another project I'm working on. And speaking of other projects, after you're done learning from Creature, which may take a few days, the next thing I want you to do is write down every incriminating thing you ever witnessed while at the ministry. I know there is a lot of corruption going on there, and would like to help clean that up. It would be a big help to know whatever you can tell me about who did what and when and who else was present at the time. Can you do that? Both elves nodded enthusiastically. Great. Sirius enthused, but for now, back to business. It's time to summon Creature and introduce him to you too. The elves nodded, a lot less enthusiastically. Sirius raised his voice and addressed the ceiling, calling, Creature. Nothing happened for a full minute. Then an old elf popped in and said, Bad master wastes creature's time again. What's wanted? Sirius stayed focused. Creature, these two elves, Lumpy and Dewey, he pointed to each in turn, have just bonded with me. They are now House Black Elves, and I need you to bring them up to speed on what that means. Tell them the passwords, show them the wards and the secrets, and, well, everything they need to know to run things when you are gone. Creature, not gone soon enough? That elf grumped. Sirius replied, I know you have said before that you'd like to join your ancestors, with your head on a plaque next to theirs in the hall, is that right? Bad master remembers it right. But creature can't go yet, though wanting to, the old elf said. Why is that? Sirius asked. Creature must be obeying good master Regulus' last command. But creature has been trying for yearses and yearses and just can't do it. The old elf wailed in frustration while starting to bang his head against a wall. Stop that, Sirius ordered, asking, creature, if Regulus ordered you to do something that you have not been able to do by yourself, perhaps I could help make it happen? Regulus was my brother and I loved him too, so most of the things he'd have wanted done, I'd be glad to help with, unless it helps the Dark Lord whom Regulus served there at the end. Good master Regulus not serve Dark Lord at the end, only in the before times. At the very end, he turned against Voldy and was asking creature to destroy this. He now held a locket in his hand, which creature has been unable to do. He wailed again. Sirius recoiled at the waves of evil he felt coming from the locket in creature's hand. He wasted no time casting a few diagnostic spells to confirm his suspicions. Then he said, Creature, I can help you. The locket you are holding is something called a Horcrux, and it contains a part of Voldy's soul. That is what makes it hard to destroy, and indeed, that is what Regulus really wanted destroyed, not the locket itself but the evil soul fragment within it, if he really did turn against Voldy at the end as you say. Creature nodded, saying, yes, good master Regulus even had creature help him. Then creature told the story of how Regulus died. Sirius stayed silent a moment, before wiping a tear away and saying, thank you, creature. That means a lot to me. And yes, it makes it clear what Regulus wanted destroyed was not the locket, but the soul fragment it contains. And I can definitely help you do that or do it for you. Creature will do it. The elf insisted with fervor. Okay, then I'll tell you how. But first, I want you to agree to bring the locket back intact after the soul fragment within it is gone. It will enable me to prove that it's gone and Voldy is weaker because of it. Can you do that? Creature would say no if it was just you. But good master Regulus was saying things that agree with what bad master is saying. So yes, creature will bring back the locket, and not all broked up. Good, Sirius responded, the locket is actually a rare treasure which once belonged to Salazar Slytherin, and House Black would be weaker if it were destroyed. Then Sirius told creature how a Dementor could suck the soul fragment out of the locket, and that Dementors were to be found at Azkaban prison. Creature popped out immediately with the locket. Sirius spent a few minutes instructing his two new house elves, including about how creature would be the last black house elf to have his head mounted on the wall. He was still answering their questions a few minutes later when creature popped back in and handed the locket to Sirius. Sirius could tell it no longer felt dark and evil, but cast the detection spells just to be thorough. He made sure creature could see what he was doing, and explained to creature as he went. When he was done, and the locket was confirmed to no longer be a Horcrux, or in any way dark, creature let out an exultant whoop. Harry Potter Stage Magician Chapter 12. Harry's classes concluded for the day before either Hermione's or Remus' classes did, so he was the first to arrive at the room of requirement. When he walked in, he saw Sirius sitting in an overstuffed armchair, reading an old scroll. But, instead of the diadem of Ravenclaw as Harry would have expected, Sirius was wearing a baseball cap. Before Harry could ask about it, Sirius gestured to a gold locket sitting on an end table and said, "Put that on, then wait 1 minute for me to finish reading this." Harry did so. When Sirius put down the scroll, about a minute later, Harry asked, "Where's the diadem? I thought you would be wearing it while reading." Sirius grinned and held the baseball cap out to Harry. "I was wearing it. It is tucked into the lining of this baseball cap. When the others ask, I will tell them that's because it hides it in case someone else should walk in. But between you and me, it's really because I don't want to look like a fairy princess while reading." From the portrait on the wall, James Potter said, in a very sincere tone, "I won't tell them." Then he laughed. So did Sirius and Harry. Now on to business. Sirius exclaimed. I've been discussing things with the portrait of James and Lily, and they've been telling the rest of you the highlights. So you know broadly what's going on, and we will shortly discuss it with the group in excruciating detail, and hash out what we can do. But before that, you need to wear the diadem cap and read these. He indicated a stack of papers, scrolls, and a few books sitting on another side table. Okay, Harry responded. But first, what is this new gold locket you had me put on? I prefer the silver one I've been wearing. As he spoke, his facial features were shifting and his overall shape changing. I'll tell you, Sirius grinned. But first, take a look in that mirror. He gestured to a nearby full-length mirror. Harry did, and gasped as he saw his reflection, which now looked mostly like Sirius Black. Sirius said, I was on your mind, so you shifted to look like me. You will need to learn to control that, since that locket, among other things, makes you a metamorph while you wear it. Harry asked, but how do I go back to looking like me? By the time he'd said it, he did look like himself. Sirius laughed. We'll get to all that in detail. There are several techniques that will help a lot. But before that, let me tell you that gold locket was once the property of one Salazar Slytherin, who enchanted it with several useful powers to help him in his ambitions. The Black family acquired it long ago, and learned 3 of those powers. At some point we lost it. Later, Voldy got it and made it a Horcrux, of which it has since been cured. Harry nodded thoughtfully and asked, but why didn't you throw it through the Veil of Death? We talked about that killing all of Moldy Short's wraiths, other Horcruxes, his current body and all. I thought we'd agreed that, even if it didn't work as anticipated, it was definitely worth a try. All true, Sirius allowed, but that would also have destroyed Slytherin's locket, which does several amazing things, for which the knowledge of how to do them has since been lost. Perhaps by studying the locket we can relearn some of that knowledge. Or at least we can use it to great advantage. You can see how much advantage we get already from Ravenclaw's diadem. Hermione could take her any WTS right now, and ace them, gaining fame for being the youngest ever to pass them and the only one ever to ace them. She does not because she wants to stay in school with you, but she could do it if she chose to. That is the power of Ravenclaw's diadem. And Slytherin's locket is quite powerful as well. Powerful enough to put off defeating Voldy? Harry asked. In my estimation, yes, Sirius replied, in a very serious tone. Think about it. Voldy was an almost impotent wraith for more than a decade, until Quirrell let himself get possessed. You defeated him then, and then again next year when a Horcrux almost let him steal Ginny Weasley's life and take it as his own. He can be defeated, despite all rumors to the contrary. People just say he can't be killed or even beaten, because he hasn't ever been defeated in a magical duel. But he has been faced in magical combat by folks who survived it. Your parents did so 3 times. And he can be defeated in ways other than magical duels. Okay, but why wait? Harry pressed. Sirius said, brace yourself for the shock. But he isn't that big a deal. Harry laughed, but Sirius continued, sure, he wants to take over the country, kill people and do horrible things, then maybe continue on to other countries after that. And he could do that if nobody stops him. But he is weak right now, barely alive in a homunculus body, and needing most of his magic to keep that alive. In other words, he is vulnerable and we know where he is, Malfoy Manor. If he gets defeated, then, assuming he has more Horcruxes, he goes back into Wraith form where he may stay for a while. Think, if he was a Wraith for more than a decade, starting right when he had the most followers who could bring him back, how long might he stay a Wraith next time, now that he has far fewer followers? And however long that is, we can be busy during that time looking for whatever Horcruxes still exist. His final defeat is not contingent on him currently having a body. If we destroy his last Horcrux while he is a Wraith, he will still pass on, never to return. Okay, while that sounds good, it's still far from easy. But you're saying the value of the locket outweighs the danger? Harry probed. I believe so, Sirius replied. As I've told you, it makes you a metamorph while you wear it. And if you wear it long enough times vary per person, from about a week up to about a month, your body attunes to that ability and gains it naturally and permanently. If, that is, you already had even a tiny bit of that ability naturally, even too little to normally be expressed in any way. Still, at least half become metamorphs. That's an amazingly versatile ability. You can look just like anyone else, which, in turn, lets you do things like look like someone's trusted friend and get information out of him that he would not normally divulge. Think, you could get a Death Eater thinking you're someone he trusts and get information about moldy shorts from him. That could help greatly in defeating Voldy. Nice, but not enough by itself, Harry replied. You mentioned 2 other powers, what else is there? As Sirius had spoken the words, someone he trusts, Harry had unconsciously thought of Hermione, whom he now appeared to be. Sirius suppressed a grin, refrained from pointing out Harry's appearance, and replied, the second power is like the first, but less useful generally. Slytherin used the metamorph ability to gain information to further his ambitions. He used the second, the ability to speak Parseltongue, to keep his information secure. He'd write things in that tongue so others could not read them, and he used it for his passwords, like you saw with the Chamber of Secrets. Being a Parselmouth, like being a metamorph, is hereditary, but passed down very irregularly. Some get the ability, others do not, and that's unpredictable. Slytherin wanted to make sure his heirs could speak it, so the locket grants that ability. And like the metamorph ability, you pick up the ability naturally and permanently over time. I can see why he did that, Harry mused, but it won't help us defeat him, unless I'm missing something. No, not that I know of, Sirius replied, then aloud, maybe it could if there are other resources Slytherin locked away, like the Chamber of Secrets, accessible or findable only by Parselmouths. But that's just theoretical at present. No, the next power is why I think keeping the locket was worth it. Spit it out then. Harry was getting impatient. Sirius complied, saying, you've heard about binding someone's magical core. Harry nodded grimly. They'd discovered this summer that had been done to him, probably by Dumbledore, though they could not prove it. It hadn't been easy to reverse, but the power of his magical core had increased since the binding had been removed. Sirius, knowing all of that, went on, it does have some valid uses. For example, they do it to 11-year-olds who refuse to go to a magical school or otherwise learn, say from private tutors, to control their magic. And it reduces their magical abilities by a significant amount, sometimes to effectively 0, depending on the person, but at least enough so they are not a danger to themselves or others. Harry was nodding in a get-on-with-it sort of way. Sirius did, well, Slytherin found a way to achieve something like the opposite of binding the magical core. He put that in this locket. It expands the magical core, generally to about 50 more power than previously had. And, like the other abilities, the body gets used to that over time and makes the ability its own. So, right now you have about 50 more magical power than you had before you put the locket on. And if you keep it on, then in as little as a week or as much as a month, you will keep that power level even if you take the locket off. Sirius let that sink in a moment before making his final point. You are naturally a powerful wizard, especially after having your magical core unbound last summer. Crouch testified that Voldy believes a prophecy which implies you are just as powerful as Voldy himself. With a power-up on top of that, usually 50 but possibly more, it varies by person and you never know until it's done. You really should be able to blast Voldy to flinders in a duel, especially given all the spells you have been learning via diadem-assisted reading. He took a breath. But wait, there's more. After a month, at most, you can pass the locket on to Remus, Hermione, or any other person you consider a valuable ally. Perhaps Neville, for instance. They too will then get a boost to their magical power. Voldy is expecting to face just you one-on-one as a more or less equal. Imagine the look of surprise on his face. Just briefly, when several unusually powerful wizards face him at once and overwhelm him, blasting his surprised face to flinders. Okay, Harry aloud, now looking like Neville Longbottom, that does sound worth it. That evening, after a few hours of everyone reading about and discussing all the events of the day and various options for what to do about it, the group was sitting in comfortable chairs around the room of requirement and coming to the conclusion of the discussion. Sirius judged it was time to sum things up, and so stood and raised his hand for silence. When he got it, he commenced, okay, it sounds like we've all brought up everything we can think of and are starting to go in circles, so it's time to sum up. Heads nodded, and he continued, apart from all the tangents and interesting things learned, like Slytherin's locket and much of what Crouch said, the most urgent action items are these. He held up one finger. Thing 1. Moldy Shorts has been re-embodied and has schemes to power up and pick up where he left off. But we know he is in Malfoy Manor and currently weak. Thing 2. Harry has been entered in the Triwizard Tournament, can't get out of that, and must compete. But that can be changed. We know how Crouch did it and can do the same, including adding addenda and codicils to the rules, the master copy of which is stored within the Goblet of Fire so it can judge accordingly. Harry had a thoughtful look on his face while Sirius went on. As for thing 1, Voldy needs to get taken down ASAP, and if he were in, say, an abandoned shack, we could do it. But since he is in Malfoy Manor, to attack him there would be to also attack the Malfoys, which is illegal, and more so than for almost anyone else, since he has the Minister of Magic in his pocket through bribery. So we can bet on the law actually being enforced vigorously so, if we break it by attacking that way. And I'm here to tell you that Azkaban is no fun at all. So it sounded like the consensus was to work this through Amelia Bones, the Director of Magical Law Enforcement, since, given evidence to base such a raid on which we can provide and secrecy in which to prepare so that Minister Fudge doesn't derail the whole thing, she can prepare and execute a raid which would be both legal and successful. Agreed? Heads around the room nodded. Okay. I'd contact her, but she might recognize me even in disguise. So Remus, will you meet with her ASAP, somewhere outside the ministry, and get her our evidence and express our concerns? Remus executed a mock military-style salute saying, "Sir." "Yes, sir." Then he grinned widely. Sirius grinned back. "Great. Now for thing 2, ideally we could just write an addendum to the rules allowing participants to drop out. Then use that. Problem solved. But the base rules have some statements making that iffy at best. We might be able to do it." Harry cut him off. "I don't mind being in the tournament, as long as we can alter the events so I'm not at peril of my life by participating in them." "Not even just a little peril?" Sirius asked impishly. Remus ignored him. "Yes, Harry, we can definitely alter the events. And there are some really intriguing pranking possibilities there too." Before we get into that, Sirius interjected, "I wanted to point out again that the Goblet of Fire can't actually take away your magic for not competing. It doesn't have a magical contract with you, since nobody and nothing can enter you into a magical contract without your knowledge and consent. Crouch put in a codicil allowing him to enter your name and bringing other enforcement measures to bear on you. It can teleport you to the events and blast you with especially potent fire if you don't compete, but it can't take away your magic." "Yeah," Remus snorted, "only you have the kind of access to your own magical core as would be necessary to put it on the line. You can swear an oath on your magic, but nobody else can swear an oath on your magic, nor bind you in a magical contract without your knowing consent. Just like a squib such as Mr. Filch, who knows spells and can get a wand, can't cast spells using your magic core. Your core can be bound, limiting its ability to express and use magic. But it can't be put in jeopardy except by you yourself." "Yup," Sirius agreed. "But it does make things a lot easier that Harry is willing to compete, if the events are changed so as to no longer be stupidly dangerous like stealing the eggs from nesting dragons. We can definitely make the 3 events safer. But I feel that, if we do only that, we're missing an opportunity. Several, actually. One opportunity is this: I can think of several other people who would be fun for us, not for them, to include as unwilling contestants in the tournament." Around the room, several smiles broke out. Sirius continued, "And why have only 3 events with several months in between them, and no way for the spectators to see anything except in the first event? We can do better." New discussions broke out, which took the rest of the evening. The room of requirement was employed, as was Dobby, to get the signatures of several people. This was easy for any targets who had attended Hogwarts and had turned in homework, essays or tests there, since these were archived and available, and often contained their signatures. Signatures were obtained. New addenda and codicils were written up for the Triwizard Tournament rules. And, late at night, these addenda and signatures were added to the Goblet of Fire. The next morning, Tuesday, October 31st, the newspapers delivered at breakfast proclaimed that Director Amelia Bones of the DMLE had been fired for gross malfeasance and dereliction of duty. The paper had several quotes from Minister Fudge, none from Amelia, and no specifics about the charges against her. It seemed likely that it was really just Minister Fudge taking down someone who might threaten his own position and continuing corruption. An Auror named Dawlish would now be DMLE head. He was one who Crouch had testified was thoroughly corrupt, and he was also known to be a stalwart supporter of Minister Fudge. Sirius reflected that their plans for taking down Voldy would need some serious rethinking, now that they could expect the DMLE would oppose a raid, rather than supporting it as they'd hoped. Sirius conferred briefly, and privately, with Remus concerning Amelia Bones, then sent her a letter by owl. The letter had the words "job offer" in big bold letters on the front. When breakfast ended and Susan Bones left, so did Remus. He caught up to the student and said, "I'm sorry to hear the news about your Aunt Amelia. I imagine today is not a good day for her and she may be ignoring her mail. But please ask her, when she feels up to it, to read the one-title job offer. I think it will please her." Tuesday was a very busy day for Sirius Black. To free up more time, he left Remus to teach magical history on his own. Having had part of yesterday to contemplate how best to respond to certain things that the Crouch interrogations had revealed, he'd come to certain conclusions and now needed to act quickly. First, he sent a bunch of letters off to various lawyers, business managers, and government officials, French government officials, to be precise. The British magical government was too full of corruption at all levels. The interrogations had revealed that. So Sirius had given up on having lawyers work on getting him a trial in Britain. He knew now that such efforts would always be balked. So now he was going to work on getting a trial in France. It would exonerate him there and probably in the rest of the world. And it would be another avenue by which the British corruption might be exposed. And he still hoped that, with enough exposure, something would work and things would start getting cleaned up. And, after the Crouch interrogations, the corruption in the Ministry of Magic now concerned Sirius more deeply than ever, in a personal way. Lucius Malfoy was using it, spending his own fortune almost dry in various bribes, to try to steal the wealth of House Black. And he was making progress. Not that he'd stolen anything yet, but certain barriers and obstacles had been broken down or bypassed, which between them got Malfoy close to his goal. If Sirius should die now, Malfoy would probably get all the wealth of House Black. And it wouldn't be long before Malfoy got past that obstacle too, and made it irrelevant whether Sirius was alive or not. This could not be allowed. The first step was to get exonerated by a legal trial in France. That would at least complicate things for Malfoy, and limit his possible success to just the House Black wealth that was in Britain itself. The ancient and noble House Black had long since known it was good to diversify and so had holdings, properties, businesses, and bank accounts in many countries. These were primarily in Europe, unlike House Potter, which had similarly diversified, but had concentrated mainly on distant countries in the former British Empire. So if the French declared that Sirius was not only innocent, but had been wrongly imprisoned without a trial, then whatever the British ministry did, House Black assets in France would be safe, and assets in other European countries stood a much better chance of being safe, for whatever heir Sirius designated. And he wasted no time in designating Harry Potter as his heir, in a new will sent to his lawyer. The lawyer was to tighten up the language to make it legally airtight, and then Sirius would sign it and get it witnessed in France to avoid possible ambushes that afternoon. So the ancestral assets, both magical and Muggle dragon preserves in Hungary, olive groves in Greece, farms in France, mines in Sweden, factories in Germany, and so on all over Europe, as well as cattle ranches in Argentina and bank vaults in Switzerland and the Cayman Islands, should all go to Harry sooner or later, unless Sirius had kids of his own, which was still a possibility. But a will and a trial wasn't enough. And the House Black assets outside Britain were not enough. So Sirius spent the rest of the morning operating all around Britain running errands. Mostly this included visiting all Black properties and businesses and both adding to and altering the wards there. He'd recently read, assisted by Ravenclaw's Diadem, a few books on warding, and was now pretty good at it. That would complicate any attempted seizure the ministry may attempt. Any vacant properties he also put under Fidelius, so they simply could not be found. He couldn't do that with operating businesses though. So he got his lawyers busy and arranged to sell all his family's businesses in Britain, every one of them, so that anybody seizing House Black assets, whether Malfoy pretending to inherit them or any other way, would not find any to seize. The businesses all got sold to holding companies set up in other countries. And since Sirius Black owned the shell companies that owned the holding companies that would own the businesses, there was no need to negotiate. He gave himself a very good price when buying his businesses from himself. Without negotiations, the sales went through very quickly. That left Gringotts, both Sirius's personal vault and the House Black vault, as the only vulnerabilities remaining. Unfortunately, Sirius worried that, as things stood now, if he went there, he would be arrested. So it would have to wait until after his trial in France exonerated him. The goblins had to deal with other countries as well, and allowing him to be arrested in their bank after France said he was innocent would hurt their business. So he'd probably be safe then, for one quick surprise visit at least. Sirius paid his lawyers extra to get the earliest possible trial in France. While traveling all over Britain, Sirius also popped down to Tennessee, USA briefly, to buy a goat at a ranch there he'd read about. Then he went back to Britain, to a certain graveyard which Crouch had mentioned several times. It was the focus of the ridiculously complicated plan he'd been engaged in for Voldy. That cemetery held the grave of Tom Riddle's father, and Riddle planned to use the bones of his father as part of a ritual, along with Harry's blood, to fully reincarnate himself with a new human body. Knowing the plan made it easier to avoid letting them get Harry's blood, but not impossible. So Sirius did what else he could to foil it. He used magic to swap the bones in Riddle's casket with the magically aged bones of the goat he'd bought in Tennessee. It had been one of the famous fainting goats and should cause interesting problems for Voldy if he got a new body made by using them. For extra amusement, it had been a female goat, which might cause Voldy some complications he didn't expect. Fainting goats had a genetic and inheritable condition, one which humans could have too, which caused their muscles to seize up when startled. With their legs locked as immobile as rocks, they often fell over, which looked like fainting and had led to their name. The condition was worse in some than in others, and Sirius had bought a goat, then let the rancher slaughter it and keep the meat that had a really severe case of the condition. He'd lucked out, and the goat had also had another condition, a really advanced case of bone cancer, which should also cause problems for Voldy if he got a new body made from these bones. Thinking that was a good idea, Sirius had also found and bought a female rabbit. Since rabbits were known for being easily frightened, Sirius hoped that trait was genetic and would carry on through the blood. In any case, he got one with leukemia from which he drained a vial of blood. He would give the vial magically preserved so it would stay fresh for months at least, to Harry in case Harry got an opportunity to pretend it was his own. That was by no means certain, but it was possible, say for instance if someone captured Harry and drained some blood while Harry was conscious. In such a case, Harry, who'd been avidly studying Houdini's tricks, could slip his bonds, and use sleight of hand to swap vials, possibly adding in some wandless transfiguration to change the container's shape to match. Sirius would have him practice such transfigurations too. To make sure he would remember to do that, he asked his locket to remind him. The portrait of James laughed and said, "Why remind you? I can just tell Harry right now." The portrait of Lily added, "And on the subject of reminders, don't forget the gathering today. It's the anniversary of our death, and Harry always feels glum on this day. We're trying to reverse that by making it a day with family and friends, swapping old stories and celebrating life. You've only got half an hour left before we all get together with Harry for that. Do not be late." Sirius hurriedly finished his business, making sure not to be late. Then he, Harry, and his friends spend hours celebrating from afternoon until dinner time. What might have happened if the Goblet of Fire actually worked the way that Rowling said it did? Their iPhone 87s chimed to signal the end of the day's screen time. Then the devices both shut off their own holographic projection screens. The children who had been holding the electronic devices sighed and put them away. Little A Pluribus Granger, age 7, and her younger brother Unum, then looked at their father, Caveat Emptor Granger, and said, "Tell us a story." He smiled and said, "Okay, which one?" "The magic one," Pluribus begged. It was her favorite. Her father smiled and said, "Okay." He touched a control to change the opacity of their dome, revealing there was a beautiful earth out tonight. He took a sip of water from a squeeze bulb, then reattached that to a strip of Velcro on the nearby wall. That way, he didn't have to hold it steady for a moment to prevent it from bouncing when he set it down, and then going astray in the moon's comfortable 1/6 gravity. Then, comfortable, he began, as you know, the story was handed down to us from Dan Granger. They sure had funny names back then. Pluribus giggled. Who was he again? Unum asked. His father replied, Dan Granger was the brother of our 5th great-grandfather. And he was the father of Hermione Granger, who wrote the beginning of this story in her journal, and was the best friend of Harry Potter, who is the start of our story. Yay! Pluribus cheered. Caveat Emptor grinned, and continued, there were magical people then, and Harry and Hermione could both cast magical spells. He wiggled his fingers dramatically. He continued, well, Harry got entered into a contest without his knowledge or approval. But he had to compete in the dangerous contest even though it might kill him because there was a magical artifact known as the Goblet of Fire, which somehow enforced a magical contract binding Harry, even though he never agreed to it. That's the most amazing part, little Unum commented. Yes, it boggles the mind, how that could ever make any sense in any context, agreed his father. But so it was, and the Goblet of Fire would take away Harry's magic, and possibly his life as well, if he ignored the contract and didn't compete. A pluribus took this moment to pick one of the edible mushrooms growing from the wall of their living room and start snacking. Not too many, or you'll spoil your dinner, her father counseled. Then he got back to the story, so Harry competed and defeated a dragon, some mermaids, and other monsters in dramatic stories involving a lot of magic, but whose details we do not have. His children sighed. Then, he continued, after the contest was over, Harry got an idea. He had enemies who had been trying to kill him, and he realized he could use the Goblet of Fire to make them stop. So he stole the goblet, made up a contest for them to compete in, and entered all their names. That bound them in magical contracts too. They had to compete or lose their magic and maybe their lives. But Harry was sneaky. Little pluribus, in her excitement, quoted the next line of the story. Her father smiled and said the line anyway, knowing she'd want that. But Harry was sneaky. He used a contest he'd heard about from a comedy show on television, the being eaten by a crocodile contest. In that, contestants try to be the first one completely eaten by the type of very large lizard known as a crocodile. This was sneaky since if his enemies competed, they died. And if they didn't, they lost their magic and maybe died. And most of them would rather die than lose their magic anyway. They were very bigoted about magic. He took another sip of water, replaced the drinking bulb, and continued, well, the time for Harry's contest came and went, and all of Harry's enemies lost their magic and several died as well. Harry thought that was the end of it, and put the Goblet of Fire away in a safe place. But no, the kids jumped at the dramatic declaration, even though they knew it was coming. Harry's enemies found it anyway. Then they broke in and stole it and used it as Harry had. They set up a contest, and entered the names of all the magical people who were born to non-magical parents. When the time for that contest passed, all those people lost their magic too. Little pluribus wiped away a tear at their loss. Then the end was quick, her father said. Other groups stole the goblet back and retaliated with their own contests and magical contracts. Several more groups of people in succession, all lost their magic while many lost their lives as well. First the purebloods, then the blood traders, then the half-bloods, then magical creatures and goblins. Then there was no one left with any magic. No magic at all? Unum wailed. Well, there are still some things which were built by magic, like some houses that can only exist because magic holds them up against gravity. Remember, this was all on Earth, and Earth's gravity is 6 times ours. Daddy, can we take the space elevator down and go on the magic tour someday? Begged a pluribus. Sure, honey, we can do that. But remember, you'll have to take adaptation medicine for 2 months in advance to grow your muscles big enough to handle the gravity there. So how about we go for your 8th birthday? Yay! Both kids cheered. Harry Potter Stage Magician Chapter 13. Tuesday, October 31st was supposed to be a big event, where the Goblet of Fire would select champions for the Triwizard Tournament. Harry sat, eating dinner in the Great Hall, knowing that the event was going to be more exciting for everyone than anticipated, given the extra participants and rules changes he and his friends had added. They'd even added stipulations for dramatic effect, such as the specific ordering in which the champions' names should be revealed, along with a few strategic pauses in the timing of the revelations of the champions' names. And the last rules change they'd added made it so, after the first champion was chosen, no further rules changes or additions of any kind were allowed. Harry was eagerly looking forwards to the event. In the meantime, he was eating dinner, seated next to Hermione at the Gryffindor table. They were both next to a gaggle of girls surrounding 2 Beauxbatons students, and all discussing makeup and things like that. The seating was a result of a ruling McGonagall had made. With Dumbledore almost always elsewhere, she'd had to make the choice herself, and so the students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons had been instructed to split up, with no more than 2 together, and sit at the existing 4 house tables for their meals. Hogwarts students were to make room for them as needed. She'd said this was to encourage the students from all 3 schools to meet each other. and it was working. Harry had started by feigning polite interest in the makeup discussion. But once it had occurred to him that this could be used in stage magic specifically for disguises, he'd had no trouble paying attention. Harry was learning how certain hairdos could make one appear taller or shorter when Dumbledore made a chime to get everybody's attention. That worked, but not as well as the enormous fart erupting from Dumbledore's backside a moment later. Since he was still sitting down, nobody got to see what his legs were today. Dumbledore, as usual, ignored the fart as if it had not happened. He announced, "The time has come to choose our champions for the Triwizard Tournament." As applause sounded around the room, Dumbledore cast a spell at the Goblet of Fire, whose fires flared up. Flames towered above the cup and burned merrily for a moment. Then a scorched piece of parchment flew up out of the cup. Dumbledore, expecting that, reached out and caught it. He read it and announced, "Our first champion is Fleur Delacour of Beauxbatons." As he finished speaking, 6-inch-high letters of fire appeared in the air above the Goblet of Fire, spelling out, "For all to see, Fleur Delacour of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic." Dumbledore had not expected to see that, but hid his surprise well, while the room applauded for Fleur. In a moment, the next piece of parchment exited the cup. As before, Dumbledore caught it and announced Victor Krum of Durmstrang. The goblet again spelled out the champion's name and the school he represented. The applause for Victor had not yet finished when the third champion, Cedric Diggory of Hogwarts, was announced in the same fashion. But the applause stopped as everyone, almost everyone, was surprised by a fourth piece of parchment following the first three in like manner. Dumbledore pretended surprise as he read, "We have a fourth champion, Harry Potter." The goblet's letters of fire spelled out, "Harry Potter Independent." As murmurs started around the room, both Draco Malfoy and Ron Weasley immediately shouted about Harry being a cheater who should not be allowed to compete, nor get away with entering himself despite not being old enough. It was a toss-up who shouted first. The murmurs around the room grew angrier as Harry calmly stood, pointed his wand in the air and said with magnified voice, "I, Harry James Potter, swear on my magic that I did not enter my name as a contestant for this tournament, nor did I ask anyone else to do so for me. So mote it be." The tip of his wand had been glowing, indicating that he had been swearing a magical oath, and when he finished, a bright light flashed in the room, showing it was complete and binding. Then Harry lit his wand with a Lumos spell, to prove that he still had his magic, and therefore had told the truth. Dumbledore responded sadly, "My boy, it doesn't matter. However you got entered, you have nevertheless been chosen as a champion. The Goblet of Fire enforces a magical contract, and you must compete or lose your magic. There's nothing I can do." Harry knew this was a lie. Several lies actually. Magical contracts could not be entered unwillingly or unknowingly, only you had the access to your magical core necessary to put it on the line like that. And the Triwizard contract had originally included a withdrawal clause where any champion could choose, without penalty, to drop out, as long as he did it within 4 hours of being chosen. Dumbledore had to know that clause had been in there, had been being the operative word. Harry and his friends had removed that option in a new codicil they'd added to the rules, since some of the champions who were about to be chosen would object far more strenuously than Harry had. And right on time, the goblet spat out a fifth name, writing it in the air in letters of fire as before, while Dumbledore sputtered in surprise. The letters of fire said, "Ronald Weasley of the School of Trusting in Luck Alone for Lazy, Bigoted and Entitled Morons." Dumbledore started, "Ronald, you too must compete," but was cut off. Ron, who hadn't read anything past his name, whooped and yelled, "Yes, now I can win that sweet, sweet 1,000 galleon prize." He ignored the muffled laughter coming from around the room. Then the sixth name came out of the goblet. The letters of fire said, "Draco Malfoy, of the brown-nosing suck-up school of whining and hiding behind your father's skirts." Draco stood, red-faced with anger, and shouted, "When I tell my feather." The rest could not be heard, drowned out by laughter around the room. His name was quickly followed by another champion, and another. "Peter Pettigrew of the Betrayed My Best Friends, Faked My Death and Hid as a Rat School of Treachery and Cowardice." Then Barty Crouch Jr. of the How to Fake Your Own Death to Escape Prison School for Miscreants Devoted to Serving Dark Lords. Dumbledore, nonplussed, tried to stay on top of things, saying, well, we all know those two are dead, so I don't know how they could be chosen. Still, if they were alive, they too would have to compete or lose their magic. That's not something we can change. Murmuring around the room was continuous, as more and more names came out of the cup and were announced in letters of fire. The next 5 were Barty Crouch Sr., Master's Candidate at the Sending Several to Prison for What You Are Doing Yourself Academy of Sublime Hypocrisy. Tom Marvolo Riddle, of the Half-Blood Liar Who Slaughters Purebloods While Pretending to Champion Their Cause, School of Hypocrisy. Millicent Bagnold, of the Sends Innocents to Azkaban Without a Trial, School of Corruption and Mismanagement. Dolores Umbridge, of the Half-Bloods Who Murdered Their Muggle Parents, School of Pretending to be a Pureblood. Tom Marvolo Riddle, one of our outstanding alumni. Cornelius Fudge, of the Too Incompetent to Be Evil School of Taking Bribes from Everybody. The room was chaos now, with everybody trying to speak at once. Yet the Goblet of Fire continued to choose champions. Harry paid only partial attention as letters of fire spelled out champion after champion, including Vincent Crabbe, of the Me Too Institute of Unquestioningly Following Orders, Gregory Goyle, of the Ya and Me Institute of Unquestioningly Following Orders, and their fathers. Then, in rapid succession, Marcus Flint, Theodore Knott, Fenrir Greyback, Gellert Grindelwald, and all other known Death Eaters, as well as all of the corrupt ministry workers and Voldy supporters identified by Crouch or otherwise. Harry didn't pay attention to the school names listed for them, as he was watching the crowd for their reactions. But his attention returned for the last few. Lord Voldemort, of the Murderous Lunatics with Golden Tongue School of Duping Useful Idiots into Slavery. Harry smiled to himself as he remembered a rule addendum they'd added to the tournament, where no contestant could aid another contestant. He wasn't sure how it would work out with Tom Riddle and Lord Voldemort being the same person. Anything either did would aid the other. But it should be interesting. The goblet announced, Lucius Malfoy, of the smooth-talking black-hearted scoundrel Institute of Brazen Bribery, will by anybody. And Harry tensed, knowing that if anybody could seriously oppose this list of champions being valid, it was Lucius Malfoy and the next 2. Next was Severus Snape, winner of the most extreme elimination challenge at the Institute for Maximizing Abuse for Hate-Filled Extremists. Upon hearing his name, Snape started choking, in response to which, Sirius in his disguise as Sid, hurried over and performed what he called the Hemlock Maneuver, stomping on Snape's chest several times until a chunk of food flew out. Meanwhile, the goblet was sending out the last name, Albus Dumbledore, of the Two-Faced Conman School of Manipulating Everybody while fooling them into thinking you are a good guy. Albus Dumbledore tried a couple spells on the Goblet of Fire. Nothing changed. Then, aided by the sonorous spell magnifying his volume, he shouted for silence. He had to do so again and again. Finally, he started casting silencing charms around the room. Once a few had taken effect, he started shouting again, saying, this is obviously a horrible mistake, which I am sure we will be able to rectify. This can and must be undone. Harry smiled as Dumbledore's official stance changed from there's nothing I can do, it must be as declared to this must change and will. The change nicely exposed Dumble's hypocrisy, for anyone paying attention. Then, with perfect timing, the doors to the Great Hall opened and 4 Commonwealth constables entered. These were from Australia and showed it. All were wearing shorts, and their hats had little corks dangling from strings all around the brims. And 2 of the hats were beer hats set up to hold cans of beer around the head, and allow the wearer to drink from them using a short siphon hose. But those hats did not hold any beer cans at the moment. Their wearers were on duty. The 4 constables marched forwards, towards the head table, while loudly announcing, Albus Dumbledore, you are under arrest for spiking the food and drink here at Hogwarts with potions, designed to make people loyal and obedient to you. Come quietly and there won't be any trouble. Dumbledore replied, just as loudly, excuse me, folks, while I sort out this misunderstanding. As he said that, he was headed towards a side door that would let him out to the Hogwarts gardens. While the constables pursued him, the Goblet of Fire lit up the room with a list of all the champions and the schools they represented. This list didn't show Harry's school as independent, but rather as Harry Potter of the Dumbledore Has Not Killed Me Yet, though not for lack of trying school of heroic orphans abused by their adult guardians. Harry smiled to himself as the mass of newspaper reporters, including several international ones, snapped pictures of the list. All of those pictures would appear in tomorrow's newspapers. The goblet then displayed a final message, saying that the tournament was now renamed the Spry Wizard Tournament, where witches and wizards who were on their toes and nimble may prosper. The display also contained information about the first challenge of the tournament, saying the event would be held at noon Greenwich Mean Time, on Saturday, November 11th, and that all champions were to assemble at Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium and would be transported from there to where the challenge would actually take place. Only then would it be revealed what the challenge actually was. Harry knew it had originally been to steal a golden egg from a nest full of eggs under a nesting mother dragon. They changed that, of course, though they had also read, using the diadem, several manuals for dragon handlers, just in case the change had not worked as expected. Dragon handling was a profession, and, while it was dangerous, they were not being killed every day. They knew their subject and stayed reasonably safe while working at it. And the methods that worked for them would work for others. Yet, given their success so far, Harry had no doubt their other changes had worked as well. All around the Great Hall, reporters, as well as students, were gathering samples of the food and drink still on the tables, intending to have them tested for those potions named, as well as others. Responses to potioning, developed by purebloods over centuries yet fallen out of favor in recent decades under Dumbledore's influence, would be making a surprise comeback. Sirius paced back and forth in his treehouse, as he debated within himself. On the one hand, he was a fugitive from the law, still hoping to arrange a fair trial with questioning under Veritaserum. That meant there was the possibility that, if he did anything illegal, then information about it might happen to come out during the trial and get him in real trouble. On the other hand, he knew several things from questioning Barty Crouch Jr. He knew that Voldemort was back, and planning to pick up where he left off the first time, including getting his followers out of Azkaban to serve him once more on a new campaign of terror. He also knew that, though the Ministry of Magic had proof of all that, and more, they would do nothing about it because so many of them, from Minister Fudge on down to simple file clerks, had been bought by Lucius Malfoy. Therefore, if anyone stood up to Voldy's forces, they would do it on their own, without ministry approval or support, like Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix supposedly had in the last war, though there were several suspicious things about that, like their remarkably high casualties and general ineffectiveness. So, in practical terms, they were at war again, or rather, the war they were still in was flaring up again. Voldemort had declared war before and his side had never retracted that. They'd just gone quiet for a while, but were back now. Voldemort and his minions were against, well, everybody they felt like attacking for whatever reason. And killing the enemy while at war was not murder. He knew that at some levels, though at other levels it was still hard to accept. He knew that, in war, waiting for the enemy to attack you, and then defending only against that attack, then going quiescent again until the next attack, was simply suicide. He couldn't understand, for the life of him, why movies and other entertainment venues tended to preach that approach. So, here he had a chance to hit the enemy first, when and where they were vulnerable, make a real difference, and do it all at little cost or risk. Put that way, he knew what he had to do. He realized he must have been muttering to himself when, from the portrait on the wall, James and Lily Potter chorused, "We'll help," with James adding, "It'll be a great prank." On the sandy beach of Azkaban Island, as far as possible from the enchanted walls of the prison, a seagull landed. In the dark of the night, it was all but invisible, even from just a few feet away. The bird, which was under the Imperious curse, put down a small Chinese takeout box which it had carried to the island. Then it flew away to go back about its usual seagull business. From the box that had once contained fried rice, came 16 tiny, 1-inch high, animated chess pieces. 4 of the little pawns were carrying a silver locket shaped like a warhammer, and they started moving steadily towards the prison. The other 12 miniature warriors ran ahead of them, moving remarkably silently, to scout things out. Soon, with scouts reporting back and adjustments made, the locket was carried to the prison wall and through one of the many cracks in the old structure. Not long after that, 4 little chess pieces pulled a shrunken package behind them as they passed under the door and into Rabaston Lestrange's cell. They pulled the tiny package to the middle of the floor, where it would be very noticeable. Then they tapped it the right way to trigger it to unshrink. Now that it was expanded into its usual size, the package could be seen to be a large fresh peach with a note. The note read, Rabastan, my loyal friend, here is a piece of fruit to help you prepare yourself for tomorrow, when I will rescue you and the others. Enjoy the peach now. More will be delivered soon to strengthen you further, once your body has absorbed this. It was signed V. Since the prisoner was asleep, the departing chessmen each used a tiny sling to sling little pebbles at him until he woke. They stayed until he saw the peach, then went back under the door and left. Up and down the cell blocks of Azkaban, this same scene was repeated many times, once for each Death Eater present, plus a few others who had proclaimed they would join the Death Eaters if given an opportunity. Some of these Sirius had remembered from his time in the prison. More had been revealed through questioning Barty Crouch. There were enough such prisoners that, by the time the first round of deliveries had been completed, roughly an hour had passed and it was time to begin the second round of deliveries. During the deliveries, Dementors passed by the little chessmen several times, and presumably saw them. But the creatures didn't have specific instructions for what to do in such a case, nor sufficient imagination to realize they should do something about it. So they ignored them just like they ignored the rats. Actually, they ignored them more than they ignored the rats. Rats were living creatures and so represented a little snack for the Dementors. The chessmen did not. The human guards of the prison, as expected, stayed far away from the Dementors, and hence from the cells. So they noticed nothing. Rabastan had been careful with his peach. He looked it over closely for injection marks, then tasted a little bit and waited to see if there was a negative reaction. But, after a few minutes, had given in to his ravenous hunger and had eaten the entire thing. They got little food and very poor nutrition in prison, so the peach was very welcome. An hour after he'd been given a peach, Rabastan, carefully watching for the promised additional food, was pleased to see 4 tiny soldiers in armor drag in a small package. Not wanting to anger his master, nor interfere with his efforts, Rabastan left the little soldiers alone. Soon enough the package expanded into a banana and a bar of chocolate. The soldiers left while Rabastan consumed the food, not bothering to test it this time, since he'd already satisfied himself that this help was real and not some sneaky scheme. He was wrong, of course, but he never knew that. Sirius had mixed up a big batch of very special chocolate, from which he'd made these chocolate bars. They contained real chocolate, sugar, butter and milk for real flavor, which helped hide any other flavors. But they also contained quite a bit of cyanide, enough to kill a healthy adult several times over. All up and down the cell blocks of Azkaban, other Death Eaters were similarly eating death, via their chocolate, as were any other people willing to fight for Voldemort. The chocolate was well appreciated by those affected by regular proximity to Dementors, so it was eaten even more ravenously than the fruit had been. By chance, Rabastan died first, then his brother Rodolphus, followed later by his wife Bellatrix, a thing which mattered only for inheritance purposes. So it was that Bellatrix, as the last Lestrange, inherited all that family's wealth. Then, when she died minutes later, a will she had made long ago and which had been forgotten by her and everyone else except her goblin bankers, left all her wealth to be added to the Black family vault. When the second deliveries were done and all their targets were confirmed to be dead, the chessmen made one more round of deliveries and pickups. They picked up all the chocolate bar wrappers and any remaining uneaten chocolate. They left the peels from the bananas, all of which had also been eaten, and they delivered several peach pits, each of which had been broken open to remove the inner, almond-like nut. That nut contained natural cyanide, and the reason they planted these nutless peach pits was to confuse the evidence trail. It is human nature to want to accept any easy solution presented, especially if it seems good enough. All the sudden deaths at Azkaban would be investigated. The investigators would find the notes and the nutless peach pits and wonder why. Any research at all would show that peach pits contain cyanide, and the prisoners had died of cyanide poisoning. Anyone familiar with the inadequate prison food, or even just reminded of that fact by the note, may believe the prisoners were so hungry they cracked open the pits and ate the almond-like nuts inside for the extra food value. With all of that, it was easy to jump to the conclusion that Voldemort had planned and began a rescue of his followers, which had gone wrong when they ate the peach pits. If they did assume that, there would be no further investigation, since various bribed officials, Fudge chief among them, were quick to brush under the rug anything related to Voldemort's return. With all the deliveries done, The portrait of James and Lily in the locket, who had been directing the whole mission, now directed their little chessmen minions to carry them back outside the prison to where they'd arrived. Then they signaled for pickup, and a second imperious seagull, which had been waiting, picked them up and took them away from the island. For the sake of convenience, they even reused the old fried rice container. It had been chosen to seem innocent, like it may simply be a piece of trash that had randomly washed up, in case it needed to be left behind. But it turned out to be convenient to use it to hold them on the way out, as it had on the way in. The next morning, the two Aurors investigating Azkaban's overnight deaths paused in one of the cells to recap. The skinny one complained, "This is impossible. I mean, I like those Muggle crime shows too. They do amazing things like find some tiny insignificant clue and figure everything out from there. I mean, last week they saw a small smudge and tested it, and it was mud that could only come from a certain beach in Venezuela, and the only reason to access that part of that beach was to get to the back door of the oil refinery there, which happened to be the only place where a certain poison is made from the refining byproducts, and they only ever sold that poison to a certain warlord in Mozambique." His partner cut him off. Yes, I know. The ministry seems to be requiring that level of performance, but without ever having sent any of us to any kind of training that would equip us to do such things." The skinny Auror nodded emphatically, complaining, "I know, right? Seems to be, ha! You heard Minister Fudge yourself. He said he demands results, and we will find out who did this and how, or heads will roll. He means ours, yours and mine. And yet we've been all over this prison and still don't know a thing." "That's not true," his taller companion replied. "We know a number of things it's not. We know that we can't find any magical signatures, which means that no wands were used, no spells were cast, no potions were used. We also know that no people arrived. The Dementors can't communicate with us very well, but we know they follow orders which would have them attacking any interlopers. And we verified they were actually patrolling. Yet they did not attack anyone. And the wards here, which are very focused on detecting anything involving people, did not register any unauthorized people here. So we know there was no one here but guards, Dementors and prisoners." The other Auror groaned. "That's not the kind of answers the minister wants." "Oh, we are so doomed," he whined. "He gives orders like that to motivate us, thinking that if we are properly motivated, we'll work extra hard and get him the answers he wants. He does not seem to realize that more is needed than just motivation. Yet still, I am motivated, and that will suffice." In a way, the taller Auror answered enigmatically. "What do you mean? How can that help?" His companion begged. "Bear with me a moment while I recap some other things," the calmer Auror replied. "First, despite wind and waves erasing most of it, there are traces of many small footprints in the sand on the beach. And there is a faint magical trace there at the edge of the beach that is consistent with the Imperious curse." "That tells us nothing," worried the skinny one. "Many things are consistent with that. They've never developed a definitive Imperious detector." "Wait for it," his companion cautioned, then continued, "We know the prisoners died of cyanide poisoning, and that many peach pits, emptied of the inner nut that contains cyanide, were found in each cell, plus a banana peel, along with a note signed by V promising food and rescue." "Which makes no sense," interrupted the worry-prone Auror. "I could see one peach and one banana to help combat malnutrition and get them some sugars and starches. But if you were taking that approach, then logically you'd continue with some other fruits and nuts to cover more nutritional bases. Why so many peaches? And why eat the nuts inside the pits? I could see doing that if you had no other food, but most folks don't even know it is there. How would all of them know it is there? And all of them eat it despite having just had a lot of other food, and yet none of them know it is dangerous. It just doesn't make sense." He stamped his foot for emphasis. "True, there are many things we don't know. But let me continue," the taller Auror replied. "We know that all the notes were written by a standard dictaquill." His excitable companion again interrupted. "So the notes are all the same and the handwriting tells us nothing. Worse yet, there are many thousands of dictaquills in circulation, and we couldn't tell if we had the right one even if it was in our hands." "You're wasting our time." "Wait for it," his companion repeated, then resumed. "We know that nobody flew over Azkaban on a broom. Nobody took the usual boat here, and nobody apparat here or used a port key. And we know there are faint traces suggesting the fruit arrived already shrunken by a magic device, of which there are dozens of types that could do it, and then unshrunk in the cells. Lastly, we know that the only living thing that went near the cells is rats. There are always rats here. The Dementors snack on some but aren't fond of the taste, so there are always more. And there you have it. What? We have what? Nothing, that's what we have. Whined the skinny one. Nonsense, we have a complete, plausible explanation. We can't be 100% sure it is fully accurate. There are many unanswered questions which could be holes in the explanation. But we don't know that they are holes. So the explanation could be 100% right. And, given our unfortunate time constraints, I am motivated to go with the explanation we have and call it good. How about you? The big oar calmly asked. You lost me. What explanation do we have? The obvious one, of course. He held up one finger. Somebody got here, and the only method we can't rule out is by using their own boat. So they got here by their own boat. The tall oarer raised a second finger, and continued, and somebody, without going within the walls, delivered shrunken food and notes to many prisoners, possibly involving the Imperious curse. The only living thing that went near those cells is rats. So Imperious rats delivered the food and notes. But wouldn't at least one rat have been eaten by a passing Dementor, leaving its undelivered package in the halls? Yet we found no such package. Asked the excitable one. Possibly yes, possibly no, the calm oarer answered. We can't be sure. I already admitted there are many unanswered questions and things we do not know. You can focus on those if you want to anger Minister Fudge, miss his deadline and fail to give him the answers he requires. For myself, I prefer to give him answers and avoid punishment, even if I can't be 100% certain that my answers are accurate and complete. How about you? The skinny one shut up, so the calm oarer raised a third finger. We know the prisoners who got food and notes were all either known, marked Death Eaters or had repeatedly expressed sympathy for that side. And we know the notes were signed V, though that Dark Lord died in 1981, so it must have been a supporter of his acting in his name. So, this was an attempt by a Death Eater to rescue other Death Eaters. Okay, I follow, prompted the other oarer, calming a bit. The big oarer held up a fourth finger. We know that all the prisoners, near starvation and malnourished generally, ate the delivered food, even including the peach pits, which contained cyanide, and they died of cyanide poisoning. So they, obviously unknowingly, accidentally killed themselves, and the rescue attempt failed. That's our story? Questioned the skinny oarer. As I said, the big oarer replied, it fits what we know, and without having more time, training, and resources such as full autopsies seems to be the best we can do. So yes, it is our story. The other nodded, and as they both started to walk away to leave the prison, the skinny one laughed. Autopsies? Ha! That'll be the day. Mostly the extent of what we do is to see a dead body and accuse the nearest person of being the murderer. They're lucky to even get a trial. Sadly true, his companion agreed. Just remember that half-giant we had in here about 2 years ago, imprisoned on nothing more than the ministers need to appear to be doing something. We don't want something like that done to us, so we keep to ourselves any uncertainties about our investigation and the resulting story. Harry Potter Stage Magician Chapter 14. Wednesday morning, November 1st, was just as busy for Sirius Black as the previous morning had been, and it was mostly the same things keeping him busy. He corresponded with several lawyers, business managers, and officials of the French government, tying up loose ends and finalizing arrangements. He corresponded with Spry Wizard tournament officials to negotiate for rights to film the events. He corresponded with Amelia Bones about hiring her for a job. And he sent a special letter anonymously to Minister Fudge. It read, Minister Fudge, in case you did not know, your name was entered as a contestant in the Triwizard tournament, and last night you were chosen as a champion of that tournament. This means you must compete in it or face severe penalties which you can look up. I can get you out of this, and only I can do it. I will do so, but only on one condition. You must gather up all the Dementors, every single one of them, and force them to march through the Veil of Death in the Department of Mysteries. Tell no one about this deal or it will be void. I will know when you have completed my condition. I will know if you talk to Lucius Malfoy about this. It was signed a friend. Sirius figured there was a small chance Fudge would actually do it. His own hide was very important to him, and he would not want it risked nor his dignity in the tournament. And, if he did it, the world would be free of Dementors and Voldy would lose them as allies. But, whether or not Fudge marched the Dementors through the Veil of Death, He would certainly talk to people about the deal, at least to ask for their advice. Fudge did almost nothing on his own, and his asking folks about it would void the deal. So Sirius would not have to come through and let Fudge out of the tournament. He had left a way in the rules, a new, secret way by which he could do so, but he didn't want to reveal it was there. He'd hoped, by including the tell no one clause, that maybe Fudge would not ask Malfoy, since that one knew Voldy's plans to make the Dementors his minions and would almost certainly talk Fudge out of it. So he'd added the lie that he would know if Fudge talked to Malfoy, in hopes of scaring Fudge off from that course of action. It may not work, but was worth a try. Then, chortling over the possibility of ridding the world of Dementors, Sirius had to hurry off to France for his trial. In France, Sirius, no longer in disguise, was met by his lawyer, and two nice, respectful French aurors, who didn't even handcuff him. His trial was quick, but comprehensive. They admitted evidence he'd prepared from omniocular recordings of both Barty Crouch's interrogation, and also other recordings showing Peter Pettigrew alive and well, serving the small homunculus housing Voldemort's soul in Riddle Manor. They admitted and viewed evidence from pensive memories Sirius provided from the day Pettigrew officially died. These showed he'd actually escaped instead of dying, as did other pensive memories from Sirius' encounter with Pettigrew last year. They accepted Sirius' magical oath saying he had not killed Peter Pettigrew nor the muggles he'd been sent to jail for, and that he had never been a Death Eater, nor had he had a trial, nor served Voldemort, nor had he been the Potter's secret keeper, but in fact that had been Pettigrew. They questioned Sirius under Veritaserum to verify all the above, that the pensive memories he'd shown were unaltered, and that it had been Pettigrew who had betrayed the Potters and thereby gotten them killed at the hands of Voldemort. They even had a special gypsy present, one who had a verified ability to discern truth from lies. She also verified that everything Sirius had testified of was true. Then they issued a ruling finding Sirius black innocent, and declaring him a free man. They also issued a condemnation of Britain's magical government for the significant injustice this whole situation represented, and suggesting they owed Sirius reparations. They could not enforce any of that in Britain, but certain international treaties would now give Sirius a modicum of protection should he be caught in Britain. In France, he was perfectly free, and in most of the rest of the world, he would likely be free, since the words of France and Britain generally carried about equal weight, but France had actually given him a trial whereas Britain had just assumed guilt. Sirius lawyers set about making sure that Sirius would be free in as many countries as they could arrange. Sirius, in celebration, bought a French vineyard and winery he'd been looking into. They should do well and be quite profitable with a little magical support. Expanding the family's portfolio of income, producing properties was usually a good idea. While he was at it, he had the opportunity to acquire a French house elf, named Louis, and did so, then introduced him to his other elves and included the winery in his duties. Then he hurried again in disguise back to England for some errands he had to do there. Back in England, Sirius first had a few meetings with lawyers and business managers to finalize a few things. These included buying the rights to film the Spry Wizard tournament, and also buying the stadium where the Quidditch World Cup had been held recently. That stadium had been scheduled for demolition, but no work on that had been done yet. So Sirius got it cheap yet intact. Then he met with Amelia Bones. He needed someone with skill and experience at running a large complicated organization which she had to manage his new company Spry Wizard Productions, which would film the events of that tournament and display them live on huge screens in the refurbished Quidditch World Cup Stadium, now renamed the Spry Wizard Stadium. She accepted the job and they talked for a while about old times, then budgets, hiring, advertising, and how much to charge for admission to the stadium to watch the Spry Wizard tournament challenges. Amelia was forthcoming that most of the people she knew and trusted were Aurors or former Aurors. So she asked his permission to hire from that pool of talent, to which request Sirius gladly agreed, with the proviso that anyone hired accept the result of his French trial finding him innocent. With that business completed, for now, Sirius had to stop postponing the odious part of the day and go to Gringotts Bank. Sirius didn't like going to Gringotts. Goblins were inherently cruel creatures, and often expressed that cruelty any way they could. At Gringotts, that meant ruinous fees whenever they had any kind of excuse. It also meant the goblins would be haughty, sneering, and obstructionist, all while demanding respect, and severely punishing anything remotely disrespectful. The Black family had long since recognized that, and had avoided much of it by keeping a small vault for ready cash in their own home. And for any business house Black did in other nations, they had bank accounts in Switzerland and elsewhere. But for large local transactions, such as buying a business or other property, they'd needed a Gringotts account too. But with the political situation as it was, especially with the ministry being so corrupt as to even consider allowing House Malfoy, under any pretext, to seize the assets of House Black, Sirius didn't plan to buy any further properties or businesses in Britain. He'd protected his other British assets as well as he could. Now he needed to protect his liquid assets, his cash in Britain. Sirius operated to the Muggle apartment he'd rented as a safe house. There, he removed his Sid disguise, and instead dressed to match the picture of Sirius Black in the wanted posters. Sirius had bought, while still in France, a number of magically expanded trunks, which he had shrunk and put into a briefcase. He now took that briefcase in one hand, a legal document in the other, and operated to a small clearing in the Forbidden Forest. Not that he had anything he needed to do there. This side trip was just paranoia. It was in case anybody developed a way to trace apparition. If they did, they'd find this clearing, not his safe house. Then he operated to Diagon Alley, to the closest spot therein to Gringotts Bank. He arrived next to a wall, on which was one of the posters showing that he was a wanted man. Grinning, he took down the poster and took it with him as he walked quickly to the bank, then inside, all the while ignoring the shocked reactions and horrified whispers of people nearby who saw him. Gringotts Bank was legally goblin territory. So, though people in the bank shrank back from Sirius when they saw him, nobody tried to arrest him. At least, not immediately. Sirius was waiting in line for a teller, autographing his own wanted poster, just because it amused him to do so, when a goblin manager flanked by 2 guards came up to him. The goblin said, "Sirius Black, on behalf of the British Ministry of Magic, we arrest you. Surrender quietly and there won't be any trouble." The guards both held weapons uncomfortably close to Sirius, as he carefully and slowly extended the piece of paper he already held in his hand, while saying, "Britain never gave me a trial. France has, and they found me innocent, as have 6 other European nations, and the Goblin nation within Bulgaria, as this document shows. If you arrest me, you will have international troubles you do not want." The goblin took the paper and scoffed. "This is a wanted poster about you." Sirius chuckled. "Oops, my mistake, I meant to hand you this other paper, which is as I said." The goblin took the new paper and read it slowly and carefully. Then he sent off a messenger, instructing him to contact the Bulgarian goblins and verify. A couple of tense minutes passed, during which Sirius almost gave in to the desire to start doing magic tricks like pulling scarves out of goblin noses. But he knew the goblins totally lacked any sense of humor, and doing such tricks would only hurt his case. Then the messenger returned and spoke with the manager, whose demeanor changed, softening just a little. He said, "The goblins of Britain have no desire for international complications. We will leave it to the British ministry to sort out its own mistakes. What business brings you to the bank today?" "I wish to make withdrawals from both of my vaults, my personal vault and the House Black family vault." He phrased it so the goblins could assume he meant comparatively small withdrawals, as was usual for most banking transactions. The goblin surprised him by saying, "You have more vaults than that. You were not here for the reading of Bellatrix Lestrange's will, but she left everything to House Black, of which you are the head. So you now also control her personal vault and the House Lestrange vault. Would you like to inspect those?" Sirius thought fast. "Yes, I would, thank you. Also, out of curiosity, is there a fee to consolidate vaults? I don't know of a reason why I would need to maintain 4 separate vaults." The goblin grinned cruelly. "Yes, that fee is 40 of the vault's contents. Would you like to purchase that service?" Sirius nearly gasped, barely catching himself in time. He knew the fees were bad, but had not realized just how bad. House Black, as well as many of the other ancient and noble houses in magical Britain, remained rich by managing its own investments and finances. The houses that complacently relied on the goblins to handle all that for them were generally quite poor, and apparently that was no coincidence. "No, thank you," he sputtered. "Suddenly I do see a reason to have 4 vaults. I'd like to go inspect those now." Without further ado, they all marched off to do so. First, they went to the Lestrange family vault. Sirius told the manager, "I wish to look around within and get a good idea what is there, probably selecting some things to take with me. This may take a while." The manager nodded and left with one of the guards. The other guard remained outside as Sirius went into the vault and closed the door behind him. Then Sirius did look around at the vast wealth around him. Gold was everywhere, in coins and ingots, in orderly stacks, chests, and disorderly piles on the floor. There was silver too. Then there were several shelves and cabinets containing magic items, books of family magic, deeds, heirlooms, gems, art, rare reagents, trophies, and other such things. After a few moments, Sirius got to work. He opened his briefcase and removed a magical trunk, then unshrunk it, and from his locket, he called for some chess men to labor for him. At first, only 4 chess pawns could fit in the vault with him. But as all 5 labored to fill the magically expanded space of one trunk after another, gradually they got room for more and more chess pieces to join the labor force. Then the work went faster. Luckily, the Lestrange's selection of magic items included some more trunks and bags with magically expanded space. Sirius had brought enough trunks for his vault and the house black vault, plus 50 just in case he'd misremembered how much stuff there was. It did take them a while, but they got the entire vault emptied, except 1 brass Canute coin, which they left in the middle of the floor. Then Sirius put his chess men back in his locket, and his trunks, now shrunken again, back in his briefcase. Opening the vault door carefully, while swirling his cape stage magic style to prevent the goblin guard from seeing within, he let himself out of the vault. With that vault sealed up again, they went on to Bellatrix's vault, to inspect it and remove some items. Sirius went through the same procedures as before, using chessmen and magic trunks to empty the vault. Though, while doing so, he sensed particularly dark magic of a familiar type in one magic item. A gold cup with 2 handles, embossed with a badger. He suspected some things about that cup, particularly that it was a Horcrux, but would need to wait until later to confirm that, since the goblins didn't like people to cast spells in their bank. So Sirius had a chessman carefully move that cup to a small compartment within one of his trunks, for later inspection. They emptied that vault the same way as the previous one, again leaving 1 Canute in the middle of the floor. Sirius had not asked if the 40 fee for emptying a vault was for the labor, or for other reasons. But, technically, he was just making withdrawals, very large withdrawals, but still just withdrawals, and he was doing the labor himself, not asking the goblins to do anything. So he should be able to avoid any fees. But, when it came down to it, if he got out of the bank okay, he would be free and clear. The goblins could not confiscate what they did not control, and all his money etc. except for nuts would be in his own possession and soon out of the country. The gnomes of Zurich actually paid folks to keep money in their bank, rather than charging them fees as the goblins did. Sirius would probably deposit most of this with the gnomes. He exited Bellatrix's vault the same way as before, with his cape swirling to prevent the guard from seeing within should he happen to be looking that way when Sirius exited. Then it was on to Sirius's own vault, and finally the house black vault, emptying each in turn in the same manner. To store it all, it took all the magically expanded trunk space he'd brought, as well as all the space within similar items he found in the Lestrange and black vaults. On top of that, he filled most of the free space in his magically expanded locket. He'd been considering taking things out of that locket for more space, leaving behind his canoe, a month or 2 worth of spare food and water, and so on when they finally got the last coin stowed, showing he need not leave anything behind but the customary single Canute coin. As they walked towards the bank exit, Sirius felt like he clinked with every step. It wasn't so, but he sure felt that way anyway, like he was festooned with coins jangling as he moved. As they approached the bank's front door, the goblin guard left, and Sirius prepared himself to leave. The bank and the steps leading up to its front door were goblin territory, so Orus would not be allowed there. But it was a good bet they were waiting for him just at the base of those steps, probably next to some goblin guards there to remind them whose territory the bank was, and onto which they were not welcome in their official capacity. Many people had seen Sirius arrive, and some would have tried for the reward by calling the Orus on him. And there was only one exit to Gringotts Bank, at least only one humans could use. So Sirius expected to have Orus waiting to arrest him, and he'd prepared for that. In the last vault he'd left one chessman, a king, out of his locket. It was carrying a broom and two nicely folded invisibility cloaks. These cloaks were not nearly as good as Harry's invisibility cloak, but they would help. So Sirius and his chess king each put on an invisibility cloak. Then, as they reached the door, straddled the broom, with Sirius in front and the chess king in back, facing backward. While straddling the broom, it was a bit awkward to open the door and step outside. They kind of waddled, but they made it, and they did so ready to fly away at an instant's notice. This proved to be necessary. There were indeed 4 Aurors waiting just past the last of the bank steps. They were vigilant and saw the door open with no obvious people coming out, and they'd brought detection gear so they knew invisible people were there and could more or less pinpoint them. They immediately shouted that Sirius was under arrest and should surrender. Sirius immediately flew off, straight to the right, so he'd get no closer to them than he was now, and to put the Aurors behind him as soon as possible. The Aurors immediately drew their wands, but did not immediately cast any spells at Sirius, because any spells passing over goblin territory would get a very negative reaction from the cruel little beasts. That was another reason Sirius flew to the right, to get a few more feet in between him and the Aurors before they were clear to fire at him. Sirius accelerated as fast as he could while flying erratically to spoil the Aurors' aim. Very quickly, he noticed the chess king begin tossing out water balloons to intercept incoming spells. The king had to use both hands, but they got away, moving beyond the wards around Gringotts, then past the wards around Diagon Alley. Now over clear space, they apparat back to the clearing in the Forbidden Forest. From there, he apparat to another unimportant clearing in that same forest, and from there, apparat to 12 Grimald Place, one of House Black's properties where he'd spent a lot of time in the past. Sirius was in a rush. He was known to be in the country, and 12 Grimald Place was one of the places they would look for him. But he needed to get some things done here, and the newly strengthened and altered wards, plus the Fidelius on the property, should keep him safe at least for a while. He took out a particular magical trunk, opened it and a particular compartment within, and started casting detection spells, confirming that it was a Horcrux and that it was trapped with a couple curses. He summoned Creature. As the old elf, flanked by his trainees, the 2 new elves, appeared, Sirius explained what he wanted. Creature, this compartment here contains another Horcrux, the cup you see with the badger on it, which also has a couple curses waiting to go off on whomever touches it. I need you to take it to Azkaban and get a Dementor to drain it of the soul fragment within it, just like you did with Slytherin's locket. Then return it here where I will pick it up later. This will greatly help House Black. Take the trainees Dewey and Lumpy with you so they can see how it is done. Really, he wanted the other 2 elves with Creature as a hedge in case Creature felt like defiantly going against his orders, as he sometimes did. But he did not voice his concern. Lest he provoke Creature, he looked forward to that elf completing the training for the new pair, so old Creature could be retired. That elf nodded, then levitated the magic cup in question. Then he and the other elves popped out. Sirius did not think that Minister Fudge would act quickly on the offer to get rid of all Dementors. But if he had, the elves would simply return saying they could not find a Dementor. If that happened, there were other options. In the meantime, Sirius hurried to his next objective, the Black family tapestry. There, he magically designated Harry Potter as heir Black, and willed everything to him in the event of his own death. Then he reinstated his cousin Andromeda Tonks as a member of House Black, along with her daughter Nymphadora. Lastly, he kicked his cousin Narcissa Malfoy out of House Black, along with her son Draco. In the long ago past, he'd been good friends with her, but her time with Lucius Malfoy had corrupted her. Sirius had verified that a couple ways, including by posing as Sid and sitting near her near enough to overhear, while she was at lunch in her favorite cafes a few times. And Draco was just a spoiled little snob that didn't think for himself and ran to Daddy for everything. Sirius had no respect for him. After that, he was off to Zurich, where he did some banking and hired a couple warding teams to go to Britain for him and protect the Lestrange properties and businesses for him. He'd have done it himself, but did not know if they had existing wards in place to protect him, and so couldn't risk going there himself, since they would be on the list of places where Aurors would be looking for him. One of the warding teams even knew the Fidelius spell, which had gradually over the last decade or so come to be more or less common knowledge. But despite more people knowing how to cast it, it was still very useful, and Sirius arranged to have them put all his new properties in Britain under Fidelius, just like the old ones already were. He sent off more letters to business managers so they could get up and running with the Lestrange businesses. Then he was off to the Cayman Islands to do some more banking. He believed in spreading his risk in case of things like bank failures. After that, he went to Italy, where he knew a nice little bank he also had an account with. Each of those banks would also store, in vaults only Sirius and Harry could access, some of the magic items and such which he'd recovered from Gringotts. These he would investigate further later, when he got some more time. Then, his wealth again secured, he sent official letters to Gringotts asking them to close out all his accounts, and to empty his vaults. While he was writing other letters, Gringotts replied that the charge for closing his accounts would be 40 of their contents. He'd half expected that, but he laughed as he agreed, asking them to give the remaining 2 nuts. They rounded up in their favor to Lucius Malfoy. Sirius added to the end of his note a small request that, in exchange for the 4/10 of a canute the goblins would get from him by rounding up, that they use a particular method when depositing the 2 brass coins in Malfoy's vault. Specifically, he asked for them to open the vault door and kick the nuts into the vault. After sending the message, he had a good laugh about having just paid the goblins to kick in Malfoy's nuts. That put him in a good mood, which was a great time to interact with his girlfriend. So he also sent off a letter to update his girlfriend and let her know what to expect as far as when he expected to get caught up on things and so get to spend more time with her. He also noted that they'd need to speed up the schedule for hiring camera crews and perhaps a director for Squib Studios, and authorized her to do so, since they would soon be subcontracting out to film a series of sporting events. He took care of a few other quick errands, then it was back to 12 Grimmauld Place where he got a report from the elves, verified the cup was no longer a Horcrux, and no longer had curses on it. Apparently Creature had let the Dementor trigger those, though it had not been bothered by them at all, and also confirmed it was another lost artifact, the cup of Helga Hufflepuff. He collected the cup, and the family's notes on the cup. Then Sirius apparat to his Muggle safe house, where he again disguised himself as Sid. After that, he went back to Hogwarts, eagerly anticipating meeting with Remus and showing him what the cup could do. Sirius walked into the room of requirement and the first thing he saw was Harry and Hermione sitting close to each other on a couch, holding hands, staring into each other's eyes, and sporting goofy expressions on their faces. Sirius turned to Remus and asked, "What's with them?" Remus chuckled, the same thing that was up with them a couple days ago, when we discussed possible rules changes for the tournament and a particular new rule came up. They're full of feelings about having each other's children. Sirius nodded. "Oh, right. I remember. At first I thought the suggestion had offended them or something, until they made it clear that they were excited, even overjoyed at the thought. So, since they're at it again, I guess that means something reminded them about that rule?" Remus nodded. "Yup. Today the Spry Wizard Tournament champions all got mailed a summary and general description of what's required of them and what the tournament is going to be like. That rule was mentioned in it. Do we have our potions ready for sale so people who see the rule can buy them? Some are ready now, others are being brewed up by 3 different potion shops with whom we will split the profits. And Amelia Bones is ready to show our advertisements for them on the jumbo screens which will be showing the tournament in our stadium." Sirius replied. "That should do." Remus allowed. "I doubt anyone will be running out to take care of it right now, both because they have plenty of time before the deadline, and because it could really impact their performance in the tournament to be expecting a baby during it." He laughed. Sirius grinned and nodded. They had discussed many times how there were fewer and fewer magical people in Britain. People just were not choosing to have many, if any, kids. It had been going on for a long time, such that each could easily name half a dozen or so people who were the last of their line. They didn't like it and they wished they could change it. That had come up again when they'd been altering the rules of the Triwizard Tournament, and they'd realized that they had here an opportunity to do something to try to change things. They'd been careful to check the idea with Harry and Hermione first. And once those two had gotten over the surprise, they'd discovered they were quite pleased with the idea. So they'd added a rule to the tournament that all contestants in the tournament must have a child, a new one, within 3 years of the tournament ending, or when they turned 21, whichever came later. A concern had been that some contestants would be beyond childbearing age. Some of the women they'd added to the tournament were postmenopausal, for instance. So they'd also checked into what potions or spells were available to deal with such things. And they'd found several, most of which had gone out of favor for one reason or another. But between the potions they'd found, pregnancy could be guaranteed, and could be made easy as well. So they'd gathered up about half a dozen recipes, and arranged with some potion shops to make them available. They'd had to agree to buy any that didn't sell within 4 years' time, but they were okay with that. Plus it let them counter that anyone taking a financial risk should also have a chance at a financial benefit, which is how they managed to get a share of the profits. On thinking through the potions they'd found, and what they did, SIRIUS was again amazed that people were not using them to have a bunch of kids. They made it easy. Then again, he supposed that if folks did not intend to have kids, it didn't matter what was available to make it easy. And the potions they'd found mostly had to be taken in advance, so only someone intending to have a child would use them. That could explain how most of them had been forgotten, even though some were quite impressive. The potions included one which used the same approach some healing spells used, helping the body do the tissue building and repairs it was going to do anyway to speed up pregnancy, such that, with the help of that potion, a full-term pregnancy lasted only 4 months instead of the usual 9. Another used a similar approach to heal the gametes, the egg and sperm, of any genetic diseases they carried. So folks with, for example, hemophilia, could not pass that on to their children. There was another which made you fertile regardless of menopause, surgery, inherited sterility, or other problems. Another healed the usual complications associated with pregnancy, such as morning sickness and cravings. Then there was one to guarantee conception succeeded at the next attempt. Lastly, there were 4 very similar potions, one each for having twins or triplets, either fraternal or identical. To all of those, SIRIUS had added one more, which was not ordinarily intended for pregnancy. But he'd read in a book that it had been tried and worked very well to help with delivering a child. The potion was intended to help people pass kidney stones without difficulty or pain. It did so by making the body very stretchy. Pretty much any part of the body could stretch up to about 20 times its usual size, without pain or discomfort of any kind. The book had said that, with this potion, delivering a baby was no more difficult than getting a watermelon seed out of your mouth. In short, this potion made labor a single push non-event, no matter what position the baby was in. There had been some debate between Sirius, Remus, Harry, and Hermione about whether they wanted to encourage folks such as Snape, Malfoy, and Fudge to have children. The world certainly didn't need more people like those. But they decided that the issue was big enough to justify that risk, that the value of sparking some public discussion over the dwindling numbers of magical people outweighed the cost of some problematic people having children too. And the tournament did offer a great opportunity to bring the issue to people's attention and get it discussed, including chances to advertise services about making it easier to have and raise children. And Remus now owned such a service funded by a loan from SIRIUS. Remus had prepared by reading, assisted by Ravenclaw's diadem, several books on running such a business. Lupin Child Rearing Services would be managed by one of Sirius's management companies, to keep Remus time as free as possible while still running the business as he directed. It would offer house elf rentals by hour, day, week, or month. The elves would first attend classes meant for human nurses and day care workers, to make sure they knew what was needed. Then they'd be prepared to be hired and help out parents in any childcare needs, from feeding them and changing their diapers, to just doing laundry and cleaning house to help the parents keep up with things. They were already working on hiring house elves for that. And until there was more need for the child care services, these new house elves would work in a similar rental arrangement for contracting to clean people's houses. Then, as a help for actually raising children, Remus Company would also offer parenting packages. These would include a magical painting of the parents, each coupled with a life stone for each parent and linked to them. The life stone did the standard thing, glow while its linked person was still alive, but they also had some of the functions of a pensieve, such that when a parent touched their life stone and said the password, the memories of how their painting had interacted with their child would be replayed for them. With these magical paintings, a parent could go spend their time in other things, yet still interact with their child, teaching it and keeping it company, and even taking care of its needs by means of the animated chess pawn that came with the painting as part of the parenting package. The chess pawn would follow the orders of the painting, allowing the painting to get the child fed, burped, picked up, cleaned up, taken away from some problem it was about to cause, etc. and these chess pawns were specially built for interacting with children. Only their bones were stone, over which they had a soft gel to imitate the feeling of flesh, which was magically warmed to body temperature. So, between house elves, magical paintings, and these chess pawns, parents could spend as much or as little time with their kids as they liked, yet still be assured the child was safe, well cared for, and growing up the way they themselves would prefer, since it was their own painting interacting with the child when they weren't personally around. Harry and Hermione, looking forwards to having children, yet somewhat fearful of it, since they'd heard stories from Molly Weasley, were certainly excited about the parenting package. So Sirius expected it would sell well. That thought reminded Sirius of another business, so he asked, "Remus, did the letter Harry got, the one sent to the tournament contestants, say anything about who is setting up the various events? In other words, did they acknowledge that they are responsible for setting up some events while our media company, under Amelia Bones, will be helping with other events, so they can make the events more watchable for the viewing crowds?" "Nope," Remus replied, "not a word about that. Their letter seemed a little hurried and flustered, in general. Yet they got most of it. What they needed to say mostly got said, and I expect the rest will come out in time." "Good," Sirius responded, "so what did they include?" Remus picked up the letter. They said there will be a dozen challenges, which they also called events, and that they will occur every 2 weeks except when that conflicts with a holiday, in which cases they specified the date it will happen. "Good, what else?" Remus continued, "The first event will be on Saturday, November 11th at noon, and that for it, and all the other events, the champions are to meet at Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium. Some events will actually be held there, while for the other events, the contestants, which it also called champions, will be port-keyed to the actual event location. Also, each event will have a smaller pre-event challenge, something the contestants will need to do, which, if successful, will gain them more points, and also a boon, which can be called for during the main event to provide some form of assistance. For example, if they need medical aid, they can get it and not forfeit that challenge, as opposed to the default where, if you get emergency medical aid, you are immediately done with that challenge. Other boons can be clues or hints or potions appropriate to the situation and so forth, something to make it a bit easier without making the challenge anything like an automatic success. "I hope the judges don't screw up the boon system," Sirius commented. "We had to leave so much up to them. They could mess up despite our list of suggestions, and I'm not at all impressed with the quality of the judges they started with." "Speaking of which," Remus cut him off, "no, they did not notice yet. They did see that 6 judges shall be appointed for each event, and they'll be chosen at random from among those who were present when the Goblet of Fire chose the champions. But they did not yet see that the rules combine in a certain way with a certain precedence. Specifically, all the school headmasters, those schools that have headmasters anyway, are automatically judges for all events. Yet no contestant can be a judge of an event. When they finally get around to noticing that, they'll be forced to let Dumbledore go as Hogwarts' headmaster, since they can neither get out of him being a contestant, nor a judge while he holds the lead position at this school. No, I'm sure we will notice when they take that position away from the old goat." He laughed. "So did Sirius." Then he asked, "So what else did the letter say?" Remus replied, "Contestants can't help each other with the events. Some events will require the contestants to wear special costumes. Each contestant will be photographed at the end of each event, with the photos to be published here and internationally. And those who cheat or attempt to cheat get 0 points for that event and have to wear the cheater's hat in the after-event picture, plus some description of what counts as cheating. It says more instructions will follow later, and specific instructions for each event will come as a surprise just before each event." "Nice, nice," Sirius responded. Then he grinned wide. "With that out of the way, it is now time for what I expect will be this evening's main event. I have something for you." Sirius held out towards Remus a golden, bejeweled cup, emblazoned with a badger. Harry Potter Stage Magician Chapter 15. Why is the legendary cup of Helga Hufflepuff disguised as a first-place trophy? Remus asked, bemused. "I thought it would be funny," Sirius replied, grinning. "I just added the wooden base with a small brass first-place plaque on it. The cup still works as Helga designed it. A joke wasn't worth risking losing that functionality." He held out the cup and asked, "So Remus, are you ready to get cured of being a werewolf?" Remus made no move to accept the offered cup and asked, "Are we sure that's the real cup?" "Yup, as sure as can be," Sirius replied, still holding out the cup. Are we sure it hasn't been corrupted or degraded somehow? Remus asked. Sirius nodded. Remus still made no move to accept the cup. Have we tested it so we know it still works, right? No, we haven't. Sirius sighed. Why are you stalling? I know those are good and valid questions, but I also know you're stalling. Why? It's a big change and nobody has ever done it except in legend. The whole body needs to change and I live in it. If something goes wrong, it could go really, really wrong and affect my whole life from now on. I know how to live as a werewolf, but if that thing mistakenly turns me inside out or something, I don't know how to live like that. Remus explained. Fair enough, Sirius declared. You wanted a test. Let's test it. He set the cup down on a table and produced 4 empty potion vials, which he set aside for a moment. Then he consulted a notebook and said, here's one that should be harmless. Antitoxin. This says it gets rid of all toxins within the body, including potions. Wait, Harry interrupted, you and I took a bunch of restorative potions over the summer. They really helped and I don't want to undo those. No, pup, Sirius replied, we don't want to undo those, but it won't. Those potions, like most others, do their thing and then go away. Once something like Skelegro grows new bones, it is done. The potion goes away and the new bones are permanent. The restoratives were like that. They repaired damage and then were done. This won't redo the damage they repaired. No, not many potions have ongoing effects. Some, like Polyjuice, this would end. But for those, you would just not take antitoxin while they are ongoing. No, what antitoxin is for is things like love potion or those loyalty potions Dumbledore is putting in the food served at Hogwarts. Well, in that case, let me be the first to try it, Harry replied. Ron was telling me that Hermione must have dosed me with a love potion and, while I don't believe that and told him so, I want to be able to say I've proven otherwise. And I'm next, for the same reason, though it was Ginny doing the accusing, Hermione added. Sirius nodded, marvelous, wait just a moment. Then he pointed towards Hufflepuff's cup, saying, the cup produces potions. The way it works is you first touch the diamond set on the badger's forehead. That's sort of a start button. Then you touch a specific 3-gem sequence on the 12 gems set around the rim. Last, you touch the onyx at the tip of the badger's tail. That's sort of a stop button. Then it makes a potion. Like so. He touched the diamond, then pearl, emerald, rose quartz, and onyx. As he touched the last gem, the 3 gems near the rim all flashed with light and the cup filled with a potion. Sirius poured the dark liquid from the cup into one of his empty potions bottles, then handed that to Harry, saying, drink up. Harry did so while Sirius repeated the sequence, making another potion for Hermione. She looked at Harry, who said, I still love you. Other than that, I don't feel much different, maybe a little bit healthier, and a little less positively towards Dumbledore. I guess that's residual effects from all those loyalty potions he fed us before we got our king's rings to protect us. Go ahead and drink, it doesn't even taste bad. Hermione did so, then agreed with everything Harry had said. More potions got created and Remus and Sirius followed suit, with similar results. Okay. I'd say that was a successful test, Sirius stated. Now are you ready to get cured, Remus? Remus hedged. I don't know if I count that as a successful test. We can't be sure it did anything at all. Perceiving a little more health and so on could just be the placebo effect. Can we do another test? Sure, my friend. Let's see what we've got. Sirius checked his notes again. Finding something, he exclaimed, bingo. This one should be pretty clear. Regeneration potion, this says it rebuilds your body to what your DNA says, minus certain problems like clubfoot, cleft palate, hemophilia, etc. From 12 years in Azkaban, I have some residual health problems that other potions couldn't quite clear up, so I will be able to say for sure whether this works. He touched the diamond on the badger's head, then sapphire, amethyst, pearl, and onyx. The gems flashed, and a red potion filled the cup. Sirius poured that into the same potions vial he'd used for his own dose of antitoxin, then drank it. Sirius immediately fell to the floor as if dead. His jaw relaxed, and his mouth fell open, then all his teeth fell out. While others around the room were gasping in surprise and rushing forwards to help, Sirius rolled his eyes and started trying to say something. Since he had no teeth, it came out as a mumble. Remus propped Sirius up, and Harry and Hermione had each cast 2 medical diagnostic spells before Sirius managed to get out some recognizable words. Rumors of my death have been greatly exaggerated. Folks, I'm actually fine. No, I'm better than fine, see? He opened his mouth and showed that he was rapidly growing a new set of teeth. After 12 years in Azkaban, without ever being able to floss or brush my teeth, all my teeth had problems. The work on them this summer made the pain cease and stabilize things, but did not manage a perfect fix. This seems to be doing so. You look a bit younger too. But why did you drop like a puppet with his strings cut? Remus asked. Sirius replied, Azkaban again. 12 years in a small cell with no exercise really did a number on my muscles. Even after the restoratives, I still had weaker muscles than before, which regularly got cramps. That too seems to be regrowing. I can feel it. I also feel really hungry, though I think that's from having to regrow things. I can also feel that a certain embarrassing rash is all better now. And my eyesight seems clearer too. Sign me up. Harry responded quickly, adding, the potions this summer really helped my eyesight, to the point where I thought it was perfect. But if there is any possibility of more improvement, I want it. While Harry had been speaking, Sirius's locket had opened and a packet of beef jerky had flown out, which he caught and began munching upon. Another such potion was made, and Harry took it, again with dramatic results. Harry also fell to the floor like Sirius had, but seemed boneless as well. Most, though not all, of his teeth fell out too. When he recovered enough, Harry explained that while his vision had improved, the Dursleys had broken many of his bones, which had never been set properly. They'd also left scars all over him, bruised and abused his muscles, and severely malnourished him. The restorative potions that summer had helped, but not completely fixed things. Now, Harry said, I think I just regrew all of that. He stood up and all present were surprised to see he was 3 inches taller now, and no longer scrawny. His muscles had filled out and he looked healthy. Harry didn't notice that he was busy munching on a plate of sandwiches Dobby had brought him. All made various exclamations at once, which took a minute to sort out. Once they had, Sirius said, Interesting that your lightning-shaped scar on your forehead is unchanged. We'll have to look into that. And speaking of scars and things we have to look into, you've reminded me that the Dursleys have yet to receive justice for what they did to you. That is now on my to-do list, and Hufflepuff's cup may help with that too. But we'll table that for later. Remus, I don't think you should take the regeneration potion until after the werewolf cure. But we can still test on Hermione if she's willing. She was. Sirius generated another red potion, and Hermione prudently sat down before drinking it, just in case she fell too. She did not having widespread unresolved damage to her tissues. Her results were less dramatic, largely consisting of perfect teeth and manageable hair, though she said she felt healthier generally. Okay, Remus aloud, I'm convinced. Let's get the werewolf cure over with. Sure thing, Sirius exclaimed. While we're at it, I'll show you another mode. Watch this. Then he pressed the diamond 5 times within a couple of seconds, and the cup expanded to the size of a cauldron. Sirius loaded the cauldron with a dozen new, clean, empty, potion bottles, while saying, we don't know what Helga called this mode, but the Black family notes call it manufacturing mode. Keeps making the same potion until you tell it to stop, and as long as it has more containers. Then he pressed lapis lazuli, amber, malachite, and the empty potion bottles within the cauldron started filling, one by one, at about the rate of 1 per second, with a milky white potion. Sirius took out filled potion bottles and replaced them with other empties, until he had 24 full bottles. Then he hit Onyx to stop the potion production. After that, he turned and handed one of the milky white potions to Remus, saying, I'm sure we will need more of these, but that's for later. For right now, I want to see this. Remus sniffed the open bottle, commenting, it smells like coconut. Well, here goes. Then he downed the potion in one gulp. There was a white flash of light coming from every inch of Remus. It lasted only an instant, then was gone, leaving Remus apparently unchanged. He said, interesting. Then he turned into a wolf. The others in the room had been a little on edge about the possible results, and that showed now in their reaction times. In an instant, Harry changed into his white tiger animagus form and was advancing to grapple the Remus wolf, to prevent him from being able to attack anyone. But Harry couldn't grapple the Remus wolf, since Sirius had cast Levi Corpus on the wolf, and was holding it suspended in mid-air, where it was unable to touch anything. But its inability to get purchase on the floor or any furniture didn't matter either, since Hermione, meanwhile, had cast a couple hair care spells to grow out the wolf's hair, then braid it as she saw fit. And she saw fit to braid the wolf's hair in such a way as to bind its legs together, left to right and then front to back, so it could not move them at all. The wolf's mouth also got sealed closed by its own braided hair. Dobby had also helped, using his special elf teleportation to go get the cage Remus locked himself in monthly, and materialize it around the Remus wolf, so even if he could move and reach something, he would still be inside his strong steel cage with everybody else outside it. Even the painting of James and Lily Potter had done what they could. Every locket in the room had opened at their command, and out of each was coming a steady stream of chessmen, ready to do battle if needed. Some of them were armed with silver knives. A very odd sound was coming from the Remus wolf, around the hair so tightly binding his jaws closed. They couldn't figure out what it was, until Remus changed back to his human form. That change removed the wolf hair, which removed the gag, and allowed him to laugh unimpeded. And he did laugh very heartily, while still being levitated there within his steel cage. After a couple minutes, he got control of himself, and gasped, "You should have seen the looks on your faces. Priceless. Remind me to show you all a pensive memory of that soon." He paused for breath, then resumed, "I want to applaud you all on your reactions. It warms my heart to think that if an unexpected fight comes along, you'll respond appropriately and have a good chance to survive, or," he nodded to the painting, "help the rest of us survive as appropriate." He took another breath, "And I am grateful that you were careful with me too. It wasn't reductos and similar you were casting. Even as a werewolf, those sting quite a bit and take a moment to regrow. You're pranking us by not answering the question you know we all have," complained Sirius. "Indubitably, my good sir." Remus grinned, "But now that you ask, or at least imply that you should not have to ask, yes, I am no longer a werewolf. There was an inner beast before, which wanted to rip, tear, bite, and destroy. It's completely gone. And silver no longer burns me on contact. See?" He touched a couple of the silver knives being held by chess pawns. "They did not burn him as they would have before." Remus continued, "But I was fascinated to discover that I am now an animagus, a wolf animagus. Watch, I will change there and back again to demonstrate." He did so, taking the form of a wolf, which winked at them, then turned back into the usual human-shaped Remus. It took a few minutes of discussion before everybody got sufficiently reassured, calmed down, and put away their chess pawns, etc. Then Harry asked, "So is that all the cup does? Make potions?" Sirius snorted. "Is that all he says? Pup, this cup doesn't just make a couple well-known potions. The potions we've tried so far have been lost for centuries. And the 3-gem code, chosen from among 12 gems, gives 1728 possible potions it can make. That's more types than I've ever heard of. But it may be many more than that. Some have speculated that the cup would not need an off button if all the codes were 3 gems long, and that therefore 4-gem codes may be possible. That'd make it 12 times as many possible potions, which is, over 20,000 anyway. 20,736. Hermione clarified primly. "See?" Sirius grinned. "Don't get me wrong," Harry defended. "I wasn't trying to say it didn't do much. I was just trying to prompt you for anything else it did that you knew of." "You mean, apart from making truly ludicrous numbers of long-lost powerful potions?" Sirius winked. "Well, let's see. Even for potions we still know how to make, this gets past some other difficulties, such as the month-long brewing time for polyjuice, or the risk of contacting Malaclaw venom when making liquid luck potion, or the expensive ingredients." Okay, I got it," Harry interrupted. "Is there a way to add new potions to what it can make?" "Sure," Sirius exclaimed. "You put it in record mode by pressing both diamond and onyx at the same time, repeating that 12 times within 12 seconds. Then all the gems flash and the cup expands to cauldron size. Then you brew a potion in it, which somehow works even though the cup is gold, a material that normally resists such things. When you're done brewing the potion, you press onyx, then the 3-gem sequence you want this potion to have. Those gems flash twice and you're done. If that sequence is already taken, all the gems light for 2 seconds and you get to choose a different 3-gem sequence. Simple. Ha! I'm glad your family has done so much research on it, since those are things I'd never have guessed. Harry responded. While all this is great, Remus said, I have to go. The werewolf community has always felt excluded and poorly treated. If I go tell them about this cure immediately, I can stay in the us category with them. But if I delay much, they'll start seeing me as them, yet another oppressor. SIRIUS, can you teach my classes for the next couple days? This may take a while. Sure, Remus, but first, I want us all to take one more potion, one that reverses obliviation. I haven't been obliviated. But that's exactly what someone would say after being obliviated. SIRIUS replied, it takes just a moment and then we'll be sure. After that, we'll get you a dose of the regenerating potion, and then make a bunch more of the werewolf cures for you to take with you. Rather than spend time arguing about it, Remus agreed. SIRIUS touched diamond 5 times, then ruby, amethyst, and topaz. The cup filled the 4 bottles he had in it, then he touched onyx to stop it. Harry drank his first, and immediately yelled, that bastard. He deserves to die. Calm down, Harry, SIRIUS said, we'll get justice, whatever that entails. But first we'll consider it and figure out how best to do it. Now tell us what you remembered. I remembered quite a bit, Harry replied, but the most infuriating memory was from when I was 6. Uncle Vernon hadn't liked how much pepper I'd used in cooking his eggs, so he beat me and got carried away with it. He only stopped when my accidental magic, acting to save my life, turned him into a walrus. Dumbledore appeared there within a minute, and cured my uncle but not me. The Dursleys were about to throw me out for good, so Dumbledore promised to make it impossible for me to ever do that again. Then he bound my magical core. Then he paid them a bunch of money. From my vault, he yelled, then took a moment. After that, they let me stay and he obliviated me and left, with me still laying there bleeding on the floor with a broken arm and a cracked rib. I knew the old goat was aware of the way the Dursleys mistreated me, but this really rubbed my nose in it. Don't worry, pup, we'll arrange for justice on Dumbledore as well as on the Dursleys. In fact, with all the stories you've told me, there is no way your neighbors never noticed what the Dursleys did to you. Especially things like Dudley's Harry hunting, and when the aunt set her dogs on you. What do you want to bet that Dumbledore used magic, especially obliviation, to keep them from taking their testimonies to the police? We can start by using this here potion. He held up his own bottle of obliviation cure, as if in a toast, to help them all remember. I'm willing to bet we can get the Dursleys in jail really soon, while keeping Dumbledore too busy to get them out. Again. Harry nodded. That's a start. At least now we know who bound my core. And I am again reminded how glad I am we got that fixed this summer. The rest of them all drank, and each got back some memories, mostly of Dumbledore obliviating everyone in the Great Hall all at once, to make them forget something that would be embarrassing to him, like occasional howlers or arrests. SIRIUS commented, it shouldn't be possible to obliviate that many people at once, even with Dumbledore's level of power. And I note that our memories of it are all from previous years. Yet there are many things this year which I'm sure he'd have liked to obliviate away. I think we need to take another look at the funny bumpy wand Harry took from him at the start of this year. There was general agreement. Then, armed with enough werewolf cures for the whole hidden werewolf village he was heading to, Remus left. SIRIUS and the 2 kids, Harry and Hermione, spent some time discussing what exactly to do about Dumbledore and the Dursleys. Arriving at a solution they liked, though which needed to wait for nightfall, they moved on to another issue. Kids, SIRIUS started, as you know, I've ended up dating Amber Baxter, the aspiring actress I hired to pretend to be my girlfriend for my locket picture. And she has wanted to actually film some movies, starting with short ones, and to make them stand out by using real magic in them, and claiming it's just special effects. Thus the idea of Squib Studios was born, a film company made up of magically aware people. Hermione said, I think it's a great idea. Most of the production cost of movies anymore is from the computer-generated special effects. You can spare that expense entirely, while getting more realistic effects as well. All while letting some people live their dream. Thanks, SIRIUS replied, but the problem we're running into is skill. Some of the squibs we found know some things about filmmaking, and some seem to have great talent and potential, but none have much real experience or training. If they had the training, we could give them the experience. And for that, I've had an idea, for which I need your help. The kids agreed and they all discussed it. A couple hours later, in the former London office of an optometrist who'd gone out of business, and which they'd rented cheap, Sirius escorted his girlfriend Amber, her sister Anne, and their choice for a director, Stan Marshall, in through the front door. Stan was carrying a stack of 7 thick books. Sirius was explaining, now the Swami says he can only do this once for each person, and that it doesn't work for everyone. But if it does work, then, with his encouragement and coaching while you are hypnotized, you can memorize those books in a few minutes each. The stack you have there looks like it'll take about 3 hours. Stan responded, thanks again for the opportunity. I'm looking forward to it, and to working for you for at least the next 3 years as per the contract I signed. I checked around and these books are the ones the experts recommend most highly for how to become a great movie director. Some of them cover the same things, but from different approaches or in different styles, which should give me great breadth and flexibility. I'm somewhat familiar with 3 of them, which I've been looking over for years when I get some spare time. But my accountancy job has just not left me enough time to really go through them. As he finished, the small group with Sirius pushed through an inner door into what had been the examination room. It now had a desk and 2 chairs in it. A good reading light sat on the desk. Without that, the plethora of scented candles scattered around the room would have given concerns about inadequate lighting for reading. The scent from the candles was strong, and a couple incense burners added to that. Overall, it would have been overwhelming if the Swami had not already opened a window a crack. But despite the odd lighting and strong scents, or even the Far Eastern art scattered around the room, the most striking thing in the room was the Swami. He was sitting in mid-air, cross-legged, in the lotus position, in a corner of the room above a bed of nails. Just above each open palm, he had a small flame, burning merrily as if there was a candle beneath it, but there was no candle there. He had been gazing at the right-hand flame with his 2 eyes, and at the left-hand flame with an odd third eye in the center of his forehead. He looked like he was over 100 years old, with a long white beard and a few scraggly wisps of white hair poking out from under his turban. The turban was worn as some Sikhs do, with the hilt of a dagger poking up from it, front and center. Otherwise it was unusual, in that it was striped black and orange, like a tiger, and had a couple triangular folds poking up, like cat ears. He had a saffron robe like some Tibetan monks do, and bare feet with thick calluses, as if he'd walked everywhere barefoot for decades. On his back was an orange cape full of arcane symbols in black, and the Swami's voice was melodic. He said, I told you I can only manage 1 at a time. Why have you brought 3? Sirius replied, apologies, Swami Felis, but the girls wanted to meet you before you began. We'll be leaving. Stan, the man with the books, is your subject. Swami Felis rose smoothly to a standing position, still hovering in the air above the bed of nails, and the 2 flames above his palms joined into 1 flame hovering in the air in front of his heart, which pulsed like a beating heart. He bowed low. It is well, the trash there needs emptying. You can take it out when you go. He gestured to a small trash can near the door. It was full of packaging for candles, incense sticks, and empty bottles of herbs and essential oils. Both girls offered small bows in return and said, pleased to meet you. The Swami responded, charmed. I'm sure. Sirius paused a moment, and the Swami prompted, now I must get my subject calmed and centered, so do not let the door hit you in the backside on your way out. Bye-bye now. Sirius and the girls left, taking the trash with them. Harry Potter was having fun playing the part of Swami Felis. He especially had fun with incongruous bits like bowing as he asked them to take out the trash. Anything that grabbed the attention of your audience and kept them guessing was good. And that one was even better, since it was likely the girls would go through the trash trying to gain insights into his secret, how he did what he was about to do. All they'd see is standard off-the-shelf stuff, primarily from alternative medicine stores. The group had had fun thinking of what props and stage dressing to use. It turned out they'd gone overboard with the incense and other scents, and he'd had to crack open a window or choke. He still didn't know how Sirius had come up with so much Tibetan, Nepali, Sikh and Hindu art so quickly. But the room certainly seemed mystical, and the 2 animated chessmen standing in corners added to it. One looked like a Buddha, and the other looked like Shiva. Both were really there as guards, and would pretend to be inert statues unless activated. Sirius had made them specially for this purpose. This being the first time Harry had played this part, since they'd just made it up this evening. He was getting assistance from a couple of invisible house elves, so he could concentrate on his lines. Dobby was handling levitating Harry, while Mungy was keeping the mystic flame going at first over Harry's palms, now in front of his heart. Harry was maintaining his own appearance and his third eye via his new metamorphomagus abilities. Harry would take over more of that himself, so they'd only need one house elf, then maybe none, assuming he did this role again. And that looked likely. The Baxter girls had found some others for Squib Studios to run the microphones and cameras primarily who had talent but not enough training. So he would probably be Swami Felis again soon, assuming this worked. Not everybody was susceptible to hypnotism, but the proper preparation helped, and Harry was game to give it his best shot. He stepped forward in the air, settling to the ground as he passed the edge of his bed of nails. As he moved, he spoke. For fun, he pretended to have misunderstood what Sirius had said. Greetings, Stan the man. Please be seated and place your books on the desk. You are here that I may assist you in opening your brow chakra to empower your mind. Did they tell you of the two ways? Stan shook his head in the negative. Harry, as Swami Felis said, always in a hurry they are. Never the second way they consider, though it is superior. So, I will explain. We can begin a course of study and meditation with mental exercises which will permanently open your brow chakra, as you see here. He pointed at his own third eye and blinked it. Harry continued, it will then forever be easy for you to read, understand, and memorize. That sounds pretty good, Stan replied tentatively. Excellent. Harry enthused. I split my attention with other things, and it took me 53 years to accomplish. If we devote ourselves to it, I believe we can achieve it in only 30 years. By the way, there is also a strict diet to accompany the rest. Stan asked, what is the second way? Harry sighed dramatically, always the same. It is. No patience have they. Very well, sir. The second way is an affront to your body, where we use barbaric techniques to rudely force open your brow chakra. This takes mere minutes and will allow you to read, comprehend, and memorize those books in hardly more than 2 hours, but it will only work once. The body learns to resist the technique after that. You said barbaric, does it hurt? Stan asked a bit fearfully. No, sir, there is no pain or discomfort at all. The technique is only barbaric in its crude handling of your chakra system. I take it you have decided to take the quick and simple path? Harry asked. Yes, please, Stan replied. Very well then, let us begin. Get comfortable in your chair. Harry then took the orange cape from off his own shoulders and placed it around Stan's. He said, that will help you serve as a focus for the energy in the room. Now stare into the flame before me as I speak. And began a soothing monologue designed to help people relax. When Stan Marshall looked relaxed enough, Harry began the procedure to hypnotize him. In a few minutes, he'd succeeded. Harry double-checked to make sure Stan was hypnotized. Then he began the next stage of the act. He said, you are now in a receptive state and ready for your brow chakra to be prepared. Do not be alarmed as I apply an herbal ointment to your forehead to help guide your body in opening that chakra. After that, Harry opened a desk drawer and took out a small jar, a washcloth, and a hat. He opened the jar, inserted his finger, and got some dark paste on it. Then he used the paste on his finger to draw a third eye on Stan's forehead. He said, there. Now, since we have to keep that moist, we apply this washcloth above it, being careful not to smear it as we do so. And then we hold the washcloth in place with a hat. Harry carefully placed the baseball cap on top of Stan's head, and arranged it just so. He said, do not adjust that or the paste will smear and the whole exercise will be for nothing. He kept a grin to himself at the thought that the paste was just a few normal herbs, mostly ginkgo biloba, and that the hat was the whole point of this entire charade. It contained the diadem of Rowena, Ravenclaw. Using that, Stan could read, comprehend, and memorize his books as promised. But secrets got harder to keep the more people that knew them, and there were folks out there who would kill to control such an artifact as the diadem. So Harry, Hermione, and Sirius had come up with the whole Swami Felis charade to hide the diadem behind a lot of stage magic. People looking for explanations for how the memorization was done would find plenty of them, all incorrect dead ends. But they wouldn't suspect the hat any more than they would suspect the chair. And, just in case somebody really knocked themselves out in trying to find the real source of what happened here, Harry finished off with one more distracting piece of window dressing, just to give them a false lead to pursue. After all, some people tend to keep looking until they find something, so give them something to find. He took a big green scented candle out of the drawer and lit it by moving the pulsing flame from in front of his heart to the top of the candle. He said, "Now Stan, I need you to forget about this green candle. There was no green candle here on this desk tonight. Say it for me." Stan mechanically stated, "There was no green candle on the desk." "Good," Harry replied. "Now I sense that your brow chakra has opened. Pick up your first book and begin reading. When you have read all of it, read the next book, then the next until you have read them all. I will be behind you assisting the chakra flows. I may leave and return from time to time, but pay that no attention. Proceed." Stan picked up a book and began to read. Harry watched for a few minutes, then went out the door between the inner office and the reception area. He left the door open so he could keep an eye on Stan, and, more importantly, on Ravenclaw's diadem hidden in the baseball cap Stan was wearing. Dobby had instructions to keep an eye on that too, and, in emergencies, pop in, sweep everything in the room minus Stan, his books, and the chair he was sitting in into an expanded space trunk, then pop out again. So things should be reasonably safe as they were. That wouldn't be the case if anybody else knew about the diadem. In that case, strong swift strikes could be expected as people would attempt to capture it. But it should be safe enough given it was unknown except to the four raiders Sirius, Remus, Harry, and Hermione, who hadn't wanted to be called a raider if it meant she had to prank people, but was willing once it was explained that supporting the others was fine by itself plus Dobby. So Harry set up a simple privacy screen on the doorway to keep any sounds he made from being heard by Stan. Then he took out his homework and started working on that. He looked up every so often to check on Stan, but mostly concentrated on his homework, confident that Dobby was also watching and that, between them, they would not miss it when Stan was about to finish reading. Harry finished his homework before Stan finished reading. Then Harry started work on his current project for the Enchanting Club. That was based on an experience at Hogwarts during his first year there. When they'd gone after the Philosopher's Stone, Harry had had to ride a broom and chase down a flying key, one of a cloud of flying keys. The key he'd wanted had fled and dodged, while the rest had buffeted Harry, bruising him as they'd rammed into him. He'd thought such a thing could be a useful defense, so he'd worked on duplicating it mostly. He had two versions. The lethal version still used flying keys, but these keys had sharpened edges and points for stabbing and slashing. They would not open any locks. They were more like flying swords, each about 2 inches long. The non-lethal version used flying doorknobs instead of keys, which could do a lot better job at ramming and bludgeoning someone than a key could. To get a whole cloud of these required a lot of enchanting, and doing so took up most of the time while waiting for Stan to finish reading. Not long before Stan was to finish reading, Harry's locket warned him that Sirius and the 2 girls were coming back, and they were carrying stacks of books. So when those 3 unlocked the outer door of the former optometrist's office, Harry was already back in the inner office, ready to act out his part as Swami Felis. When Stan finished, got brought out of hypnosis, after the green candle was put away, thanked the Swami profusely and got ushered out, Sirius and the Baxter sisters were waiting on the couches in the reception area. As Harry had expected, the girls spoke with Stan about his experience, then made their pitch for getting their own turns doing the same. And they'd brought large stacks of books to read. Harry could tell, even without the locket having told him, that Sirius wanted him to go ahead and do the Swami thing again. So he did, and who'd won a coin toss got to go first. She'd brought a book or 2 each on being a movie director, camera operator, sound technician, gaffer, special effects coordinator, producer, and a couple other related professions she wanted to be able to support Squib Studios in all their aspects. But she had more books on acting than any other thing since she wanted to be a star. Then she'd included a couple books on doing her day job high school music teacher to make that easier and free up more time to spend on filmmaking. Then she had a smattering of other subjects, including a couple on her sister's day job, high school chemistry teacher, to give them more shared material to bond over and improve conversations where they talked about work. Her sister, Amber, would use the same stack of 21 books, with a few minor changes. The Swami procedure went as before, with the same spiel, and soon Harry had and hypnotized and reading her books. Sirius and her sister left, planning to come back in the morning, as soon as Anne was done. Then Harry went to sleep on a couch in the reception area. He took a 2-hour nap, then got up and went out to meet Sirius for some late-night revenge on the Dursleys and Dumbledore. When that was done, Harry returned and went back to sleep on the couch for the rest of the night. He'd seen that stack of books and expected Anne's reading to take all night. In fact, it took 9 hours. Dobby had Harry awake and ready before Anne finished her last book, with Sirius notified as well. So, when Anne finished and got her exit procedure the same as Stan had, Sirius and Amber were waiting in the reception area. Amber had a few extra books with her, which clearly made Anne a little jealous. But Harry had gotten Amber through his spiel, hypnotized and reading, before breakfast at Hogwarts. Then he called in Mungy to pop him back to Hogwarts for his shower, breakfast and classes, while the faithful Dobby kept watch on Amber as she read. Harry would pop back in a couple times during the day, to give Dobby a break and make sure all was going well. But Amber didn't finish reading until classes were over that day, so he managed to attend all his classes, plus lunch, and still get back in time for the exit procedure.